each other. So, you can talk as much as you want. It's fine.
All right.
As long as if Ray doesn't have to talk and doesn't have to steer the ship off the road like he usually does, then it's good. Yeah.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
There you go. Yeah, you can have it. Good, because we drive it straight into a volcano usually. So,
except for that's the heart, Tim, and that can never be mended. You know that. The heart always breaks.
Nah, dude, one of your girlfriends take care of that for you.
Oh.
No, they usually go, well, thank you for the free meal. Have a good day, sir.
Ray is a 60-year-old man in a 30-year-old's body.
I am, yeah.
If anyone doesn't know.
Nice.
His references are like way older than they should be for someone his age.
Oh, you know,
Yeah.
I would love to see that fight. And I would be rooting for Greg Hardy the entire time.
Funny thing, if you've ever wanted to see me in pain at any point that we've been hanging out, today's your day.
Ray, they see you in pain every time you do a set.
This is true.
Damn.
Yeah. So Thomas has seen it and Tim's never seen it.
No,
It was basically if Mortal Kombat was a shitty like Saturday morning cartoon. Like
Yeah, exactly.
they had like they had a Native American character on there. They had they had the street tough black guy. Like they had all the stereotypes. WMAC Masters.
There it is.
It's such a.
so you're
cool
saying it
show.
doesn't hold up? Is that what you're trying to
It
say?
does not at all.
It doesn't look fit full, Ray. Let me see that glass. No, Ray, top it off.
This is like goddamn amazing.
Yeah.
No, I just want you to follow the rules. What happens if you don't follow the rules? The wheel gets you back again.
This is true.
Why don't you two fight each other? There you go.
Talked about it.
I've been
We've
thinking
talked
that,
about
but
it.
I didn't want to say anything.
We have talked about
I'm
this
still at a
for
stage.
years,
I
man.
can't fight anybody right now. I'd
I
probably
am
lose to a
so
9-year-old right
down.
now.
I will meet him at a weight. I don't care if I have to gain weight to fucking fight Tim, but it would mostly be like a Brazil. It would be a rolling match in the cage.
Pretty
like
much.
somebody would take someone down.
What's crazy is out of all of us, Tim looks like he's most likely to be the wrestling fan.
I see so many fucking guys who look like Tim Danko at AIW shows. It's not even funny. And I love I see him. I'm like, I want to buy him a shot, but it's not Tim. And I get sad.
Yeah, and this kid's going to be a star, obviously. And that's what they wanted to happen. They want him to get a big win in London. They were hoping that was going to happen. I mean, did they give him somebody they think he could beat? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not like Vargas isn't tough. Vargas is a tough guy. And yeah, Pimblett was a big favorite. But that's what they wanted to happen. They want this kid to be one of their next big stars, especially in the lightweight division. And now he's won two fights, one by knockout, right, and one by submission. So now he's going to fight somebody tough. And that division's super stacked. So there's tons of people he could fight. Before you put me on, I'm screaming at
Cody
my
Lehman.
microphone because you didn't put me on. I'm like, she's Mexican, you racist asshole.
I don't know.
Spanish, you monster.
How
But you
am
didn't
I
put me on because you wouldn't talk wrestling.
wrestling.
He had two. I only had one fight. He had two fights, but my one fight lasted longer than his two fights combined by like a lot. I think both of his fights were inside of a minute.
And how did your fight end, Tim?
I got TKO'd in the second round. And there's a lot of guys, strikers that have just became fantastic at takedown defense. I mean, Anderson Silva was good at it. Like Junior Santos was good at it. I mean, those are just the first two I think of. But there's been a lot that, I mean, if you're a striker like that, you have to have good takedown defense. There's been a lot of guys who have great takedown defense, and he's one of them. However, I mean, Robert Whittaker is a striker first. He's not a wrestler. And however, neither really is Cannonier. Maybe a little bit more, but I don't really expect Cannonier to fight him that way. I'm excited to see that fight, though. I don't expect Izzy to lose at all, but I like Cannonier a lot, and he's a tough guy, so I'll definitely watch that fight. But if either of us touch the other one's liver, we'll die, Ray.
Probably. That'd be fun. I want to be the first MMA death of like a true amateur, where it's like the worst fight ever. How
bad would it be if you got
MMA fight, bro?
killed in the cage? You got killed in the cage by me.
Yes.
His liver exploded.
My mic's on. This is weird how race is always on last. I don't know what it has to do with why it does that, but your mic isn't on. Like, it's weird. Like, mine comes on automatically. You have to click yours on. I think it's just StreamYard saying like Ray shouldn't talk, which I get. Anyway, fucking glitch in the Matrix. Hi everybody, bro plot. I've never ever seen a fight where I saw it. I'm like, that didn't happen though. That didn't happen. Like I honestly saw. Still to this day, I don't believe that happened.
No, not at all. I do not. I don't get it. I don't understand what the hell. Like, okay,
Dude, it's gone full WWE, man. There's not like, it's no, dude. That wasn't real. That didn't actually happen. No way. Listen, if you pick Strickland, you were right, but I think you're dumb. Like based on what? Based on what did you think that was going to happen like that? Like based on what? Really? I mean, yes, you were right, but if you would have said that, I'm like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Like,
no,
and it happened. But I still think it would have been a stupid pick if you made that.
I would have put $100 on it just for a goof if I had the money. Like, I'm gonna bet Sean Strickland wins because he's such a big. He was like 650, I think, at closing. He was something high when it came to the underdog status.
I'm sure.
It was big, and if it would, I would have put $100. I would have been a happy boy. But like, I didn't have the money to do it. But like. What the?
Yeah, you couldn't put money on Strickland because you were busy buying Julian Lane shirts.
No, I did not buy this shirt. It was thrown to me in the crowd by their people.
Oh, all right.
So it's free. It's free.
Listen, I don't blame you for wearing it. I like the shirt. It's not a bad shirt.
Yeah, it was good. We'll talk about the Cage Thunder. You had. Pulse, you could have said that. Why in the chat? Why in the chat, bro?
Yeah. Anyway, you have a microphone that works. Like you can talk on the show.
I picked Strickland, and I have receipts.
All right, fine, but that was a terrible pick. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw him like doing the decision, but I didn't expect that Sean Strickland to be there. Like it. Mm-hmm. Knocking him down in the first round, did not see that coming at all. His head movement was fantastic. Casey, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Pulse, pull that comment, that last Casey Jones thing, because I don't know what he's talking about. Tell Tim to do what? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Take that down. Take it down. But no, to have him Tyson Fury, a head movement that he had against Izzy and was getting in rocket shots. Like really good, solid shots, throw him to the body whenever he could. He was doing I think there's going to be a bunch of imitators now trying to do the Philly shell. Like people are going to really try that, and we're going to watch some big knockouts in the UFC here soon.
I was going to say, anytime there's something weird that works in the UFC for one person, you have imitators. Like how many people were trying to shoulder shit after Conor did it like one time. Right?
Yeah, against Cerrone. Yeah,
and you never saw a teep kick to the face until Silva landed it on Belfort, and then you see him all the time.
Yeah, but people have more gone to the body with that one than they have up front because they know.
Yeah, but I mean, you never saw it at all. Period. Until then, now you
true.
Still, I mean, you see him throw it more than it's landed. If you see it, people will throw it to judge distance, but that's about it. But dude, I mean, good for him. I mean, I want to put the tinfoil hat on, but there's no way the UFC would want him to be champion.
Oh no!
Other than how much money the rematch will make, but like there's no way.
No.
Like they didn't promote Stipe as champion. I think they're going to do even less for Strickland.
Well, I mean, he broke the belt first of all, so like strike number 2. This is not him winning was strike 1.
The belt is totally Sean Strickland though. Like if he's like, who would put duct tape on their belt? Like, oh yeah, Strickland for sure.
But man, to have him be the all right, 2 joints. What are we doing here? You're getting all two jointsy, Casey Jones. I liked my thumbnail. Damn it.
Well, I think what you put in the speech bubble wasn't a complete sentence. It didn't make any sense. I think it's what he's talking about. It wasn't a correct grammatical sentence.
Oh well, whatever.
Like if you read it, you're like, oh, that's not what I thought I put in there. I'm assuming.
And we'll get to that in a little bit.
We're gonna need a lot of
talk
time
about
for that.
But no, Sean, Dana absolutely did not want this to happen. Dana thought this was going to be a cakewalk for Izzy.
Everyone did.
And
I thought he was going to die on TV.
Yeah, if Pereira did what he did to him, imagine what Izzy could do to him. And it just became this thing of holy shit. He's good. Like by round 4, I'm like, oh no, he's the world champion. Like, because I gave that second round to Izzy. First round, obviously off the knockdown, I gave it to Strickland. Third round was Strickland, and fourth round was Strickland. Izzy didn't get shit. Like, he did not get anything but round 2, in my opinion. And dude, by the time that last bell rang, I'm like, oh my God, Sean Strickland destroyed Israel Adesanya in front of our eyes. Like, I don't know what the hell happened, bro, but like it was wild.
With that being said, the way he completely dominated him over 5 rounds and the fact that he almost got him up out of there in the first. Can y'all explain to me how Adesanya is still the -120 favorite going into a rematch?
Well, number one, that's like -120 is basically a pick 'em. Number one.
Like how can they?
Why? Because I don't think it happens again. I mean, I said the same thing with Edwards and Usman. And I was wrong about that, but because we can't believe that Strickland is just that much better than Izzy. Period. We're having a hard enough time believing that he was good enough Saturday. He was that good Saturday against him. That's hard enough to believe. But to believe he just is that good and not he was just one of those days where he did everything wrong and he did everything right, it's hard enough to think that Izzy is actually worse than him. That's fucking weird.
And I don't think that. Like, that's not what I think at all when it comes to Israel Adesanya. I think they're on the same level. I just think Izzy was off that night. Like, I'm going to give it to just Izzy. Well, first of all, and I said it on the MMA Holes last night in the chat, Izzy looked like beef jerky at the weigh-ins. Like, he looked depleted. He did not look good. His eyes were sunken in. He looked like raw meat.
He's never ever
looked
had
okay,
a.
but
I was just gonna say he never had a problem with the weight, though. He never had a problem with the weight, ever. Not Izzy. Izzy's not even a big 185.
Well, I know.
I can't believe you guys. I don't understand.
Just the way he looked. He looked gaunt.
I really don't understand how they can
What were you saying,
justify.
Paul?
I was going to say I don't understand how they can justify Adesanya being the fave. Like, that was total domination, and in my opinion, you could make an argument that he doesn't even deserve a rematch.
Well, he's champion for so long. I think no matter how you get beat in a fight, when you finally get beat after reigning that long, you deserve a rematch. However, no, he had to win his belt. He had to win his belt back, didn't he? But still, I don't know. Well, it's the money grab, man. I mean, who's the next guy in line?
Duplessis.
Yeah, but he's hurt. I don't know. It depends. I mean, I say go for it. Do the rematch. But if Duplessis is healthy, I don't think anyone cares about that either. I'd be fine with that too. I don't know.
Hey, Pulse, if you can, go to Brands. I have some overlays that I made for the show. And this is the main reason I think there's going to be an immediate rematch. Dana doesn't want Sean Strickland on the cover of UFC 5. There's no way you can allow Sean Strickland to be the UFC 5 cover boy. And I have, Pulse, if you look in the Brands, sub Liddy LDG,
I want the cover of UFC 5 to be Strickland punching like a cashier from Kroger in the face or something like that. It's just
yes, I want that.
like stomping out a puppy or something that Strickland would probably do.
I have 3 UFC covers, possible
Eating
UFC
a
covers
child.
that became memes. I took them from certain UFC ones. Pulse, if you could bring up UFC 5 cover 1, I'll bring it up again. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't have this. You can't have. Look at this. He's got Hennessy and a
fine.
do-rag.
Rated E for everyone. That's fine.
Is this showing?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Strickland. Somebody mocked up a UFC Deluxe edition of him with Hennessy and I believe a joint, but he's got the do-rag. Like we can't. Who's gonna pay $79 for that? Who's gonna pay $79? Maybe
I think
$100 at this point.
I think he looks handsome, to be honest with you. I think it's not a bad look. So go for it. Why not? Yeah. I mean, listen, rated E for everyone. So
Someone got mean with this one. Someone got mean on the Photoshop with this one though. Like this one's crazy. The fact that he was able to beat Israel Adesanya like that after dropping him, he went in like a fucking savage, and I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And show the last one, Pulse, if you could, that you haven't done yet. This one is the South African one. I don't know about anybody else, but this is definitely the South African.
that's the one I want. I want that one.
All right, Pulse, you can take that down. You can bring us back up. Appreciate it. But no, yeah, man. Like, he has to have the immediate rematch. Izzy looked so dick. It's like it is the glitch. Like we just witnessed.
Plus, dude, no. We much rather see Duplessis and Izzy than Duplessis and Strickland first, right? Like,
To be honest, no. I kind of
No?
want to watch
you want to
Duplessis
see
versus
the African battle and all the weird press conferences that's going to happen with that. Like, you want to see that?
I want that to be the return of Izzy. I don't. If I was booking pro wrestling and this was pro wrestling, you have Strickland go off and fight Duplessis, and then all of a sudden, like, and I did watch that Shane Gillis special, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
have
good.
fucking Izzy walk out with like the Undertaker music, like he's returning. And that's how you book the return, is the winner of Duplessis versus Strickland gets Izzy, and that's how you do it, in my opinion, at this point, bruh.
Let me throw out an idea. How about Strickland rematches Usman at 185?
I mean, is Usman going up?
I mean, I figure there's nothing left for him at welterweight, so
I don't know what he's planning on doing. I don't know how many more fights his knees even have in him. Has he been talking about what he's going to do?
no. But it's just he has a win over Strickland from a few years back. So
Well, if that's what he wants to do, if he wants to move up, sure. But if he doesn't, then then it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to move up. But if he does move up, fine, okay. But Duplessis clearly has earned the shot at that title. So you got to give it to Duplessis. Well, you should give it to Duplessis before Usman. It doesn't mean they would. But they've
Also-
been people before. But
also the last guy to beat Strickland is Jared Cannonier, who currently sits at number 3.
it's true. I don't see him making too many defenses, honestly. I mean, I know he looked amazing, but Izzy also looked real bad. Like, honestly, for this one, I'm giving Strickland, and I know this is kind of unfair, but 60% credit. 60% Strickland being good,
Only
40% 40% Izzy being shit.
I'll give, to be honest with you, I give 70% to Strickland, 20% to fucking Alex Pereira, and 10% to whoever like bought him the steroids, because apparently that photo's out there too now. There's a titty going on with fucking Sean Strickland. One question: why? What question?
Why does Strickland take fucking steroids? I don't know, man.
No. Maz asked the question. Why?
Yeah, why? Why what? Why Strickland? Why Strickland won? I don't know.
10% to
Drake.
Drake. I do. Okay, I'm gonna
That's
change
fine.
it. Yeah, 10% to Drake. but it's I don't know. You just, to me, Izzy. Yeah, he had an off night. Let's see if he can do it again. If he wants to have the rematch, give it to him. But the next person's definitely Drusius. That's without a doubt.
Dude, he's done so much. Like, what else do you fucking want the guy to do, right? But that's the same thing with Blanchfield and this fight coming up next weekend with Grasso and Valentina, right? If Grasso wins, then Blanchfield knows for sure that she's going to fight Grasso, right? Almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
But if Valentina wins, then you're like, oh, are they going to do the trilogy? What are they going to do? You know, and it was the same thing for Dresses Duplessis, because you knew if Izzy won, he was going to be next for sure. And now what are they going to do? It depends. It also depends on those two fighters. Like how, I mean, Duplessis was hurt, right? Or he probably would have fought him this time. He wasn't going to fight him. So it depends on who's healthy and whatever, when they want the fight to happen. And
yeah,
one of those two. I'm fine with either one, honestly. I want to see both those fights, rematch or Duplessis. So either one's fine.
I have a question. Did you guys watch the replay, or were you watching the pay-per-view live while at another fight?
Well, no, I got home. I got home at like midnight after the Cage Thunder the Cage Thunder fights in Akron, and I immediately what? Oh boy!
Check the Discord.
I'm checking the MMA Holes Discord as we speak. Why is it not? Oh, YouTube vids.
Hey, hats off to you, Sausage. That's fucking hilarious.
Let's. I hold on. Come here, fucko.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, this fight.
Oh, I'm gonna. Yeah.
That might be like the new logo. Let's just make that the new logo for the show.
I like it.
I'd buy that. That's the deluxe edition.
Uncle or Two Joints in the Discord just called you B Cup, so I think that's gonna be.
I don't understand why.
That's a really damn savage. You're the man. Wouldn't mind Izzy versus the winner of the Costa fight. I don't think why go down? Why go down? Especially the way he dominated Costa.
Who's Costa fighting? I forget.
Paulo Costa.
Where'd Pauls go?
I don't know, Tim.
He just disappears and we don't know where he is, man. He Irish goodbyes us all the time.
Hey, you know what? Man's got money on the streets, and I'm okay with it.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling what's happening. Oh, yeah, Hazmat. That's right. Thank you, Pauls.
Oh.
Yeah, Shemaev. Dude, I'd watch Izzy Shemaev.
Yeah. I would watch that.
You know what? Honestly, I think they're just keeping the belt warm for him, to be honest. For Hazmat suit, dude. Is he staying at 85? Is that what he's going to do? Then, yeah, dude. Did he, man, I really didn't want to get on the train. The hazmat suit train, but like he's fucking great. So
I think someone will beat him on and haven't left the hood, bro. It's
yeah.
Hey,
I definitely thought that Burns was gonna beat him, and that was a hell of a fight. But he's great. He's fucking good. His skill set is fucking gnarly, and I mean, listen, like if you wrestle, he could beat you on the feet. If you're good at the feet, he could wrestle you. He's not the only guy like that, but man, until Matt has to fight Bo Nickel, they're just keeping the belt warm for Hazmat, and then he's keeping the belt warm for Bo Nickel. That's
fuck Bo Nickel.
No, Bo Nickel will be champion by the end of next year.
God, I pray for a USADA violation. Just one.
You pray to somebody cheats. Be a cheater. Be a cheater.
No, I could just, there's some shady shit you can do in Vegas. Needle gets put into somebody that they don't know. All of a sudden, there's a picogram.
Ben Johnson, dude. Ben Johnson, when he tested positive for steroids during the Olympics, it wasn't because of the things he took to train. It's because someone's fucking slipped him an oral in his drink.
Yep. Hell yeah.
But he had to admit to all the shit he was doing, but he would have passed the test for that because he was being smart with that. But then someone Now, as I was saying, he definitely was on steroids. He was cheating, but like someone had to slip him one for him to get caught.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. Like it to me, I don't I do want the rematch with Izzy, but like just to see if he gets it, just to see if he's on point again like he was against Pereira. But I do want Drusius to at least get a shot, but I was hoping it was Izzy. Really was hoping it was going to be Izzy because like you just said, do you imagine the promos being cut? Like,
Well,
just Izzy calling him the N-word the entire time. Like, it would be insanity. But Strickland again, everybody's white trash dad, decided to fucking put a monkey wrench into the goddamn works.
Really, everything he's been saying is kind of been just hilarious. Which
Oh,
is like, thank God for a bad childhood, like shit like that.
Like Nelk. Did you see the Nelk Boys podcast that he was on?
No.
Oh my God, he like ripped into them for an hour and a half, and it was like but it was the Sean Strickland no filter. Like you guys are cool, but like here's what you do: you commoditize this, you do all this, and he was just like running them down to their face, and they're just looking, going like, I can't say anything bad or he'll kill me.
Man, I would love to have him on. Fucking go back and forth with him.
Oh.
But you got to be in the same room, though, or else you just feel like a pussy, right? You're just like,
No.
Like, I'm not going to talk shit, but if he says something weird, I'm going to say my honest opinion about what he's saying. I'm not going to try to pick a fight with the guy or anything like that on purpose. But Tim, are you wearing pants? I mean, yes, I am wearing pants today.
The Emperor has clothes on. It's okay. But to me, and I was going to answer Pulse's question. I literally got home. The pay-per-view ended, and I went right to everything and like rewound right to the right as they were about to like get the fight started and the referee was going to clap the hands. And I had seen the first round knockdown on Facebook. I tried to scroll past things, and all of a sudden, Sean Strickland has a hell of a first round, or whatever ESPN MMA said. And I'm just like, what the? No! Why did I? No! And then when John, my buddy who was at UFC Columbus, literally, my first, he was like, holy shit. And I went, shh. I typed out, shh, don't say anything. I'm almost home. Like, I wanted to see what the hell went on after he said, holy shit. I'm like, I just leave it there. Just fucking leave it there. Let me watch the pay-per-view. I'm going to give you $35 tomorrow. Shut your fucking mouth. Because I owe him $35 for the tickets from Pittsburgh. But I'm going to give him $45 for fucking everything else. As like a total amount. But, dude, when I turned it on, saw that, I'm like, and then when I realized, oh, fuck, the round's over. Thank God. After that, can I tell you my honest opinion? It wasn't really that eventful of a fight after that. Like, Sean Strickland did a lot. Izzy did nothing.
One of those things that the eventfulness was the fact that he was beating him. Right, that was like if it was the other way and you saw that much action, you would have been like, okay, whatever. But because he was beating him, that was the exciting part about it.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it wasn't like he was just piecing him up. Like that was it. He wasn't really doing anything to like he was just scoring points at that point and wearing Izzy down. So he tried to do level changes. I love his coaches, by the way, Sean Strickland's coaches. Because they're like, we need to fucking get this, man. This is start doing this shit. And I'm going to tell you something, Tim. I've never felt more inadequate in my life than watching Sean Strickland just like pace like a tiger and not hit the bench at all. Like that was scary. He looked like he was waiting for a prison fight.
Dude, that guy is a prisoner who isn't in jail. That's basically
Yes.
what Sean Strickland is. Sean Strickland is is a prisoner who didn't do anything wrong. Well, it's something like that. He just
Oh,
like if he did go to jail, I'd be like, can we get a live feed from the prison?
yeah.
There's no one in their right mind would fuck with him. And if they did, it would be undisputed with Vin Raines and Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the prison boxing league. Like, I hope he would be able to choose the prison that has like a fight league in it, so he can stay in shape.
Anyway, it was good for him. Good for him, man. And I'm excited to see what happens. It's just, where's Pulse?
Pulse is out of the room.
Have we heard from him?
No, but I saw
All
him in the computer for a hot minute and then come back out.
All right.
So
Okay. I didn't find out about it until after I was at our hotel. And I looked at my phone. I'm like, oh, shit. So it happened. Like, it was at least a couple hours. The fight was over before I knew.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that, I just said to Alan, I'm like, this didn't happen. No, this didn't happen. Then I said, oh, fuck. It's like, what? I'm like, shit. I said if Strickland won, I'd do the show with my shirt off. I said that out loud. So, I'm a man of my word, if nothing else. So,
Yes, you are.
however, I did amend it before the show was over and say I do a half an hour. So we're almost done, which is good because I'm getting cold. That's the biggest problem. Like, overall, not too bad. I mean, listen,
Cold?
drink it in, motherfuckers. Like, drink it in. This is what a man looks like. Like, I'm not even embarrassed by this, dude. This is what a fucking man looks like. I'm sexy as fuck. You're just jealous. You don't have this kind of body positivity in your life, motherfuckers. All right? This is what a real man looks like, okay? But I am cold. So I'm going to need the shirt because I am cold.
B-Man says you look like you're in prison.
Maybe.
It's the white wall behind you for sure. It's
yeah, for
definitely
sure.
an
I'll be a
Oz
diamond
vibe.
prison, dude.
Oh, you would. I think you would get titty sucks off of the creeps for like commissary. Yeah,
Probably.
you would be that guy.
For ramen?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, maybe.
you just nursing for ramen. I think that like they call you nurse Ratchet in the cell block.
I only got about 3 more minutes of this, so let's take the tour real quick. Let's take the tour. Look, here's the stretch marks, right?
Oh God,
That's what a man looks like right there. Look at it. Look, this. I've had these like my whole life. Like I had them since I was a kid. And this is a new scar right here. Hold on, where are we going? Right here.
oh Jesus,
This is my. That's from what I got my the square there. That's from the mole I just got removed. The other scars are. She's like, well, this scar will fade. I'm like, I got tons of fucking scars in my gut from like the wars of obesity, babe. So. No problem. And let's see if I can find this one.
the great calorie wars of 1985.
There's an appendectomy scar from when I was 10 years old down there too.
I have a pelvic hernia scar, but I'm not showing that because it's right at the sweet spot, like where it almost becomes like a YouTube fucking violation.
Sure.
Twitch too.
Sure. Well, this is actually going to help our algorithm, I believe. This is if you put in Burt Kreischer, Burt Kreischer MMA, this is going to come up.
And by the way, if Maz is asking why he doesn't have a shirt on, that's why. Just one question: why? I'm assuming it's the shirt. I'm assuming.
Yeah. It's
But yeah,
we didn't want to address it right away. But yeah, I did say I'd do shirtless if Strickland won, and I thought there was 0 chance. But part of me thought there was maybe chance of a DQ or something stupid because I did say I'll do it for half an hour, which is good because the biggest problem is that I'm cold.
yes,
That's the biggest issue.
You got about a minute until it's an official.
That's fine. Marshmallow, sexiest fucking marshmallow you saw, Casey Jones. That's what a man looks like. Hey, Pulse.
Hi.
Can you put me on top? I'm supposed to be on top here.
Oh,
I know I look like a bottom right now, but I should
you're
be on top.
absolutely a bottom. Shut your face.
Yeah, Pulse. I said Thursday. You were here Thursday, right? I said if I was doing the show shirtless if Strickland won.
You're a man of your word. You're a man of your word.
Yes. Casey, Tim, are you cold? Yes, I'm cold. I did amend it before the show was over, and I said half an hour, so we're about done. I'm gonna put shirt on here in a second. Oh, only because it's cold. I actually fucking like rocking the shirt off. I honestly do. Not a big deal. And once you do
He
it,
does.
like, you know, it's like the Band-Aids off, dude. Who gives a fuck, man? Your shirt's off. It's on the internet. Who gives a fuck? It's what a man looks like. If fucking Stavros can do it, I can fucking do it. This is what a man looks like, okay? I'm sexy as fuck. A lot of you guys won't even show your faces or even give your real names on the internet. I'm here with fucking right here, bro. Half a birthday suit.
Your tits
That's what a
out.
man looks like.
And-
Yes.
And you're 10 seconds over. So if you want to put a shirt on now, you can.
I was gonna wait till 35, which we're about there.
No, we're at 35 now.
Okay, now we are, yeah.
All right, sir.
It's over there. Nah, but, only cause I'm cold. That's the only reason. I'm actually like fucking liking it. Not bad actually. It's just fucking I'm cold.
I'm so glad I don't have like tits like you. Jesus, they jiggle.
man looks
Do you
like,
see
fuck
those? Do you see those? That's a full A. That's a full A right there, Pulse. He's on the B squad of any fucking shitty strip club. What's a shitty? Because I love the names of strip clubs sometimes, Pulse, and I don't know if you've been to strip clubs. I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What is?
Although what Sasha's put in the Discord made me laugh so fucking hard. That was fucking hilarious. That should be the new cover of UFC 5, by the way.
We are absolutely putting that on our social medias at BroPlotty. You'll see it on Instagram. And also we'll post it in our Discord, which the link is down below. Go use that.
Now I'm too warm.
I don't know what to tell you. Do you have a wife beater, Tim?
I don't.
You don't have a wife beater? I have a couple
No.
that I don't fit in anymore. I used to be a big wife beater kid.
Of course. That surprises me 0%.
I had the ball necklace too.
You seem like the guy who would wear the wife beater and khaki shorts. Oh no, you wear a wife beater and dress pants to a cookout. That's what you look like. That guy.
I am not that fucking. I don't have that much Italian in me, possibly.
Anyway,
But what, Pulse? What's like a shitty strip club that you've been to in Houston with a great name?
Well, there's a high-end one.
you ever
There's a
been to
high-end
this? Go ahead, sir.
downtown called Club Caligula. That's a high-end one, but then they have.
Is the St. James still there?
Not familiar with that establishment, but they have one that is kind of ghetto called Solid Platinum, where
That
you
is
That is a ghetto strip club name for sure.
cut anything I've ever said. Solid Platinum, and I hope it's like tin on the inside. Just nothing.
it's
I love that name.
it's kind of ghetto, but they have a nice buffet. But the women there, you may see like bullet wounds and this type of thing. So yeah,
Those are my kind of places, brother. I love those strip clubs.
The St. James is still there, man.
Ooh.
I don't. West Oaks, is that a area of Houston?
West Oaks, yeah.
Yeah, it's in that area. But I went there on my 21st birthday because I turned 21 when I was in Texas. I didn't really know anybody. My uncle took me out and we went to he took me to St. James on my 21st birthday.
That's hilarious.
And I had to tell a stripper to stop licking me.
Oh.
Yeah, but you know what? This was without the first strip club I ever went to, and without a doubt the nicest one.
Really?
Like by far. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, like 3-4 points higher than any other one I've been to.
Nice.
So, but I told my uncle that I got to tell her to stop licking me. He's like, "You're the only one who's ever asked her to do that."
By the way,
like, he gave her like man, I don't know, like he overpaid her for that. So she went hard in the paint. So good for her.
by the way, speaking of microphones, we do have one for Pulse. Pulse, I'm gonna get your address and send you one. It was a free one.
Oh man, that's awesome. Like I was worried because I watched these back on replay, and I'm worried about my audio. I think it sounds kind of bad.
I got offered
Yeah,
one.
you
and
do
I'm gonna
sound like
take
you're in a gymnasium.
Well, it's just my dog was drinking water, and KC said he could hear it, so that makes me think that the microphone is okay.
Well, it's just we can hear you fine. It's just it's
wonderful.
very echoey. Like I said, it sounds like you're in a big bathroom or a gymnasium or something.
But yeah, give me. We'll. I'll get all that stuff off.
Don't give Ray your address, dude. You're gonna end up dead in a week.
I only know of a couple people that possibly could get rid of bodies, but that is in the Houston area. But like,
Pulse,
Pulse,
you watch Small Injury Repair yet, Pulse?
No, I keep meaning to, man. My bad. I know that's my homework assignment.
You need to.
You're waiting so long that I think it's on a
puppy
pedestal,
time.
Like, you won't.
We got puppy time. Yay!
Yeah, puppy.
Oh, Ray killed Thomas. No, Thomas is alive and well.
Allegedly.
Diabetes will get Thomas before anything else.
Oof, probably all of us Thomas are the way he lives.
The sweet blood will take him before me. Believe me, I love Thomas
Shookus,
so much.
Okay, let's fucking talk about this because two different fighters in their post-fight interviews at UFC 293 decided to call people the F word. So Kape was called. He was talking to Kakira France, right?
He was talking to the whole city kickboxing. That guy is such alpha.
And then the other guy, what was his name? He was a new guy,
Radke.
Radke. He was called all of Sydney.
Okay.
What word? Ryan Kills. You know the F word, not fuck. The other one.
Yeah, okay.
It's not okay to call people in that context. I heard so pissed about it. Like when I saw it, I'm just like, motherfucker! Like, I get legitimately pissed off about it.
I heard Manel Kape make a statement on it. He said that he doesn't hate anybody and he doesn't pass judgment on anybody's sexual orientation. It's just that at that moment, that was the most degrading thing he could think of to say to that gym, to the gym members in that gym. So.
All right, Tom Brenneman. Like this, just like the Tom Brenneman thing, which I think we're in the 3-year anniversary of that now. It just happened the other day.
Where were they going again?
What?
Where was it? Where were they go? Or what team was it again that he called the capital of the world?
San Francisco, probably.
So yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's what he said.
I'm not.
No, you're not.
Get your point. Get your point. Get your point, and we'll talk.
The same thing with that guy who said the N-word and the A's pocket. Like, if you make that kind of, number one, that guy, the A's guy, was a Floridian slip. But that word's in your vocabulary. If you use it in any situation like that, that means it's in your vocabulary.
Two different words.
It is two different words. But I'm saying
I would use what Manel Kape said any day of the week in public. I would not use the other one in public, and maybe only in my car. Okay.
All right. Well, not like that. I wouldn't. I mean, not like I wouldn't. In that context, it's fucking awful.
Yes. What? It's traffic. I mean, you get mad.
I'm talking about what Kape did.
No, continue on what you're saying about that.
Context is fucking terrible. You wonder why, and what I didn't love is that USC's response to it was like,
yeah,
well, we're not going to tell it. We didn't love it. We didn't apologize. I would fucking make sure that they know that's not fucking okay. I'm not saying cut them. I'm not saying fine them, but I'm saying they get a fucking reaming. They fucking know that's not fucking okay. Dude, you wonder why no man in MMA that we like, barely any, when the statistics say there has to be a lot more, are openly gay. The only openly gay one is Jeff Molina, and that's because he got fucking outed. And what happens? People give him fucking shit all the time. I see it in the comments. I see it on the internet. He gets fucking reamed all the time.
Okay,
so any fucking gay guy at a gym is fucking terrified that he can't come out of the closet because what if other people are going to think of him, and which is fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. There was fucking terrified closeted gay kids at MMA gyms watching that UFC fight and like, fuck, I can't fucking ever come out because that's what they think of us. That's what they think of us. Fuck Manel Kape. Fuck the other guy, Radke. Fucking be better.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, but I gotta give Cape credit. He, like you saw at the press conference, he stood up to Izzy, and I don't think he's scared to fight Izzy. I'm not saying he would win. I'm just saying I don't think he's scared.
Not saying anything about that. I'm saying why? That's such a hateful word. It's so degrading to that group of people, and a group of people where we're supposed to be embracing at this time in the world, especially sports. Sports should be, hey, you can be whatever you want in this sport, and that's okay, right? Because it's been like that on the women's side for years, but it hasn't been like that on the men's side. And statistically, there has to be a lot more. And the only guy we know about is Jeff Molina, but that's only because he got outed. So this is saying to those guys, you better fucking stay in the closet, or people obviously are gonna have a problem with you because they use words like this and they say things like this, and it pisses me off. There's a lot of other words you can say to be pissed off about at a gym. All right, there's a lot of other fucking degrading words. That's that one. If you say that like that in this situation, that honestly means to me you have hate in your heart. I believe you do. Somewhere.
This is exactly why Dana doesn't want Strickland to be champ, because they know he has no filter and he'll say whatever he wants.
My thing about what you just said, I'm going to bring up one person in our lives that we both love and adore has a joke about that word. Sean Boyd. He has a joke about that word and then other words where it's like, I'm not like this guy, I'm more like just you know that.
Right. I know the bit you're talking about. All right.
Yeah.
But in this situation, he was saying it to be hurtful. He was saying it to be hurtful to them.
But I don't look at that
word. And saying that if you're this, you're a lesser human being. That's what he was saying, and that's why he called him that. So
I'll bring up Brendan Schaub's thing because I kind of agree because you're getting way too overword about a word. Brendan Schaub has
this one's not okay. This one's not all right. I'm fucking pissed about it, dude.
This is that word, and also, by the way, that mentality that you just said about I'm not gonna be able to. That should be beaten out of their heads verbally by their parents. And if you're scared to do that, you're in a shitty fucking home and you need to leave that fucking situation.
Dude.
You
fucking no, dude.
We coddle those kids now. Like, you can't come out because maybe your parents are going to be sad about all that. No. Fucking don't worry about if you like dick, you like dick. Who gives a shit anymore?
We're also not saying what I'm saying. We're saying two different things.
What am I looking up?
The Brendan Schaub comment about Tim.
No, it says Tim's likes balls. Listen, I've admitted many times that I'm not a man enough. I'm not man enough to suck a dick. I'm not man enough. There's manlier men in the world than me.
Goddamn right.
And Ray's one of them. I've said this to our friend Bob LeClaire many times. Like, I don't know how you do it, man. I'm not man enough. I'm not man enough to suck a dick.
But
and apparently Manel Kape is also not man enough. So go ahead and be a pussy somewhere else.
When you talk about
I'm a pussy, that's fine.
I'm talking about in them MMA gyms where you're like, oh, this is what they think of us.
That's what people are
not.
That's what they're gonna think.
It's not. I guarantee you, it's an insult. But it's
overall,
not,
it shouldn't be. Overall, it shouldn't be. But if you're on the edge and you're like, there are people in this sport who are still using that word in public.
Well, you need to do some introspection at that point if that's where you are in your life. Like, go to therapy, talk to somebody.
As a kid, also, we can't really say much as straight as we weren't those kids growing up.
No,
so
absolutely not.
So we really don't know. But what I'm saying is I could just imagine that it doesn't help. It's just a fucking hateful word, man. I'm not saying I'm not saying cut them. I'm just saying make sure they know that's not fucking okay.
I'm
also it makes the company look fucking awful too, and it makes every MMA fighter look bad.
That I will agree with. It's because that's not a professional word to use. Like that's something you use with your friends. Like
listen, if they were in any other fucking sport, they'd be fucked.
Oh, I bet you it gets thrown around a lot in football. Like the
but if they
guys,
did it in a press
know how much
conference,
editing they have to do.
They did it in a live press conference. They'd be suspended At minimum 2 games. At
No.
minimum.
No,
Probably more.
In the NFL?
Probably
Oh
more.
my God, they would be banned for life at this
Yeah,
point.
probably. Gonna say this. Yeah, I mean, look, Tom
They would be
Brenneman, he's
banned.
done. Tom Brenneman's done.
Yeah.
So any other ones? I'm just saying, man.
Well, I remember Rajon Rondo said it to a referee who just so happened to be gay, and he got suspended. So it happens.
Yeah.
You know what? I would do, honestly. Number one, I would have reprimanded him publicly. I'm gonna make sure that like no, that's not fucking okay. And now would I suspend him? I don't know. But I probably wouldn't answer his calls for a few months. You know, maybe that Cara France fight goes to somebody else. He'll get a fight. You know, but he might have to wait a little longer than he thought. Shadow ban. I would shadow ban him. What I'm trying to say, a little bit. Just give him, just ignore him for a little bit. Now that they're pissed, and when they get the message, then get him another fight.
It's really too bad that there's any type of controversy because that was a great fight, and Manel Kape, I think
that's true. But it's his own fucking fault.
Sure.
People are not even talking about his fight.
Who cares at this
care.
point?
I care,
Like,
man.
it's
It pissed me off.
over.
It pissed me off.
No, okay. I would. You know what happened when I fucking was like? Because actually, here's the thing. I watched the fight on replay. Like, you know, the where they actually like cut out the entrances and all that kind of stuff, and they cut it out of the video. As soon as he started to get on mic, it cut to Tuivasa and Volkov, which we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not on ESPN anymore. I didn't check, but I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure they cut it out. Yeah.
Well, no, I checked it because immediately, what's your brain gonna do when all of a sudden you see an interview get cut short before anything, and you're like, he was about to go off. Like, something was going to happen. I immediately went to the full play of the fucking pay-per-view, and I found it. And when I did, I was rubbing Shauna's back while we were watching that shit. Well, you should see me on stage. But...
What was the funniest thing you've said in a long time?
And I'm rubbing her back, just kind of like, just being boyfriendly and shit like that. And I went from rubbing her back to full on like claws dug into her fucking back. I didn't hurt her, but it was enough pressure where I'm like, holy fuck, what did he just say?
Don't use Shauna as a stress ball, you monster.
Well, whatever bedtime uses I have with her are mine and hers to know alone. Okay? But no, I had to look up what happened because I couldn't find it online. Like, it was gone, like, into the ether. Everything was out. UFC on their website kept, like, cutting out the like swears that he was doing, like fucking shit. And I'm just like, I gotta find a clean version of this. And boy, howdy, did I not? Because like, I thought he was gonna use like the Q word or something. I thought it was gonna be something like that. But to throw the hard capital F, it was like, god damn, son. He started a sentence with that. Like,
it's one thing if just one guy did it, but the fact that 2 guys did it on the same card makes you think, like, dude, I mean, the UFC be like, did we like have to fucking talk? Do we have to fucking talk to these people?
Locker room talk. It's locker room talk, everybody.
Yeah, but not on a fucking live microphone. Like
Why
I said,
not?
if it happens in any other sport, and I don't remember it happening anytime recently, if it does, they're fucked. So,
well, at least it was on
not okay.
At least it was on the pay-per-view segment and not on like big ESPN, you know?
Well,
behind a
the first
paywall.
one wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Must have been a delay, but they have a delay too.
Yeah, they
Like,
have a
that's the
delay.
thing. They
Yeah,
have like an audio
probably.
delay.
Yeah, I'm assuming that didn't go out on fucking Disney.
No.
Apple's trying to buy Disney. Apparently, that's the rumor.
Enough with the core.
Eventually, everybody's gonna own like one person. Musk is gonna own everything. That's fine.
I would love to be Elon Musk's property. At least I'd probably get verified at that point.
Maybe. I
From a
really
hard
do.
enough
The one
worker.
thing I thought it was cool that he did with his money is that he bought Gene Wilder's house.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gene Wilder, like built a goofy like Gene Wilder house to his personality, and he bought it. I think he sold it, but he sold it with the stipulation that you can't fuck with it, or something like
Good.
that.
Did you guys know that y'all seen the movie Trading Places, right?
Yes,
Oh God, yeah.
of course.
Did you
Classic.
know that that was originally supposed to be Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor instead of Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd?
Were they busy doing 8 other movies together?
Yes.
Probably so.
So I
To be
said
honest-
when Rain Pryor, Richard Pryor's daughter, who's a comedian, and she looks just like him, really. When she was at the Funny Stop, they had Bill Baranki feature for her, and I said that it's because Bill looks the most like Gene Wilder. He's the guy that could find looks the most like Gene Wilder. Anyway,
I actually, to be honest, I think that would have been a better movie with them in it. Because Gene Wilder playing Winston would have actually been pretty good.
I love Dan Aykroyd.
I do too.
I just watched.
Don't get me wrong.
I just watched Dragnet. Dragnet is funny because like his character in Friday in Dragnet is obviously autistic. Like they don't say it, but you're like okay, so this is Tom Hanks and his autistic cop friend.
Yeah.
Because he's. I mean, like I'm not saying it as like a joke. I'm just saying like that character, if he was diagnosed just by watching that movie, you'd be like, this man has some sort of autism. Obviously high functioning, but I'm not saying it as a dig. I'm just saying this is an autistic cop and Tom Hanks, and it's such a weird movie. But I don't know. Watchable. But Trading Places, dude, is one of the greatest comedies of all time. It's on the list, man, for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the fuck.
That's another one, man. Like, don't ever try to remake that because they'll fuck it up.
Trading Places.
Dude, I'm sure there's been multiple
There's
scripts.
no
written.
way that movie. Well, actually, I think it would get an Oscar. To be honest with you, because it would be a white
get a
guy.
drama?
Yes.
You might be. The thing is, you might be right, man. They make
Some
it a drama.
Illuminati fucking like shit's like
man.
we need to switch a white man and make him poor. To how much are we gonna bet?
Dude, who?
A
Now,
dollar.
here we go. Let's cast that one. This is gonna
Kevin
be
Hart.
I was gonna say it's probably gonna be Kevin Hart. Unfortunately, it would
Kevin
almost
Hart.
guarantee it would be Kevin Hart. But who plays the white guy? That could be almost anybody. But
Elon Musk.
my first thought was same as yours, Paul. Cast to be Kevin Hart. They have to be the first one they went to.
I'm so done with him.
Well, I
Me too,
heard
but I
that
guarantee that's the first person they'd go to if they were remaking Trading Places.
I actually heard that they were planning on remaking Beverly Hills Cop and casting him as Axel Foley. Yeah, Hollywood's running out of ideas, bro. It's
I
like
know. Well, that's been apparent for decades now, dude.
Till the AI takes over.
Strike busting.
Oh, you know what?
Strike busting.
I think John might be right. They're gonna do it with women. They're gonna redo Trading Places, but it's gonna be Melissa McCarthy and
Fuck off. Don't
Tiffany
even.
Haddish and Melissa McCarthy.
What would be the toy though? What would be the toy of now? Like, because he uses
Well-
the GI Joe with the kung fu grip, and you're like,
yeah, but also if they were gonna do it all women, who would play Jamie Lee Curtis's part? Like, who would that? What would that?
oh, it would be George Clooney.
it'd be-
You
no,
could not put.
what?
It would be George
He's too
Clooney.
old. No,
Oh,
Channing
no.
Tatum is a man hooker. Channing Tatum is a man hooker.
Oh. I hate you, Tim. Stop booking this. Stop booking this because they're gonna listen to this now.
I know. Dude. It's Tiffany
And give
Haddish
you no
and
credit.
Melissa McCarthy, and then Channing Tatum's gonna be.
Actually, you know what we do?
No, I shouldn't be
Give the
saying these
idea
things
to
out loud.
Lynch.
It's a writer's strike. They might be taking these ideas right now.
Give it to Lynch, and he'll take it in, and we get writer's credit for it.
I have to write the script, dude. I'm gonna get a hold of Tim Wolf and ask him if he wants to write a Trading Places reboot with me as women. No, but
Can I play John Jim Belushi's character, the monkey?
the thing is, now think, dude. Trading Places reboot with Kevin Hart. There has to be people who have been trying to pitch that. I guarantee it.
Probably.
And I'm just thinking, like, who the white guy could be almost anybody. There's a million people the white guy could be. Adam Devine. I don't know. It could be
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Zac Efron. It could be anybody.
Zac Efron wouldn't be a bad choice. He's gotten funnier. He's kind of leaned into his acting chops a lot, and I respect
I think
him.
it'd be better
for
with
a lot of
someone
the
like
shit he's done.
like more like a nerdy looking white boy.
Michael Cera.
Maybe
Michael.
I'd watch that.
How's it going, Billy Ray?
Lewis
Lewis is who I'm thinking that was his name in the movie.
Who would play Mortimer and Randolph?
Jeff Bridges and Tommy Lee Jones. I don't know. That's the first two old guys I could think of.
I was thinking like we go deep and we just do Liam Neeson and somebody.
That'd be great.
Is Christopher Lloyd still alive?
Who?
Liam Neeson and Christopher Lloyd could play the Dukes.
That'd be fun.
And you have to. There's one scene I want.
Usual bet.
There's one thing I want though, is the choking scene. Just that choking scene where he's going, "It was the Dukes. It was the Dukes." We have to keep that in there, but it's more violent, and we have to throw a couple punches if it's a drama.
And Jamie Lee Curtis's character is played by Anna Diarras.
No, that's Channing Tatum.
Oh, did
Not
you
if
see
not if it's dudes.
Oh, if
I
it's
was
dudes.
speaking of her, did you see that Marilyn Monroe biopic?
I didn't watch it. It weirded me out.
I saw
Her in
bits
it.
and pieces.
Like I'm not against it. It's just like, dude, she like in every movie she is in, her accent's so heavy. I'm like, how? And she's not a white woman. It was weird. It was a weird casting. I know people were into it. Like you can do the reverse, right? You can't have a white person play a Hispanic person. That's okay. We're overcorrecting. I have no problem with it. But it was just
Bro.
weird.
Well, I'm just saying, I had no idea about Marilyn Monroe's life. Like she was abused like all her life, like like from a childhood to
no, for sure. No, there's a reason why she fucking churned the pills and shit. Yeah.
By the way, Shauna, we're getting back to her.
Is,
if you're talking
is
about Marilyn.
Arthur Miller? Does somebody play Arthur Miller in that movie? Sorry, Ray.
Oh no, yeah.
I don't know which part of her life that is, but Arthur Miller, the playwright that she was married to at one point, I think before DiMaggio.
That was her first husband, because she was married like 4 or 5 times, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of them was Arthur Miller, one was DiMaggio. I don't know about the other ones, but I was just wondering. I don't know. Our friend Sean Lynch, who's been on the show, had Arthur Miller as a professor once.
That's awesome.
Yeah, him and 2 other students. It was a class. He taught 3 people, and they had to like put a writing sample in, and he picked 3 people to be in his class. It's fucking crazy, man.
Shauna, by the way, is a mad ass Marilyn Monroe fan. Like mad, bro. She has an entire room dedicated to that woman.
What specifically? Like her acting chops? Like what? Like what?
Oh no, just her as a person. She follows.
Like what? What is it though? What is it that she loves about her so much? I'm not saying she shouldn't.
Story, how she died young. Like she loves the life of Marilyn Monroe. She follows Marilyn Monroe collectors, and like her goal in life. My goal in life was to see a fight in Vegas. That was always one of the big things. I'd always wanted to see any kind of combat sport in Vegas.
No, Ray. No, the number one goal for all 3 of us is to go down to Georgia and go on a hunting trip with our guy John Rocker. That is
true. Well, no, that's if we get 100,000 subs. So share, and subscribe.
Plus, we found out that John Rocker is now working in Georgia as a hunting and fishing guide. So now right away, I'm like, dude, we need to go on a fucking hunting or fishing trip with fucking John Rocker. I'm
gonna let you guys go on that trip.
No, you coming?
Well, no, because Pulse might not come back.
That's
that
true.
might be the
Maybe
casualty.
leave him in the ocean. Yeah.
But I was gonna ask, have y'all seen this chick from TikTok who she actually lives in Marilyn Monroe's house, and she modeled her whole life after her? Have y'all seen her?
That's insane. I'd rather not.
You sure?
No,
no, it's fine. Go ahead, show us. It's fine.
It's crazy.
Pull that up.
Okay.
I've seen photos of the inside of her house. Sean has shown me documentaries on Marilyn. Like, what was the one movie we watched with Clark Gable? It was really good, actually. It had one of the bad guys from Good, the Bad, the Ugly in it too.
I don't know.
It was towards the end of her life. I remember Shauna telling me that. But no, Shauna hated, by the way, that last biopic. Despised it. Oh, she fucking ripped that bitch in front of me, and I'm like,
I've heard that like a lot about people who like there's a biopic about someone they're like super into. Well, every Penn State fan that I know was super pissed about the Joe Paterno pick on HBO with Paterno or Pacino.
Yeah, I know that one you're talking about.
They were pretty pissed.
But no, yeah, dude, you want to talk about fucking? She just goes off the fucking deep end with that shit, dude.
Was she pissed that they cast her?
It was also yes. Sorry, I'm answering her. Hold on. I can't say that on air. But no, yeah, she didn't like it at all because it kind of made her look like more of a whore than she actually was, kind of thing. But the one with the fuck, I can't remember. There was this blonde girl that played her once. It was the chick.
Oh, Michelle Williams.
Yeah, that one's actually pretty good.
I saw that
like
one.
That one.
I saw that one. Yeah, that one was decent.
I
like Michelle Williams.
Yeah, it was good biopic.
Anytime I see Michelle Williams in something, I'm like, fuck yeah, Michelle Williams, fuck yeah, she's great.
What was I gonna say? But no, yeah, Shauna will tell me if there's inaccuracy. She is.
All right.
Whew.
So I kind of wanted to be like a hardcore, like big budget blockbuster Lucille Ball biopic because I want to go with all the gays and have them tell me why it's awful or good.
Was it called Blonde on Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll read you this text. This is from a Maryland fan. I don't know the most recent one outside of Blonde on Netflix, which was bullshit. Like,
that's funny. But it wasn't the casting that pissed her off.
Next time I do a podcast at Shauna's, like if we do something with a live stream or something like that, I will broadcast from the Maryland room. It's called the Maryland room. This woman is obsessed, and I love her. Don't get me wrong. Adrian Brody was Arthur Miller in Blonde on Netflix.
Okay, all right, I'll take that. Sure. I was years ago. I was with this girl, and I was at her apartment, and her bedroom had like a bunch of Marilyn Monroe pictures up there, and it was kind of strange because I didn't think like it fit her personality. Like I thought that was like her being it. Like it seemed like she'd be the kind of girl to be really into Marilyn Monroe. I asked her about it. And she's like, "Oh, those were here when I moved in." She's like, "Those aren't mine." I'm like, "Oh, all right, that makes sense."
That's funny.
What'd you say, Paul?
And I just got about 90% of it was
the
a
footage you're
lie.
about to see is real
what Shauna
evidence
is
of
saying.
ghost activity inside Marilyn Monroe's home. It was captured on one of my TikTok lives, and we have no explanation for it.
What does it say?
She's saying it's haunted.
Oh,
Yeah, she bought her house. She bought her house, and she lives there now.
Yeah, Shauna's big goal in life is to see this place, like from the outside, like be there.
The footage you're about to see is real evidence of ghost activity inside Marilyn.
This girl, what's her name? Jasmine Criswell?
Jasmine.
Imagine that sounds like something Ray would do. Ray would just like buy an old dead wrestler's old house and then like dress up as the wrestler every day.
I would have that costume for the house, of course. You get high one day.
Every time you have people over, you're just wearing the Razor Ramon shit or whatever.
Blonde mustache and like an NWO or a Hollywood fucking do-rag. Yeah, I would do that. What are you gonna say, Pulse?
No, I was just gonna say, like, her famous scene from that movie, The 7-Year Itch, where she's standing on the thing and the dress blows up.
Yeah.
Apparently, she didn't want to do that. She even got abused into doing that. So it's like,
Well, yeah.
I just feel bad for her.
It was the film industry in the 50s. I mean,
Yeah.
Hollywood
all
on
the stories,
Netflix.
she was treated fucking terribly.
Hollywood on Netflix is a John 209. Marilyn Monroe pussy was mids.
Well, listen, the guy we were talking about before, our good friend Sean Lynch wrote a play called The Wildfire Dogs. That recently was, I don't know if it's been on PBS. I think it has. They recorded a live performance of the play for PBS recently. But it's based on if Arthur Miller and Joe DiMaggio met in a bar after they both left Marilyn Monroe, and they're kind of talking about it and shit. So that's, I think that's basically
if
what
it's
about.
recorded, I want to play that for Shauna and see like.
Yeah, I think it was on PBS. I think they recorded it for PBS. I don't know if it's played on PBS yet. I know they definitely recorded it.
I'll pay money for that, for like a digital copy of that. Like, I'll give $100 for it. Let's go,
dude. I really want to see his new movie that he's playing in LA right now.
Grom's, he was at Grom. I saw his thing outside of Grom's Chinese Theater. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I miss Sean.
I
haven't seen Sean. I haven't seen Sean.
He said he'd come back on, but he's like, he said, I'm gonna do a hard half an hour out. I'm like, all right, that's fine. We like an hour, but if you half an hour, take whatever you can give us, buddy. I don't care.
Is it me? I hope it's not me.
No, it's just, I don't know. That is a lot of time. You know?
It is.
Although we will say this, we got some names. We got a bunch of yeses from the fights on Saturday for people to be on the show.
Yes.
Some fighters, a couple of amateur fighters that are Drew Schottenheimer's friends. Drew is really cool. Drew's been on the show a couple times. And Drew,
By the way, congratulations to what was the kid's name? I can't remember the name. Why can't I remember the name of the kid that won the 155 title?
I can't remember.
He's one of Drew's guys.
Yeah, they had some wins, and his one guy I talked to is one of their other title holders.
Dude, no, that fight was fucking wild.
So I thought it was done twice. I thought they stopped it when the bell rang.
They did.
He was like one punch away, and then the second round was happening. And I'm like, what happened?
Well, actually, Chad Trukovich, who was the referee for that fight, we're gonna have him on. He's actually been. If you go back and watch UFC Columbus from last year, we're gonna have Chad Trukovich on the show.
Kara France Askarov, dude, he had that fight. Yeah, he didn't have to do a whole lot, but I mean that's such a big fight, you know.
Huge.
And that's not the biggest fight he's ever done. Actually, the biggest fight he ever did was Kyle Massis versus Tim Danko. That was the biggest.
I forgot to ask you guys: who won? Did Andrew Law win, or did the Let Me Bang
the Let Me Bang guy won?
How?
Guillotine in the first round.
Oh.
And on paper, it sounds worse than it is because Andrew was winning that round. Andrew was looking good, dude. He was looking good, and he just landed a nice big takedown, slammed him hard, and it had his fucking chin up a little bit, enjoying his fucking. And I'm like, no way, he has it.
He didn't turn the head into the body. He didn't turn the head into the body.
Dude, I was watching
Wrestling Basic, and it cost him. He got caught by Julian Lane.
It's been so long since he fought, you know, and he just made a super silly mistake. I'll call that a ring rust mistake. He won't, but I will.
I wanted to fight again. He looks great.
He'll fight in December, but I don't think he's going to because Hunter Watt's going to fight in December.
I was going to ask, how close to y'all were y'all to the cage? Like
me, dude. Okay, dude. My buddy got us cage side seats, dude. I was probably, I'm not exaggerating. When the choke happened, if I stood up and fell forward, my head would have hit the cage.
Yeah, he was very close to the cage.
I was right there. Dude, I could almost reach out and touch them for where I was sitting because there was the judge, and then I was right behind the judge. So, and the corner, and his corner, which was in Andrew's fight, it was in Brogan's fight. Their corner guys were right there, so we were like basically looking over the shoulder of the corner. That is so worth it. I think it costs like $40 more for that seat, but it's 100% worth it. It was so fucking cool to see fights that close.
Would you have been able to like?
Hit on them? Yes.
Would you? No, I'm wondering. Like, would you have been able to have like secure press credentials and interview fighters and stuff like that?
Well, we could have, but like, they have their own podcast, and they were doing a lot of that. And you know, say that. Like, I have nothing against those guys, but I see a couple different podcasts did interviews, and they're like all the same, you know. And when Drew Schottenheimer was telling his guys to come on our show, and when I talked to Jake Digman, who's been on our show, he's like, "Dude, your show's fun." He's like, you guys are fun. You're like every other podcast, and, you know, they ask the same shit, but you guys are fun. And that's what, I told Drew, that's all I care about, man. It's like when you come on the show and you're like, I didn't hate that. That was fun. Not like this was boring like everything else. I'm like, that's the last thing I want to be, right? So, yeah, we'll get some of those questions, especially if we don't know a guy at all. But like these amateurs, we're going to probably ask them some of like, how did you get into it? That kind of stuff. But we'll also ask them fucking what they ate today and, you know, whatever, shit like that or whatever. Get to know him as a person, you know.
By the way,
it meant a lot to me for Drew's telling me that he had a lot of fun. And same thing with Jake Digman. Go ahead, Ray.
I'll address that in a second, but a correction to what Paul said. A TikToker does not own the house. The person who bought it for $8.5 million is unknown. It is an LLC that owns Marilyn Monroe's house. And I believe Shauna over anybody, anytime, anywhere, any place.
It's probably an actress that doesn't want to tell people.
Probably.
Or some Hollywood person.
No, but to address what you just said, that's what we want on this show.
100%.
Like, we want to have fun. We want to make sure that we don't want it to be a show where, you know, fighters like, I'm just going to get like, where'd you train? All that kind of stuff. It starts off that way.
Right.
We like to like go off
amateur
on the
guys,
path.
yeah. And with the amateur guys, and we don't know somebody, it's 100%. But like the last Andrew Lowe like interview, I don't know, what did we talk? I don't know, because we already did that shit with Andrew years ago, right? So
yeah.
And I didn't realize when I watched
Andrew,
it back,
so I wanted to get to know him that way.
Right. I did watch it back, and I did pull a Ray Hyclef, and I did talk too much. But the thing is, I usually don't other interviews. I did that one because I was talking to my friend. You know,
I was about to say, I just let you guys talk because it's two friends going at
that's
it.
What
that's what
that was. That was two friends talking, and I haven't talked in a while. That was more than
I interjected when I felt comfortable.
Right.
That's
that was more than two friends fucking catching up than an interview.
Yeah.
And a couple people told me they watched it and they enjoyed it, so that's cool. I appreciate that a lot. And somebody bought me a beer over it, and I appreciate that. And
I'd love to have him on, by the way, because his story is amazing.
He'd come on. Fuck it.
I want him to come on because of just the backstory of like being an addict and how jiu-jitsu helped him fucking.
And running. He did super marathons for a while, too.
Still. I mean, to be able to have that life and be able to do that, that's inspirational as fuck, man.
Casey, you're going to win the lottery? Me too, man. We're all going to win.
Put a dono in if you do.
Millie, nice Millie. Actually, you know what? No, if you win $300 million in the lottery, I'd expect $1,500.
I would dole out some cash to people. I would give people money
anonymously. Like that's one of the worst. We were talking about that last time. One of the worst things about the lottery is would be like Danko won the lottery. Ray's like, he's gonna give me a fucking handout or what? I was like, am I gonna get? And he would. He would. It probably wouldn't be the amount he wanted, but it would be a nice.
Believe it or not,
chunk.
I would probably take us all to Houston, and
that's more of a
Pulse
thing
would
too.
live on the fucking compound with the rest of us,
right?
And it probably in the best house, by the way, because I don't want to look racist. But
a little bit of crack house in Houston. Have a
I'd buy the Summit at that point. I'd kick Joel Osteen out.
Dude, I'm buying the Fellowship of the Woodlands, dude. You ever been there, Pauls?
No,
that's fucking huge. Yeah, dude. I was there one time when I looked. The Fellowship of the Woodlands is huge.
You certainly would have to have money to live in the Woodlands. That place is not cheap.
My uncle's house. I mean, he's had it almost 20 years, but it doubled in value since he bought it. And it's he's not moving, but it's just the house itself.
I was going to ask, when you were down here, did you ever visit NASA?
Yeah, I did. We did. Yeah. Well, not when I was living there, but when my family went down to visit, we visited NASA. Yeah.
I'm too young to remember any kind of maybe field trip or something that was taken. Like that was like first grade when I moved. When I spent a half a year of first grade, and then we moved in the wintertime. Like right before first grade, right after first grade started in where I live now. So,
It's great, man. It's like they do tours there, and you can actually see mission control, like where they.
Yeah, we didn't do the tour. We screwed up, so I didn't really see much because we didn't know we had to like sign up for the tour. And by the time we figured out there was a tour, we were there a minute, so like we didn't get to see much. That was our fault. We screwed up, but yeah, I don't remember much of NASA because of that. But I'd like to go back. Oh, the fight's Saturday. I was going to say, congratulations to Julian Lane. I have nothing but respect for that man. I did, before and now. Andrew, he fucked up, man. He was looking good too. That's what sucks. I just hope he keeps fighting a lot because at this point in his career, I think he just wants to have fucking fun fights that are fun for everybody to watch, And I hope he has more. I really would like him to fight in that December 16th card, which is gonna. They're doing a. Pulse, you don't know this place, but the Canton Civic Center is a venue that it's like a 3,500 seat venue, and that this one was in a bingo hall, and they sold 1,000 tickets. It was crammed, but because like it has a low ceiling, it got fucking loud in there, and it was fucking cool when it got real loud because it was loud as fuck.
It was the acoustics were fantastic. I like the fact that they had the fights on monitors throughout the venue too. Yeah. So like, you go to the food stand, you can watch what's
2 thumbs
happening.
Up for Cage Thunder. 2 thumbs up. They did a great job for that kind of show. Great. Awesome. I had a blast. It was tons of fun. We had a problem with our tickets at first, but they helped us out. What happened? Because so there's the inner circle, right? They barricaded off, right? And that's where our seats were. We were in a row that had that's where our seats were. So we went in there, hey, your name will be on the seats. We go in there and we walk around. We do a lap, and you don't want to do that when the fight's going on because you're so close. You're like waiting between rounds. So we did that, and we couldn't find it. We're like, what the hell's going on? We asked security, and he's like, yeah, it should be in there. So we went back and asked one of the people who worked for Cage Thunder, and they had to like pull up their chart on the internet or their phone or whatever. iPad, and then they're like, "Oh, it's right." That somebody was just sitting in our seats. That's why we couldn't find them. So,
dude, it was
hilarious
watching you. Like me and Shauna, we were so Pulse. Like where
it was embarrassing. It was weird.
We had general admission seats. Me and Shauna. Shout out to Andrew Law for hooking me up for a second one. I was gonna pay. Tim got all mad at me for no reason whatsoever.
Not mad. I'm just saying. Well, not. Oh no. Listen.
You wanted to backhand me. You were mad. Shut up.
I was mad, dude. I was mad.
Pulse.
You did it. I was mad.
Well, no. I asked a
after you explained
question.
it was fine.
No, yeah.
It was fine.
Pulse. Andrew Law hooked me up with a ticket to
I thought it was
Cage
worse
Thunder.
than it was originally.
Yeah. No. I had altruistic intention on this. It wasn't like shitty. But like I met Andrew sent me the QR code to get into the venue, do everything we got to do, and because of my legal obligations that I can't drive right now, I have to get rides to places, and Shauna was going to be my ride down there. So I asked Andrew if I could pay still at the door for like general admission, which was like $35, wasn't that much.
Tickets were still available at that time.
Yeah, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know if it had sold out or that kind of thing.
It did later that day, but.
And Andrew gave me out of the kindness of his heart an extra ticket to the show, and I still want to pay him $35 for it. Tim's like, he's probably not going to take it, which
he wouldn't want it. All we'll do is next time he fights, we'll fucking get on the shorts. Rogan and Hunter will fucking do that for them too.
Yes.
I told Drew Schottenheimer that, and he's like, "Did you pay him for that?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. I mean, probably less than you should have because friends." But he's like, "You should have." I'm like, "Yeah, man. I wasn't gonna ask him to do it for free."
No, God, no.
Yeah, no.
And I
asked him, I'm like, "How much?" And he gave me a number, and it was more than reasonable. So we did it, and it was cool to see him. Looking fight shorts and it was great.
I saw that. I think Ray posted it on Facebook. It's a little publicity for the show. That's great.
It was just cool to see him. This is when he was fighting with those. Man, he looked fucking good.
He looked amazing.
That's what fucking sucked. I wish he would have just stood with him because he was being really patient on the feet because he was waiting for takedowns. He wasn't doing anything.
The funny thing about that was, like, me and Shauna went from the lip that we were on, like, we were on a rail because we were general admission. So we were able to, like, we had a nice elevated, like, above everybody, which I got to talk about two fights, actually. One was an obnoxious bitch, and the other one, guy got fucked. And I'm not saying that because he's a Rev guy, because he got fucked. We moved down to the floor. That's actually how I got this Julian Lane t-shirt. Was they threw them out and I caught it. Like, they literally just threw it in my direction.
What size is that? Extra large?
XL, yeah.
That's usually what the free t-shirts are usually XLs.
Yes, they are.
That's usually what they do, yeah.
And I put it on before the show and did like a fit test with it. It fucking fits for this. This is actually a really good t-shirt.
Hey, just because I don't fit in it doesn't mean I don't want the t-shirt. Like, somebody gave me a weird look when I asked for my free t-shirt at the Rubber Ducks game when they were giving out free shirts to everyone who went in there. And I'm like, somebody's going to wear it. Give me the shirt. I give it to my mom.
What is the Rubber Ducks? That a hockey?
No, that's double A.
Double A baseball. Yeah. Okay. But no, Andrew looked phenomenal. Like, that was
the worst part about it. Is that
when we moved down to and he cursed himself. Shouldn't have used loser.
Dude, he used it for his whole. He used it for his whole winning streak. But once it lost, I'm like, you got to retire it. That's what I said. And he didn't. That's what I told him on this show, and he didn't. And then it was. I
sent him
song.
Gala, Free from Desire. Because it would have been awesome where it's like, Andrew's on fire. Your defense is terrified. Like, it would have been amazing to have that. But no, he had to use loser.
Well,
love you, Andrew.
Brogan Enders walkout song to everybody, and he always does, and he'll never fix it, and that's the best. Now it's the best.
No,
Burn Down the House, dude. That was great to hear. Burn Down the House.
Oh boy, I love Brogan.
You know what? Brogan looked good until he didn't too. It was another one. Like, I'm like, he's looking good. Then he gets caught. He got caught with a big right from a Miles Robinson.
I was excited.
Who was a fucking monster. I want Andrew to fight Miles Robinson. That's what I want.
All right.
They're looking for somebody for Miles for December. I want Andrew to fight Miles. I don't think he's going to because I know
he got choked out. It's not like he really got hit. Like, he didn't take that many big shots.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's because Hunter's first fight, he like wants to corner his guys. I understand that, but I really want him to fucking fight in December. But I don't think he will.
Yeah.
I had so much fun at that fight. Again, hats off to Cage Thunder.
December.
That December, I'm like, it's going to be different, probably maybe more expensive, but like,
whatever tickets you get, I'll give you some money. I'll give you money for a ticket.
I
do want to go.
Because that's a big deal for them, and like I'm rooting for that promotion. That was such a good card that it was so much fun. And
great fucking presentation.
For such a fucking tiny venue. And what was great is I've been to the fights, and it's been a while since I've been in that place, but I've been to multiple fights there, and this is the first time they got extra porta potties, which was a big deal because it has a small bathroom, and then outside in the smoking area they put like 4 or 5 extra porta potties, and that was a big deal. Because this times I went there and there's a giant line to the bathroom and there's only like 2 toilets and it's a fucking pain in the ass. But they got extra porta potties. Genius idea. Saved convenience wise is amazing. Like it was that's just little things though. You know, just the little things. No, and same thing with the monitors. And the only alcohol they had were beers, but they were $5 for a 16, right? That wasn't bad for a fight. That's actually a pretty good deal for a fight.
I did love
Auto Stage Boss. We're gonna get to that. By the way, We're gonna get to the NFL.
Yeah, you guys can do that, and I'm probably gonna make some food and sober up a little bit because I have 2 fucking Jack and Dews, and I'm kind of tipsy, so I want to.
Wait, hold on. Did you say Jack and you put Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew?
Yeah, sugar-free Mountain Dew. What?
How does that taste?
That has to be awful.
Really? No, Mountain Dew was originally supposed to be a sour anyway. Like that's how it was, why it was created. So,
all right.
Most people.
oh no, it's proper 12 and Dew. It's not Jack and Dew.
Okay.
Where is the bottle?
I was going to say most people mix Jack Daniels with Coca-Cola, straight up Coke.
That's what
I love Jack and Coke. You can taste the
Jack
DUI
Coke's
in every
amazing.
sip.
Yeah, that's a joke of a hack comic I know.
Hey, Pulse just fucking laughed at it, so
I'm
it has
kid-
multiple appeal.
I'm
Jag off.
Kidding.
Have y'all had the
At Ray High Clack on YouTube.
Have you had
Check
the
out my-
Jack Daniels with the Coke already in it? The hard Coke?
No, I don't trust that, man. I'd rather spend more money and just fucking do
No.
it myself.
Tim, we should do a whole show with a 4-pack of those.
Supposed to be drinking on this show, Ray. I had to sneak this alcohol in the house.
Oh, fuck that. I'm not supposed to. I shouldn't be drinking after being fucking arrested, but I'm still fucking drinking now,
You're
aren't I?
You're on probation, so you're fine.
Thank Christ.
No, because I went to the Browns game Sunday.
Did you? My
And-
mom went too.
It's been so long since I went. Those games are fucking insane.
Live football fucking sucks.
Dude, it was so fun. That
Live
stadium was
football is
shaking.
garbage.
Browns fans are fucking insane people.
So they did
Yeah,
win.
'cause-
Dude, they won 20. They kicked the shit out of Cincinnati. It's 24-3.
I'm gonna go
Look,
order.
Burrow,
I'm gonna go get food. You guys.
I'm gonna go get a drink
enjoy.
too. Hold on, let me get a drink. Then I'll come back and finish it. But I was telling you,
Okay.
Well, that's great because both of our teams started off the season
back.
with the
dude,
win.
the Cowboy. Well, not
They-
Rays, which is hilarious. But
They
but
beat
playing
the
the Browns.
shit out of the Giants, man.
Dude, what's the score? 40-0 or some shit?
40-0. Yeah.
That's bad. But I'll come back and talk more about it. But no, Joe Burrows threw for 86 yards. I've never seen the defense play that good. It was amazing. It was so fucking fun. It was, and we had terrible fucking.
Fuck
seats.
live sports. No.
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 Live sports are my favorite thing to. Well, live events. Period. I'm going to a concert tomorrow. Those are my favorite things to do. Period.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Nice.
I have something to say about that too because I bought an upgrade. I was very confused by it.
Ooh.
Well,
So-
it was for the balcony. I'm like, you know what? The first 2 bands are up. I'd rather sit in a seat. So, but the upgrade was more than the ticket. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Paid the upgrade, $45 upgrade. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. But then I was reading, and what it is you buy the upgrade, but they put it on a bar tab. So I had to spend $45 in booze, but that's not going to be difficult.
That's the greatest. This is in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
We have the greatest concert venue on planet Earth. This Pittsburgh.
That's such
Holy
a fucking. That's so cool. I mean, I don't
That's
know
a
if it's the whole
baller
thing,
move.
but I never heard about that before. I was reading. I'm like, is that what it is? It was weird because
That's a
they were
baller
very
move.
adamant on the site. They're like, you have to get a GA ticket. This isn't your ticket. You have to get GA ticket, then this. And I had a ticket already, but I'm like, why is the upgrade like $8 more than the ticket? I'm like, that's weird.
I have a question.
I found that out, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Anyway,
How did Deshaun Watson look?
Okay.
Go get drink and
Okay. Yeah, I'll get a drink and we'll talk about it.
Poetic.
Okay.
The Steelers had a bye week on Sunday. I don't know what happened.
It looks like it.
The schedule for some reason was the Steelers have a bye. I don't know why, but they just had a bye. I didn't watch the game, to be honest. I kept up with the score, and San Francisco beat our fucking asses, I guess. Ugh.
Oh, you're a Steelers fan?
Yeah, fair weather. I'm not a big football guy. Like, I'll watch it if it's on.
Okay.
But like, hockey's my main sport. Like when I went to Payback, I was in a hockey arena, so I felt really comfortable. The Steelers' Troy Polamalu is the greatest defensive player of all time. Thank you, John. And I'm going to address John's thing about live sports boring as fuck. No, sir. Go to you live in Michigan now. Go. I know this sounds like a fucking really bad idea, but go to Detroit and go to an NHL hockey game. You'll have fun. It's a good time.
I actually want to I've been trying to get into hockey recently. I was watching, you know the
Hockey's
YouTube channel?
fucking awesome, John. Sorry.
You know the YouTube channel Watch Mojo?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were doing a top 10 list of the top 10 hockey players of all time.
Yeah.
And, there was some debate in the comments section about their list. And, I don't have enough knowledge to really chime in, but I'm just wondering your thoughts. So obviously they had Gretzky number 1.
Yeah.
But there were some guys that were left off of that list. And
was Mario Lemieux on that fucking list?
He was number 4. I think
4?
Yeah.
4?
And that's crazy you say that because they say that he's done more for the city of Pittsburgh than any one player has done for any city that they play in. They say because I think he apparently owns part of the team now.
He used to be the hundo owner. Like he saved that franchise from moving. Like there was a fear in the mid 90s that they were going to close the Penguins completely down and fucking move them to somewhere else.
So would it be fair to say he's bigger in that city than even Terry Bradshaw? Or
we have a saying in our house, Pulse. I'll give you this when it comes to Mario in our house. You know how some people Italians will have like the Pope on their fucking mantle of their fireplace and all that shit? Yeah. We had Mario. Mario Lemieux was on the mantle of our house at all times. Like he was God in our house, and I guarantee you 100% of the city of Pittsburgh have one painting of Mario Lemieux on their fucking wall. If they don't, they suck.
Okay, so he's bigger than Roethlisberger and all those guys.
I would say if we're gonna go in the pantheon, probably Terry Bradshaw would be one in a lot more houses than Mario, just because Pittsburgh's a sports city. Right. It's not just a football town. I mean, it's a big, massive football town. Don't get me wrong. Football would probably be number 1 in that city, but like the Pens always there's a waiting list for season tickets. Like it's got a massive hockey following. College basketball and college football draw big, but football and hockey are the 2 big sports in Pittsburgh. Baseball, not even on the fucking radar anymore. As a Pirates fan, I know this. But no, yeah, like I would say Terry Bradshaw would there's more legend of Terry Bradshaw than there is. Well, Mario. Grown men were reduced to tears the day the Penguins won the Stanley Cup in 1991. How do I know this? My mother told a story of my father in June of 1991 on our water bed, so you can tell what kind of household we are, was crying because Mario finally delivered my father a Stanley Cup as a Penguins fan.
That's what I heard. He got 4 of them, right? Is that
as total? He's got 4.
Okay,
2 as a player, 2 as an owner.
Well, so in the comment sections, they were mad because what's the guy's name? I think it's his last name was Hull, 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 Bobby Hull or.
No, Bobby Orr.
Bobby Orr. No, he was on the list. He was number 2.
Okay.
Brett Hull.
Brett Hull, yeah.
Bobby Hull.
Bobby
Hull.
Was that his father?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he did not make the list, and neither did a goalie named Brodeur. Martin Brodeur.
those are New Jersey fans. Don't worry about them. They think they're better than they actually are. That franchise, the New Jersey Devils, the only reason people really know the New Jersey Devils is because of Seinfeld. That's the only reason people.
They won some cups.
They did, but they haven't been relevant in the league for fucking at least a decade now. They haven't really been
I like their logo though. I like their jerseys, but
I'm not hating on the New Jersey Devils as a franchise. They're fantastic. They've done but they haven't really done anything.
Well, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say I should look up this list, but I know the number 10 guy was what's the bald guy? He used to play for the Rangers. He was real tall.
Messier.
He was number 10. Number 9 was the guy Jaromir Jagr, I believe his name is.
Shouldn't be on the list. He's a fucking asshole and a traitor.
Jaeger.
Oh, what?
He probably left for more money, I guess.
Fuck him.
But despite how you feel about him, is he a top 10 talent of all time?
Stats-wise, yeah, I think he'd be in the conversation, but I wouldn't put him in my top 10. No.
Ray lets his heart dictate things. He thinks Lemieux's better than Gretzky.
Well, no,
only Pittsburgh fans think that. So,
well, have you been paying attention, or did you watch any of it? We're talking about Watch Mojo, which is a popular YouTube channel.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Yes.
They have a top 10 NHL players of all time, and Pulse is asking me if my opinion on the list.
Well, so it's funny you mention it because the guy Crosby, he also made the list, and people were skeptical that he should be on it because he's still in his prime still, or
prime. He's in the back end, isn't he?
Well, yeah,
he's still in the league, right?
Yeah.
And they're saying he's already top 10. All time.
goal scoring, assists. He's won 2 Stanley Cups.
He'll be a Hall of Famer. They'll look back and be like, that guy's a hell of a
3 Stanley
player.
Cups. He's won 3. So, they have 5 Stanley Cups. I forgot about that. It was 09, 16, and 17. We went back-to-back in 16 and 17.
And then there was some controversy because Alex Ovechkin didn't make the list.
Because he's not that good.
He's fucking great, dude. Are you kidding me?
He's not
the greatest of all time. He's the GOAT.
No.
I've heard that. I'm not the biggest hockey guy, but in the comment section, people were so mad. They were like, "Where's O? How is he not top 10?"
I'll explain why Alexander Ovechkin is not the greatest player, is not one of the best players of all time, and why Sidney Crosby is. It's like Jordan. Jordan made everybody around him better, which allowed the team to go to the championships, win the championships at the times they did, score the goals in clutch moments, and get everything going. If you look at Alex Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals outside of that fluke fucking win that they got because Tom Wilson decided to fucking be a dirty cheap shot artist, and they didn't call a fucking a roughing penalty or fucking any kind of other penalty on that fucking hit he had. It's like 08 too. We got fucked in 08 by the Caps as well, and that was Ovechkin going knee to knee with Sergei Gonchar. Fuck that day too. But here's the thing: Ovechkin never made his players great, his teammates better. They always would choke in the first round. They would never really get out of it, and it took till I think 2020 or 2019 was when they won the Stanley Cup.
But I heard that he was he perennially gets 100 goals a season, or in his prime, he's the greatest scorer.
He's fucking great. Ray's just a Pittsburgh fan, so he's thinking with his heart.
Individually, he may be in a conversation of something. But, to put him in there, Mario made his players better. Mario and Jagr both, in the 91 and 92 seasons, were the reasons the Penguins won the Stanley Cup, because they were so good. They elevated the game of everybody else on the team. Same thing with Sid and Evgeny Malkin.
I was watching. They said this Jagr guy, he played till he was 46.
He's still playing.
Jeez, he started playing. They said he started 88, 89.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's great, dude. I love guys who are as long as there's a lead that will let me play, I'll fucking play.
Yeah,
You don't
and
have to
he's a
pay me. I just
name.
want to fucking play.
And he's
Bill
Swiss,
Lee's
right?
the
Isn't he from Switzerland?
No, Czech Republic. He plays
Okay.
last I heard he was playing in like a Czech league. Out
Dude,
there.
they'll let him play till he dies. You kidding me? He's a legend
yeah.
over there, I'm sure.
That's a draw, bro. Like
Yeah.
that's
If
I
I
was-
just have one more question. Can you explain what is a power play? I think I have an idea. It's
I
something-
know what that is. Let me try.
okay.
Okay, it's like a mismatch, right? It's like
Yeah. When you, how many guys are on the ice? It's when 5. So it's when you have a penalty, you lose a guy, and you lose it for usually 2 minutes, and then you're 5 on 4 for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn it! I wish I could find a shortened version of it. But one of my favorite scenes. Have you ever seen the movie Slapshot, Pulse?
No.
Okay, you're gonna have to watch that movie now.
Okay.
Oh,
it's
you
a-
haven't seen Slapshot? Oh, dude, it's one of the
I've seen-
the best
I've
sports
seen,
movies of all
I've seen
time.
the Mighty Ducks, if that counts for anything.
We talk about the best sports movies of all time on this show about every 4th episode, but it's probably for me it's definitely in my
Slapshot's
top.
my favorite sports movie of all
Yeah,
time.
and it's in my top 5. Like it's definitely great.
Wait, ahead of Major League?
Yeah,
Him, but he's more of a hockey guy. Major League's my number 1. Bull Durham's my number 2. Field of Dreams is my number 3. Slapshot's probably 4.
Bro, I'm not even from Cleveland. Like Major League is arguably the
It's
greatest.
so good.
I mean, you just like anytime it's on TV, I will watch it all the way
it's
through.
a close second to Slapshot.
There's so many
is
reasons
Major
why the
League.
movie is
I
so
will
good.
say that. Like it's almost like the 2016 election. Like Slapshot wins because I voted for it. You know, like it's right there. It's perfect. It's a fucking
Right. That's
great
why I don't
hockey
give you.
film.
That's why I don't give you crap for it, because I understand why you put it about it. But for me-
It's so well written, though. It's way
so is
better.
Major
written.
League was written by an Oscar-winning writer.
Bro, Major
I'm
League.
not comparing the two; they're both great.
I was
Script
gonna,
is way better.
I'm currently on eBay. I think I'm still bidding on it. They got what's the name? Vaughn. They got what's the actor's name?
Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, no. Who am I talking about?
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen. Yeah,
played Vaughn. Yeah.
yeah. They got his jersey, a replica jersey. I thought about bidding on it, man, because I love that movie so much.
Those look cool, right?
In the description, it says comes with authentic AIDS sweat.
I had a great Jake Taylor bobblehead that my cat broke. That's fucking sucks. I
I
love that bobblehead. It
know.
was such a good bobblehead. I have just pieces of it over there.
Oh.
But I also thought I would get into Joe Boo, but I feel like there's a lot of responsibility to have a Joe Boo, because then you have to like make sure it has rum all the time. Like, you know, it's a lot of
Don't be that
responsibility.
guy. That'd be like me buying like a Reg Dunlap jersey, like that I got off a website. Like,
Dude,
no.
I absolutely wish I had another Jake Taylor bobblehead. I really wish I did.
Oh, so do I.
They have,
so you
and they
can
have
display it.
Funko Pops, whatever they're called. They have Jake Taylor ones of those. I might get one of those eventually. Listen, I now have a spot for bobbleheads. I'm a collector now, kind of a little bit very soft collector. Want some more bobbleheads?
I'm glad I
Little
got to
Funko Pops,
really
little more
start off
swag.
your collecting by giving you a rare one.
You get me a great one. I love it.
Have you ever thought about? I don't know if you're trying to get rid of your collection, but you ever thought about selling your stuff?
Yeah, not my bobbleheads, but all my other stuff. Yeah, because I need money, but none of it's worth anything. I've had my Steelers mini helmet on Facebook Marketplace for months. $25, which is what it cost back then, and it's never been out. I've had it almost 20 years. It's never been out of the box. Never, not once.
I don't know if you guys can see this. This is one of my most prized possessions. Can y'all?
Yeah,
I
bring
see
it over a
an
little
Astros
bit more.
card of some sort. Who is that? Who is that? Nolan Ryan? Who's that? Who is it?
Nolan Ryan.
Oh, it's Nolan Ryan.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
And then
My
Is it
dad
autographed?
used to
It's not
be
autographed.
his bug guy back in the 80s. That's awesome. That's
Yes.
What?
How-
You have an OJ?
Yeah, man.
that's got to be worth something.
Dude, I know where you can get that autographed.
Our Uber driver
The
told
Uber
us.
driver told us. Hey, you know, if I went to Vegas, I would. If I had that card, I probably would make it part of my trip. Try to see if I could find OJ.
And then
Well, I've heard that because of the controversy. I've heard that his stuff doesn't go for as much anymore.
No,
Yeah.
probably not. My
Should make it
coolest thing is
more.
I have a Jim Brown framed poster that's signed. They're prints, but they did a limited run. There's 3,200 of them, but he signed all of them, and I have one. It's just in my bedroom. It's not even like I wish I had a good place for it, But now I look online. I could maybe get $200 for it,
It's not bad.
No, and the thing is, I need the money, so maybe I might. But the thing is, I like it. I also have a Jim Brown mini helmet that's right here.
It's an Ohio State signed one though, isn't it?
No, he didn't go to Ohio State. He went to Syracuse.
Oh no, which one do you have that's Ohio State that's signed?
I don't have an Ohio State signed one.
Oh, I thought it was on the Ohio State one that you got it signed by Jim Brown.
No, I have a Browns one signed by Jim Brown.
Nice.
But I mean, I'd like 50. I'd take $50 for it because I have another Browns mini helmet. So
Well, here,
someone give me
50
$50 for it.
50.
Someone give me
Somebody
$50 for it.
Now that he's gone, it's got to be worth more than that, right?
You would assume they did a real nice tribute at the Browns game for him. They did they had a string orchestra a bit to play some music, and then some guy did. I guess you would call it beat poetry. I don't know what you would call it, like spoken word kind of tribute. As a guy did this live painting of Jim Brown that was pretty fucking cool. But it was a nice tribute, and they showed like some his highlights on the big screen when he was talking, and some scenes from a movie. None from Running Man, which made me bummed, but
Want a light?
But the Browns. This is the first Browns game I've been to since high school, and I watch them all on TV, but I haven't been to one in forever. Man, I forgot how fucking awesome it is, especially when they win. Number one, that's the best defensive performance they've had in maybe 27 years. Now Ray's leaving. That's fine. 27 years. They held Joe Burrow to 86 yards passing. They were fucking glue. The best receiving core in football. The Bengals have probably.
It's crazy
because on them like fucking glue. They couldn't do shit.
Like I see, they scored 3 points, right? So it's like
and that was on a pass interference call that was iffy. That's why they got those 3 points. Other than that, they didn't sniff the end zone.
Do you know how crazy that is? Some people had Cincinnati as a trendy pick to win the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying. Listen, this is a crazy Browns thing to say, but I'm like, Super Bowl, dude, fucking go to the Super Bowl. But the defense with Jim Schwartz, dude, I'm really excited to see what they do Monday night against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's going to come in pissed off because they got their asses kicked Sunday. Monday night, I'm really excited for that game. Watson didn't play great, but he didn't play terrible. He threw a terrible pick, but apparently it was tipped at the line. I didn't realize that at the time. He had a nice rushing touchdown that he checked. It was on him. He checked out of it. They had it was where were they? They were in the red zone, and it was end of the half. They just used their last time out, and there's 26 seconds left. And he checked out of their pass to a draw with 26 seconds left and no timeouts, and he scored on it. That was sweet. And then they had they were up 16-3, and then the Bengals went for it on 4th and 4 at their own 25, and Garrett got a sack, and it was the place. Oh, I think this was shaking. It was Browns fans are fucking insane. I love it. Also, but sometimes the super drunk ones get pissed when you're not on their level.
Oh yeah.
Like if they go up to you and go woo, woo back, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck, man?" Because people have been drinking since 8 a.m.
Is that what they call the doghouse? Is that Cleveland?
Dog pound, yeah. The one ends they call the dog pound. But the whole fucking stadium's like that, dude. Really, it's just we were high up, dude. I mean, luckily because it was like steady, soft rain. I have to give it like a 4 out of 10 raining as far as how hard it was raining. But it was constant. But we were high enough that we were under the roof, so we got lucky. But dude, it was fucking. I climbed so many damn stairs that I'm like, dude, I'm not going down. I stayed up there the whole game. I did not leave my seat till we left.
Yeah, no, that's the way to start off a season. Like I said,
so good. Everybody was pumped. And like I said, Browns fans are fucking insane. We talked about it before. Cleveland is a Browns town. People are, Browns fans are just fucking. I mean, I forgot how much fun those games were. It was such a fucking blast. I would like to go to more.
Do you think they're turning the page, or is this just I mean, I'm sure
I'm cautiously optimistic, but dude, if their defense plays anything like that the rest of the year, they're gonna be fucking hard to stop. Like, dude, their offensive line had no fucking shot. It was, yeah, and the receivers, dude, I saw so good. Jim Schwartz, dude, he got those guys ready to go. You see the thing with Myles Garrett, like dribbling him between his legs, just fucking around, and then getting a sack. Like he was just fucking playing, man. He was having a great time. And Nick Chubb played great. The biggest problem is that we lost Jack Conklin probably for the year. That's our right tackle. The right tackle we have DeWard Jones from Ohio State, who, listen, every offensive lineman in the NFL is a giant human being, but DeWard Jones looks like the biggest giant among giants. He is 6'8", 375. He is a monster. Even on the field, I'm like, dude, he is so fucking huge. He didn't play great. He's going to have to play better, man. I think we're going to have an offensive tackle problem. Our guards are great. We have a good center. Tackle's got to step up. But I think Watson will be better. There was a guy outside of the stadium selling T-shirts that say, on the front said, Big Dick Watson. And on the back said, bitch, give me a massage.
He'll never live that down, man. That's crazy.
I wouldn't buy one of those, but the people were buying them off that guy. So, man, good for him. Entrepreneur.
Well, I just didn't figure out, because I saw also the first game of the season, the Lions beat KC. So I'm wondering, is Detroit on the come up or is KC falling off?
It's one game, dude. It's the NFL. You know the NFL is, man. Like, you gotta, I'm pretty optimistic because of how good the defense played, but that doesn't mean I think we're gonna play like that every game. I mean, Pittsburgh played terrible. We played great, and I'm still not thinking we're gonna crush Pittsburgh. I mean, we'll be favored probably by a little bit, but and I'm optimistic, but I'm not gonna be like, dude, we're gonna fucking crush them.
Oh, that's who y'all got. That's who y'all got week 2.
Yeah, on Monday night. Mm-hmm.
Is that a home game?
No, it's in Pittsburgh.
Oh,
so, dude, I'm sure that's gonna be a fucking madhouse too, dude. Fucking yeah, man. I want to definitely gonna try to get up to another game now, just because how fucking fun that one was, and man, and plus, dude. And I go to tons of baseball games, but it's even the playoff game I went to last year. It's not like that. And the playoff game was nuts. We won walk off. It was crazy, but it's not like a Browns game. Browns games are fucking insane. We fucking love the Browns here, and it was great to have. Number one is the first game of the season, but the fact that we got a win against one of our rivals and we played so well, it was awesome. Everything about it was awesome. Watson played, like I said, iffy, but overall, I'm not worried about it.
When you say iffy, what did he throw? A couple picks or what?
He threw one pick, but I think it was tipped, and he had a touchdown pass, but the touchdown pass was a short. Like a 1-yard touchdown pass, but he's had some bad balls. But then he would have a couple of drives that he had some good balls. So, and it was raining, and there was some wind. I think early on there was an underthrown ball that he had a guy open and he underthrew him, and I think he'll be okay. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about him at all. I just more care about how he leads the team, really, because the team's MO is going to be run the ball, play good defense. Watson make the throws when he needs to make the throws. Don't fuck up. But mostly going to be, an AFC North team. That's mostly what the AFC North has done basically the entire time the AFC North has been a thing. Run the ball. Don't fuck up on offense. Play good defense. That's, kind of like the 2000 Ravens. But I think Watson will do more than that. But his main thing is going to be not to fuck up and lead the offense. But Nick Chubb is still our number one weapon, and he will be all the time. So. Yeah. And he looked great. Dude, there's no one in the NFL I'd rather have than him. I mean, there's other good running, Taylor and the guy Johnson from Tennessee, but I'd rather have Nick Chubb than anybody. The guy could fucking squat a Ford Fiesta. Almost literally. You see his videos, they're insane how much he squat. He is a machine, and he's so hard to fucking tackle, and he's the man. At least he didn't sexually assault anyone on Sunday. Apparently he didn't. So
who is that punt returner y'all had a few years back?
Cribbs, dude. He's living in Cleveland. He's on Cleveland TV. He's like a local legend now. He's just like I think he still has a show on one of the local news, like in the morning. He has like a show with his wife. Him and his wife do a show together. They do like a half an hour show on local TV. And just talk about cooking and I don't know what they do. I don't know. It's like It's like The View, but it's like him and his wife.
I remember in his prime, he was like equivalent to Devin Hester. Like he was
one of the greatest returners of all time. He's on the list. I mean, he's on the list. Guys, you just don't kick the ball to. Josh Cribbs was on the short list of the Hall of Fame induction at one point. He wasn't going to be in, but he was like on that first list. They send out that has like a bunch of punters on it. And like special teams guys, and he was on that list, but he's not going to make it. But if they decided, hey, kick returning is a part of the game, we need to put some kick returners in here.
Do special teams guys generally make all of it? Like, what was his actual position? Wasn't he a receiver?
He was a receiver, yeah. In college, he was a quarterback. He went to Kent State, which is also in Northeast Ohio, right? That's an hour from where I live. So he's the Northeast Ohio guy, which also where Julian Edelman was a quarterback at Kent State too.
Well, considering how fast he was, why didn't they ever just line him up in the slot? Like why not?
They did. They did.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Ribs? Yeah, they tried all kinds of ways to get in the ball.
Okay, because I remember I think it was Percy.
Yeah, he was a receiver, and he wasn't a great one, but he was a great returner.
Well, he couldn't catch, or
I don't know. What's all the things that make a good receiver? I don't know. Route running, and I don't know, all those things.
He had speed for days. I remember that.
He definitely had that, man, and he was great. He was such a weapon. I don't know how many touchdowns he had as a returner, but he had a lot.
I'm trying to think, like, throughout the history of the league, how many guys that were punt returners that were even eligible for Hall of Fame?
What do you mean eligible?
Or like that had numbers that would
Hester.
Yeah,
Hester and Cribbs, dude. I can't think of another one.
I remember Kansas City had a guy back in the day.
Yeah, who's that? Was it
Dante something?
I can't remember. That wasn't Stallworth, was it?
Yeah, I think there might have been. I just remember through 16 games, he had like a punt return or kick return for a touchdown in damn near every one of them. And it was like they said if he keeps this up, he can make a case for that place. But it's rare though, because if you like a returner will have one great season and then follow that with like a sort of mundane season, but they never had
because they stopped kicking to him.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, here we got a list. Okay, no, hold on. Okay, most feared returners of all time. Got a list here. It's one of those one page at a time list. Fuck that. I'm trying to read a list right now. Bleacher Report. Come on, give me a list. Okay.
I'll go
through it. Terrence McGee, Alan Rossum, Tim Brown. Tim Brown was a returner. Herschel Walker was a returner. Deion Sanders was a good one. Dante Hall.
That's it. Dante Hall.
Okay.
Do you remember Ted Ginn?
Yeah, dude, he was a Buckeye, of course. And he's from Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a Glenville Tarbloodder. His dad's still the coach there.
I remember that game, the Ohio State game where they were in the national championship game. The first play from scrimmage, he returned it for a touchdown.
Right, and then after that, they get the shit.
That's all they did.
Ollie Matson, Abe Woodson, Mel Gray, number 6, Desmond Howard, number 5, Devin Hester.
Yeah.
Number 4, Gale Sayers. Yeah. Number 3, Brian Mitchell. Number 2, Rick Upchurch. Well, then that means number 1 has to be Joshua Cribbs, number 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? You think he's made a case for that place or what?
The best ever?
Oh,
a Hall of Fame? Only if they decide they want to put a kick returner in, because as a specialist, which I think they should put more kickers and punters in. They should put the best of the best kickers and punters in.
I agree.
Vinatieri will get in. He will get in.
He better get in.
But Shane Lecter should also get it. Is that his name? Yeah, he like the best of the best. If you were the best at your position, no matter what your position is for that long, then you.
What about Sebastian Janikowski?
If they put kickers in at the rate they put in quarterbacks, then he would absolutely be in. But they're like, we're putting Vinatieri, and he's like the only kicker we can put in for like 2 decades or something like that.
Bro,
right? Like
Vinatieri on his leg alone won Super Bowls. Yeah. At least one. He won a Super. Like,
yeah.
The one that was in Houston, because that's such a difficult job because it all comes down to your foot that can win a game.
He was clutch forever till he was like 40. He was gray and still being clutch. Like and he has the record for he's the all-time scorer in the NFL, right? So he should absolutely he'll be a first ballot Hall of Fame. He better be. If not, then he's being silly, man. Like there's no way on it. It's a position, it's an important position, and he was possibly the best at it. So there's no way that he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. And he should be in first ballot. Don't fuck around with it. He deserves to be in. Put him in.
I mean, if Vinatieri doesn't make it, then no kicker can make it then, like in my opinion.
No, I don't disagree with you. And there's not many. I forget how many are in. Not many. Adam Vinatieri.
The Colts had a good one. Vanderjack, but like Peyton Manning didn't like him.
Oh, I remember him. Vinatieri will be eligible in 2025. The only two kickers in are Gary Anderson and Jan Strevrud. Remember Gary Anderson?
Yeah.
That other guy, I don't know. But I know Ray Guy, the punter's in, but like, yeah, they make it hard. But if any kicker ever got in, Vinatieri has to get in, and they shouldn't fucking pussyfoot around it. He deserves to be in. Put him in first ballot. Okay, don't.
You know who I was wondering? What about Mike Allstott? You remember him?
I don't think he had an entire career. We remember him to have. We just remember the highlights, right? We remember how great he was as a highlight reel, but I don't think he actually had the career to like say he was a Hall of Famer. But he had moments. He had moments where he was unstoppable. And he had that big neck roll, which I wish they'd bring back, and he just went forward.
Well, the fullback position seems to be like dying out. Like
a lot of teams don't use a true fullback, and a lot of teams don't run a fullback. So
yeah, like some teams will have two running backs, but no fullback nowadays, and it's crazy.
Right. I mean, if honest, actually, because the offense they ran, Jim Brown was a fullback, but this was back when they ran fullbacks. They don't really anymore. Not many teams. The Browns don't even really use one anymore. And I do like that though. I do like a lead blocker, fullback, but a lot of teams will use an H-back or something like that. Yeah. But there's guys. My uncle told me a story about he met Sam Gash. Remember Sam Gash? He was
that's familiar. What do I know?
Fullback for years with the Ravens, and I forget for who before. I want to say the Bills. I'm not sure though. But like, guy can barely walk. And like, fullback, especially old school fullback, was such a fucking awful position.
The same thing happened to Earl Campbell. It's painful to see him move nowadays. They would run him so much. They like first down, second down, third down. They would just run him into the ground, and it's like it takes a toll on these guys' bodies. So
I give love to anyone who plays football at any level, because football's so fun to watch at any level, but it's such a fucking sacrifice at any level. Even fucking peewee, that's the worst time to get hit in the fucking head. And I did, and I wish I didn't, right? Like, it's the first time to get concussions in your life is when you're fucking 11 years old, right?
Yeah,
that fucks you up for life. It's not good, and I wish that didn't happen to me. But it did. But anyone who plays football, I feel like that's a sacrifice you gave us for entertainment, and I thank you for it. Like, if I had a kid, I'd have a hard time putting them in football. I really would. There's so many other sports, football would be rough. But I love, and every time I watch football, I think, man, this is gonna possibly fuck up their lives. But I'm happy they're doing it because it's amazing to watch.
You remember the linebacker Zach Thomas?
Yeah, for the Dolphins. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, right? Yeah.
No Hall of Fame?
I think so.
Is he? Okay. So. What about Romanowski?
I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame. Nobody liked him.
Yeah, no, nobody.
He's a badass.
That's another Watch Mojo.
And also, he's been super open about juicing and stuff. And although he's not the only one, but he's been
that was another Watch Mojo list of the guys, the most hated guys in the NFL, and he came in number 1.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Romanowski was one, I think.
Jason Sehorn on that list.
I remember him for the Giants. Yeah,
people didn't like him because he was like a white defensive back who was like a pretty boy, and like no one liked that.
Well, you rarely see that nowadays. Cornerback DBs that are just saying. Right? Yeah,
I couldn't name you the last. I mean, Sehorn was a safety. I could not name you the last Caucasian cornerback. And for a while, there wasn't any white running backs that were any good either until McCaffrey. Peyton Hillis. Peyton Hillis was the first one. I was going to say Peyton Hillis was the first one to run for 1,000 yards since Craig James.
And it was like he made the cover of Madden. I remember that.
Yeah, that was a big deal. And he was not supposed to be a star. Like we didn't think he barely made the team. And all of a sudden we needed him to run the ball. He was fucking awesome.
On this list of most hated, it was Romanowski 1 and Ndamukong Suh 2.
You hear the stories about that guy? That guy still is gnarly.
Yeah.
Who's he with now? Is he still playing?
I believe he's with LA. I believe he's with the Rams.
Right.
And then number 3 was a very hated guy, Richie Incognito. You remember him?
Yeah. Isn't that the guy? Man, he used some language too, right? He got in trouble for saying shit.
Yeah.
That's another one. Yeah, that guy had other problems, I believe, as well. Like that guy had, yeah.
But I just remember watching this list, and then I was like, where the hell is Aaron Hernandez? Because nobody liked that guy.
They don't want to. Dude, did you watch the Untold about Florida, the Swamp Kings?
No.
They barely mentioned his existence. It was a fucking puff piece, dude. 3 episodes, fucking puffy. They did not. They glossed over the trouble they got into. Glossed over it. Like it was just. It was just a puff piece, man. It was not. It was. I watched the whole thing, but I'm like, fuck, dude, give us the Untold, right? Like they give us Untold, such a great series, and that was just a flop, dude. To me, at least.
That guy is like
Untold for sure.
That guy is like, I don't even know what to say about him, man. It's because, you're talking about he had all the potential in the world and he was killing people. And it's like
CTE is a real motherfucker. That's all I can say. There
was a
real. And they say he's one of the worst they ever saw. There was
a point in time when he was like arguably neck and neck with Gronk. Like they rated him that high.
He was that good.
Yeah, and I just remember Tim Tebow said, like, he came out years later and he's like, back in Florida, he had a reputation, and I was like, I nobody on the team really liked that guy, and I see why now.
They didn't mention shit. They mentioned a little bit, some guys getting in trouble, and then they'd be like, but you know who didn't get in trouble? Tim Tebow. And they just talk about how great Tim Tebow was, which, I mean, listen, I'm not anti-Tim Tebow at any stretch of imagination.
Tim Tebow was a real-life Boy Scout, so that does not surprise me.
Right. He was the choir boy, he was, and in college, he was amazing, right? And you see all the speeches he gave and stuff. You're like, dude, this is fucking perfect. This is what every program wishes they'd have. This is the all-American white boy quarterback. That is the number one example of that. There's never been a better example than Tim Tebow.
Well, as a pro, he wasn't that bad. I don't know.
I don't think they gave him enough chances, honestly, in my opinion. I remember when he beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs. I didn't think he was that bad. It was just like they just gave up on him pretty quickly. I'm not in that sport. They obviously saw something. They thought he couldn't do it.
like you mentioned, I vividly remember that game. He threw it past to Demaryius Thomas.
Yeah.
One going away. And I was like, holy shit, Tim Tebow, he might be something after all. Then I think it was the next year they got Peyton Manning. So
yeah. Then he went to New England and didn't do anything. And they tried to use him in different spots. And then he played minor league baseball for a while.
Yeah.
I thought for sure he got injured, which is why he never came out. I thought for sure he'd be up at one point.
A few years back, like whenever Jacksonville hired Urban Meyer, I heard that they were trying to bring him back as like a tight end or something.
They did. They brought him to camp, and I think if it was just on Urban, he probably would have let him make the team. I said, no, that's his boy, and I get it, but I'm I'm a Ohio State fan, so I'm pro Urban Meyer. But even Urban Meyer in that documentary, you're like, this fucking guy, man. I do feel bad for him because that's the guy who's like put his health at risk for coaching multiple times.
Yeah.
And the worst thing that ever happened to him is him attempting to go to the NFL. It obviously was not for him.
Yeah.
It went terribly, which people do also forget Nick Saban tried the NFL too, and it also went terribly. Like,
Yeah, what's up with that? Is it like do they only?
It's just a different. It's a
college
different
players
everything, man.
respond to them, or they just can't get pro players to respond to them that well, or what?
Maybe.
Like Nick
Maybe.
Saban is like the greatest college coach of all time, but he just didn't work in the NFL.
Yeah, maybe, and it happens in basketball too. Calipari, same thing. He was a coach of the Nets for a minute. They were terrible, and then he went back to he got hired from the Nets from UMass. Then he went to Memphis. Then he went to Kentucky, and he's legendary. He's making so much money as a college coach. It's two different things, I think if you're a great coach, great college coach, you just think in your head, you're like, what if? So you think, I don't blame him for trying it. I'm like, let's give it a go. They want me. They're offering me a job. Let's give it a go. But
I have a theory on it. I think, college players are more coachable because in a sense they're still kids. Whereas once you get to the pros, those guys are making millions of dollars.
Right. They're millionaires. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. And you're like still at that point, you're molding young men. It's a whole different thing. Actually, one of my favorite college coaches is, what is his name?
In what sport?
Football. Minnesota. He's a Minnesota head coach. PJ something, right? PJ. I don't know. You just watch videos and you're like, dude, that guy is like such a great player, like modern players coach. He's like, he like hugs his guy, telling everybody he loves them and shit. And
I remember, what was the guy at Kansas State? Snyder?
Yeah. He was there forever.
Yeah, he was a good one. Paterno was good. I hated the way it turned out.
PJ Fleck, that's his name, PJ Fleck. But yeah, no, Joe Pa. Dude, Joe Pa was he was like, I usually like saying this, but he was a god in that area, central Pennsylvania, where State College is. He was the man.
Well,
and it took what it took for them to, and NCAA gave him his wins back. One thing I'll say about that is he clearly didn't do enough. But when you look back, like the first thing he did when he heard about it is he took it to his superiors.
Well, this is my only question. Towards the end of his career, right? Like, how much control did he really have? Because
at the end, no,
he was like 100 years old, man.
He was still the boss, but was there a lot of delegating? Yes.
But was he like actually picking the plays that they would run, or was he more of like?
He had an OC.
Yeah,
but no, like any head coach, they are the delegator, right? They are the head honcho, but they have OC DCs to call the plays. Most teams, and I guess he was still the boss. They all responded to him, but yeah, he did a lot of delegating and probably even a lot more at the end. But he was still the guy. So
yeah,
he did a lot more than everyone expected.
Like, how much could he really do? Like, was he even
friends? A lot more than you think.
Was he friends with Sandusky, or was he like? Did he even like really know the guy?
Well, he was on a staff for years.
Okay.
So.
Well, I don't blame him for that though. Because it's like just because Sandusky was a pervert doesn't mean Joe Paterno's job. Friend
of my family, my uncle's friend, played for Penn State on Jerry Sandusky's defense. And they said that it was always a joke because you always see the kids around. They always joke like, "Oh, his boyfriends" or whatever like that. I don't think they knew what was going on, but it was always like an inside joke.
Wow.
Yeah, because they were always around, right? And they thought he was doing a good thing, but then it's so fucking evil. That's one of those things that is so evil that it just drips down to everyone around you. Like, why didn't you stab him in the heart when you first met him? It's like that. It's like, why did you can't forget who the actual evil was. Number one evil was that guy.
His cover 2 was amazing, Tim. All right. He had a great cover 2 defense. He was fucking great. I
think Paterno obviously probably could have done more, but then he say his legacy is completely tarnished. You forget everything he did because he didn't stab the guy in the heart. He didn't make sure the police can't. In hindsight, yeah, but I mean, he did report it. He did report it. He didn't do enough. 100% didn't do enough.
Like, what exactly?
Great coach. Sorry, go ahead. What?
I was gonna ask, like, what should Joe Paterno have done, like, instead? What should he have fired him?
I guess they wanted him to go straight to the cops, and if they didn't do anything, go to more cops, and make sure. Like, I don't know.
I mean, he's arguably,
Be right
because
back.
I feel like it tarnishes his legacy. He's arguably the greatest college football. He's up there with like Bobby Bowden and
Yeah, he has the most wins. Yeah, they took him away for a minute, but they gave him back. But he has the most wins. He did so, like, he donated so much money, like, to that school, and after a while he stopped taking a salary, and like he lived in a modest house, like, on campus. Like, he was the man, and he did the amount of good he did, not just on football, but for it sounds corny, but I'm going to say this phrase: molding young men to be better people, and what he gave back to that university. That university was shit. They didn't give a shit about that until he built a crappy program into a national powerhouse. He did that.
yeah.
And that no one gave a shit about that school. He made that school so much money. So, and I guess I get it's such a bad thing him not doing enough, but it's like one thing compared to all this good,
It's crazy though. Penn State has kind of fallen off since then. They're no longer a power.
They're top 25.
Are they?
Yeah, they're good, man.
No.
Good. They've been good for a while. It was actually what was crazy is that they took away their scholarships, and the fact that they were able to get back to decent. And James Franklin's a big part of that. They're a good team. Penn State is bad.
What about Notre Dame?
Ohio State, Notre Dame in 2 weeks.
Because every few years they'll have a great squad, but then they sort of fall off.
Ohio State, Notre Dame in 2 weeks, man. That's all I can say. And Ohio State got to get it together a little bit. They didn't play great in the first 2 weeks. They played an inferior team in Youngstown State. They play Western Kentucky, who's another inferior team, but they throw the ball around a lot. They're a big spread team. So we're going to see what the defensive backs can do. But then I hope they're ready to go to South Bend, man. That's going to be a huge deal.
Oh, but you know who's really fallen off? The Miami Hurricanes. They were like a real power when I was a kid.
Dude, they've gone like this because they had a couple years where they were decent again, and they kind of, they've done this. But no, I know you're talking about those 2000, 2001 Ken Dorsey teams, the Butch Davis teams, and the guy before Butch Davis. What was his name? But those teams, they were fucking unstoppable.
In my opinion, that's the greatest.
No, Butch Davis first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's the greatest national championship game I've ever seen. That Ohio State versus Miami. When you look at the amount of talent on both sides,
and that game was insane. Last play of that game, was it? Well, yeah, it was fourth, and they had to score because it was overtime, right? And off the edge, they blitzed C. Grant. Ohio State blitzed linebacker C. Grant. He pushed Dorsey, which any other play would have been a sack, but he had to get rid of it, so he just threw it nowhere.
Oh, Dorsey, yeah, he was like
there's a picture of that hurry like in every bar in this town because C. Grant's from here. He's from New Philadelphia. Who was the QB for y'all? Was it Krenzel? Krenzel, yeah.
Krenzel, you have
Maurice Corrette. Miss Corrette is around here too. He's a motivational speaker. He's kind of trying to help kids not do what he did, which is good. It's a good thing to do.
Oh, so he got his life together?
He has, yeah, a lot, yeah, a lot. That's good. No, he's actually doing really well. Because I've seen him on a few things, and yeah, I think he's been down here before talking to kids, and yeah, it's a big deal. That documentary Youngstown Boys about him and Tressel is really good on 30 for 30. I have a Jim Tressel bobblehead I've had for almost 20 years. It's in my room. It's never been out of the box. I thought it would be worth more because it's never been out of the box. At this point, it's worth what I paid for it. So I think I keep saying it. I think might as well just take it out of the box and put it on the table at this point. I keep forgetting about it though. But no, C. Grant had that great. Like I said, there's pictures all over this town of it. But he was drafted in the third round by the Saints. He kept getting hurt and never really had anything in the NFL. But he's a cousin of my mom's boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, so is Lori Lightfoot, actually. That guy's my mom's boyfriend's dad has like 10 siblings, so he has like tons of cousins. So yeah, but yeah, Lori Lightfoot's one, C. Grant's one. He had a couple that played basketball like in like Clemson. One played at Clemson. I forget his name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, that was like I said, that's probably. I mean, there's been some. Well, I said the greatest game, but then I can't lie. The 2005 National Championship game, that stands out to me.
Was that Texas?
Texas beating USC on the final.
That is the best individual performance I've seen in maybe any championship in any sport. What Vince Young did was fucking amazing.
Oh,
that
man.
was so good. I think my favorite.
Everybody was picking UFC. Like even people here in Texas was like, "Y'all have had a great season, but there's just no way."
Dude, he took that shit over. It was so good.
That
was at the Rose Bowl, right? That was in their fucking backyard, and he took that. That was insane. Did he win the Heisman that year?
No, I think Reggie Bush did.
Okay. Well, and it's
that's what I'm saying. They had the Heisman Trophy winner. They had the runner-up.
They were the ultimate power. Well, same thing with Ohio State when they beat Miami. That was the ultimate powerhouse on stuff. Miami didn't lose in 2 years.
Yeah.
And Willis McGahee, Ken Dorsey, the fucking monsters they had in that
team. Andre Johnson, Jeremy Shockey.
Dude, I saw Jeremy Shockey's first out at the Hall of Fame game, his first NFL preseason game, and I think he's probably like up against like Scrub. Oh, it was Houston. He was playing Houston. Yeah, Houston's first game. So I think they probably at the time he was up against some scrubs who didn't make the team. They threw him like a 5-yard hook, and he like ran 4 or 5 guys over. I just remember like Jeremy, boom, boom, boom. It was fucking sweet.
Man. Whatever happened to old Shockey, man?
I don't know.
He fell off. He went to New Orleans.
But he was insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my favorite college football game I've ever seen that was not Ohio State, because obviously I'm biased on those, was the Fiesta Bowl with Boise State and Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
I was at my friend's house.
That was the last
I was in high school, and my friends are like, it's funny. I was the only one of my friends that was into sports at all. All my other friends were playing like Magic the Gathering and shit, and I was watching it on a TV in my friend's basement, and my other friends were playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
It's what's funny now, but I need to make a bit about this, is that all those guys are football fans now. It's like they aged into it. Like everyone I know, especially if they're like they have kids and shit, they're like, football is my excuse to like to drink and hang out with my friends. So I'm a football fan now. It's so funny because a lot of they didn't give a shit about football in high school, but now they became football fans later in life because it's just kind of like what you do, I guess.
Well, that was really a David and Goliath story. Like Boise State is like,
yeah, because they were the first mid-major to play in a big bowl like that, right? There's been more since, but they were the first one to do it.
With their blue field and shit, I always looked at them as like a damn near an arena league team. Like, and they hung with Oklahoma.
Well, and not only that, but how they won. You know, that late flea flicker, tie it up, and it
was the Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty, the original trick play, the Statue of Liberty, dude. And that's why it's the greatest game of all time. Like, and that running back proposed to his girlfriend. Like, and apparently they're still together. They're married. They've been together the whole time.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And yeah, that was probably the greatest game I've seen in almost any sport, other than my favorite teams. So my favorite teams are always other. But another one, my favorite college basketball game ever was that national championship game with Duke and Butler, with Gordon Hayward, the half-court shot that was like this far from going in.
He almost made that.
Dude, if he would have, number one, it was great anyway, but if he would have made that, oh my gosh. Those Brad Stevenson Butler teams are so good.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Gordon Hayward? I remember.
Well, he had that real big injury when he was with. Speaking of injuries, I feel so fucking bad for Jets fans, dude.
Oh yeah, man, Aaron Rodgers, man.
Oh, one of my good family friends I've known him my whole life. He's a big Jets fan, and I feel so bad for it. Like, because they got this big trade, everyone's like pumped up, and then Hard Knocks, everyone's getting pumped. This whole Hard Knocks, but he's going to be the man, a big leader. Aaron Rodgers, 4 plays in, out for the year.
Oh, he's out for the season?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Dude, you can't. I didn't see the game. I didn't see the play, but I saw the thing. You ain't coming back from an Achilles tendon tomorrow. Like there's
torn Achilles. Okay, yeah, that's the season.
yeah.
That shit, that might be a career ender, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it's very possible that he'll never play again.
I mean, I hate to want to put it out there like that, but it's like that's
no, at his age, yeah. Unless he feels like I'm sure he'll see how he feels after he, rehab and shit. And also, does he want to do it? Does he want to do all that hard rehab to get back?
Well, why did he even go to the Jets? It's like he did exactly what Brett Favre did.
No, he was traded. There was a trade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was traded. No, not Ego Ray. He was traded.
Ego.
Traded.
Could have retired.
Ray, what are we putting on the Brown Steelers game Monday? Want to do the same as last time?
Well, the same as last time.
Well, $20 with technically a bottle of alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay. Straight up.
Monday. Yeah.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up. All right, it's done. You've seen it here. We are men of our word, if nothing else, on this show. I proved it earlier.
Goddamn right.
Man,
outside of tequila, we pay our bets.
Man, I look fucking good, dude. You guys are fucking jealous. What Pulse? You got a problem with my body positivity?
No, I'm just laughing because, well, first off, I have a question.
Okay.
How did Ray? I still didn't get an answer from you. How did you end up being? Did you live in Pittsburgh or what? Like,
it was his dad. His dad was a big fan.
My dad was I kind of grew up around like a Pittsburgh fan, so it kind of became a thing.
This Northeast Ohio is littered with Steelers fans, and the Browns fans, we fucking hate them.
Here's the thing:
Ohio,
the majority of
right
Steelers fans that live in Northeast Ohio root for the fucking Guardians during the season.
That's fucking weird too.
It annoys the shit out of me. Like, if you're gonna do it, you need to go all three, or you can't fucking do anything.
They're also the most annoying.
They are. I agree with you on that, man. I'm a sports troll just to be a sports troll. It's not because I'm a Steelers fan.
Are you a Pirates fan too?
I fucking have a tattoo of a Pirates logo on my fucking arm for a reason.
Penguins fan, I'm fine with all of that. But yes, the people who are fucking Ohio State fans and
Pirates over the
Guardians fans.
I mean, the Guardians.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. I am 100% dyed-in-the-wool Pittsburgh sports fan.
That's true.
Well, if they were to play each other,
they're going to next. Well, they do every year now. We went.
Yeah, they're going to be in town. They're going to be in town next August.
In 20. Was it 21 or 22?
21 is when we
21.
went.
21 is when we went.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went to a Pirates game, Pirates Guardians. That was fun as hell. I almost died, but it was fun as hell.
Yeah. No, yeah, Pulse. I'll show it on the podcast. It's huge, but
you need that recolored.
It's yellow, and my body doesn't take well to yellow. I also learned that the orange in this one is completely gone, so I need to get that touched up.
Yeah.
So it took about 10 years for it to really go away, to be honest with you.
Pulse, do you have any tattoos?
No.
No?
All right. How many subs do we need to get for you to have a Bourbon Flata tattoo?
Oh, man. I tell you what. When we reach 100K.
I'm gonna say the number for me is pretty crazy, too, because I don't want a tattoo. But, But if, and I don't expect it to happen, but I'm just saying in a hypothetical, if there was enough that we were living off the show, then I get a tattoo. Like I get the tattoo then. And also, I like our logo currently, but I don't think it represents our show.
Guys, I'm working on something. That reminds me, I have a great idea. I'm putting it together. What it is, I just want to preview it for you. Okay. So what it is, it's the elements chart.
Yes.
Okay, so I was gonna take the logo from the show Breaking Bad. You know how they have the BRBA?
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna take the BR for Bro, and then I think it's plutonium, so it's like a PL. Anyway, it was going to be Bro Plato, but I was going to have you guys. I was going to replace the actors with your faces. Oh man, it's great. I got a preview of it.
You just gave me an idea for a background, so send me the pictures of us as Jesse and Heisenberg.
Yes,
and I will make that part of the background too.
Will we get sued for copyright if we do?
No.
Nah, because if it doesn't have if it's our faces, I think it'll be.
Yeah, no, it's
you added the third one, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically you guys with them wearing the hazmat suits.
Yeah.
In like a meth lab, and then it's like Bro Platter, but instead of Breaking Bad, it's the BRBRPL.
I like it.
Dude, I fucking like that idea.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, I've never actually I've seen episodes, but I've never watched the full series.
What?
I haven't finished it either.
Man, that was the greatest show on television. You've not seen
It
it?
passed me.
I stopped watching. I don't know how many seasons I watched, but I stopped when the wife was unbearable. When she became so hard to watch, I'm like, I can't even anymore. Like, I'm not blaming the actress at all. She was great.
Blame the actress.
But no, because the actress did what was on. She did what was on the page. That character became so unlikable that I just couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah, no, she was a straight up bitch. She was like the mother from. You ever seen that movie Blow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stand his mother, Johnny Depp's mother.
Oh, she's so slappable, bro. Like, if I was to say there's one woman that deserves a slap on the fucking jaw once, it's fucking Boston George's mom from Blow.
Yes.
Like,
I think
I had no other choice, Bobby. Yes, you did, you shithead.
No, my favorite. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just that's her son. Like, you would send him to prison? What the fuck?
There are women like that out there, dude. Yeah. There are women out there like that.
I think my mother gave me way too many chances, and she already has. So I'm not doing anything illegal.
How do you think this podcast became a thing? Our moms gave us way too many fucking chances, and now we think we have a entertaining show.
I love my mom though. Anyway, one of my favorite portrayals of a mother ever is Melissa Leo in The Fighter. She won an Oscar for that, but she was so fucking good in that movie.
I don't know that movie.
The Fighter. Mark Wahlberg.
I
Christian
didn't watch
Bale.
that one.
Oh man, that was.
You haven't seen The Fighter?
No.
Homework, Ray. That's
a great.
I think it's on Netflix. Hold on, let me see where it's on. It's on something.
I have a link to it. I'll send it.
That's one of the best. I mean, that's like top 10 fight movies. So you got to watch that one. I'm not even gonna freak out.
I know of it because of Christian Bale and Mark Wahlberg in it.
Yeah.
I know. Is that Mickey Ward?
Mickey Ward. Yeah.
Yeah,
his brother Dickie Eklund. Is fun fact. The guy that I had
Prime or Paramount Plus.
Okay.
The guy that I had.
Somebody has Prime, probably, right? Go ahead. Sorry.
The guy that I had on the show that day y'all took the day off.
Yes.
Yeah.
He actually sparred Dickie Eklund back in the day.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dickie Eklund had a fucking life, didn't he?
Yes, he actually.
Oh, do you think he's still alive? Right? We might get Dickie Eklund on.
I believe so, barely. He's been through some things, but he actually dropped Sugar Ray Leonard in the amateurs.
He tripped him.
Yeah. Oh, he tripped him.
No, he knocked him down it was an amateur fight. I thought it was a pro fight.
I thought it was the amateurs. It might have been a pro fight, but I remember before the drugs
because it was on HBO, wasn't it? I thought that was an HBO fight.
Okay.
Because I thought it was one of those like he got it because there was an injury and whatever.
Well, it's sort of like that. Y'all remember Chuck Wepner? I don't know if you.
No, I don't.
I've heard the name.
Okay, a long time ago he fought Muhammad Ali, and there's some controversy.
Oh yeah, Rocky, the real Rocky,
Rocky, the Bayonne leader, from Bayonne, New Jersey. And that's
essentially got a settlement.
What happened?
I said horseshoe haircut and all. That guy fucking was balding, looked like he had no business being in with Ali, and ended up fucking giving him a hell of a fight, man.
Bro, that was crazy. That's sort of
Those
like
really are
Strickland.
some of my
Feel like
favorite
Strickland
fights,
Adesanya. Like everybody just assumed that Ali was gonna beat the fuck out of him, and he ends up dropping Ali with a body shot.
Yeah, dude.
I love fights like that. I think that's it's not his career isn't over, but he did get cut by the UFC. Chris Martino, Mountain Hell,
no,
that guy who in his first fight fought Sean O'Malley on pay-per-view, especially now that Sean O'Malley's champion, that guy's going to be like the guy. Like, remember that guy who came up out of nowhere and had an awesome fight with Sean O'Malley?
So how crazy is that? Sean O'Malley TKOs Aljamain Sterling in the second round, but this green-haired kid, took everything he had and was giving it back to O'Malley, who's
That's
champion.
the fucking greatest thing
What
about
kind of
fighting.
sense
need
does that
those
make?
stories.
That's the greatest thing about fighting. And then
I was about to say,
shows like
combat
that.
sports has, especially boxing and MMA, have those stories of guys like some of the guys that fought Tyson when he was in his prime and
Buster
gave him
Douglas.
trouble.
Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas was that's probably the most lopsided odds in the history of sports. He was
Yeah.
look, you have 5-1, 10-1. This was 41-1.
Yeah.
When
No fight. I don't think any fight since then has been that lopsided because he won.
When you're 41-1, that basically means you have no business being in the ring with this guy, let alone
None.
beating him.
What again? That means I thought it was 48, and it's 40. It doesn't matter. It's 40 something. Was it 41? It doesn't matter.
I thought it was 41-1. I'm just saying anything after 10
doesn't
is
matter.
Like
Yeah,
10-1 odds is like
that means if you bet $100 on Buster Douglas, you would win $4,100. That's insane.
But to be fair though,
Insane.
Mike has a case that he actually won that fight though. You know,
He got knocked out. He got finished.
I think Pulse, you're trolling here. What?
no.
He got finished.
You know what? I should bring this up. I should bring it up on YouTube.
Oh,
Mike
God.
Tyson, the round before he got knocked out, he got knocked out, legitimately knocked out.
Okay, just so you know, this is an Ohio boy you're talking shit on. So boo, boo.
You know, Mike. He claims Brownsville, Brooklyn, but he was born in Youngstown, right?
Dude,
I think I read something where
Youngstown
he
is
moved to
Youngstown
like Brooklyn or something like
is
that.
fucking-
He used to live in Cleveland. He lived in Shaker Heights.
No,
That's
you're thinking. No, you're thinking.
No, not Ray Mancini is also, but
No,
like
I thought you were talking about Don King. Don King lived in Shaker Heights.
no, Mike Tyson, Iron Mike Tyson used to live in Shaker Heights, Cleveland.
Well,
I'll
that
pull it up for you.
Don King used to fly him into Cleveland all the time. I know that.
Ray Mancini, Kelly Pavlik. Dude, we're due for another great Youngstown boxer, dude. We're
Kelly Pavlik,
due
man.
for one. We're
Do you
due for
remember
one.
Kelly Pavlik's fight against Jermaine Taylor?
Dude. Kelly Pavlik can fucking bang, dude.
Jermaine Taylor was beating him with everything, including the kitchen sink. And then out of nowhere, Kelly Pavlik comes back and TKOs him.
That's
Against
that.
the
That's
ropes.
that Ohio strength, man.
Is that the one where Dana White said he lost $1 million? He said he lost $1 million on Kelly Pavlik winning once.
I just remember that was one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen.
Kelly Pavlik was the man. We are definitely due for another great Northeast Ohio boxer.
Well,
Montana
we have
Love,
it.
looking at you. What?
Well, I was about to say Montana Love already. Even though he
We're
lost
talking
the
like
championship,
The level of Pavlik or kill somebody
he's
like
a world
Mancini.
champion. He's on their level.
When's he gonna fight again?
I don't know. I haven't been to the gym in a while. I just
You'll
saw
like
the boy
you'll like
Saturday.
good music. Good question, John. Also, there's another good question we just haven't got to yet by Final Stage Boss. 9/11. Where
Yeah.
you
Where
when the
were
world
you?
stopped turning. This is always a good question. We do this one once a year. I was in 8th grade. I remember hearing the first thing I heard about it from anyone was a kid in between periods say, "Hey, did you hear the Japanese bomb New York?" It's the first thing I heard. I'm like, what? And then I went to choir class, and the choir teacher had no idea what was going on. I think we had normal choir class. It was the next class where they were like, hey, they shouldn't have TVs on. And I'm pretty sure I left school because we all did. Maybe I didn't. And the thing I remember the most is calling my mother after school when she was at work. And I'm like, Mom, are we going to die? and she's saying, "I don't know." That's what I remember most about 9/11.
Not no.
That's just how crazy and unknown everything was, and how freaked out everyone was. Like, we don't know what's going to happen, right? Because from then we were like, is there going to be more? Are we under attack? What's going on? I mean, we were, but I mean, no.
I remember I was in 7th grade and coming from gym class, and our English teacher, who's a woman, was sobbing, and I'm like, oh God, she lost like a family member or something, and she's all upset, and she's at work. Because, I've seen my parents cry. Well, I saw my parents cry after work sometimes. So, it was normal to me at that point. But, like, she was like, a terrorist attack just happened on the Twin Towers in New York, and we don't know anymore. And we all look like, what the fuck just happened? Like, this bitch is crying, why? And then spent the whole day with, like, talking about 9/11. Like, every single class we had, our teachers, this is a dumb thing I did during 9/11. I was like, why didn't they attack the Statue of Liberty? Like, that was a thought I had out loud, and I got admonished for it.
Because they were going after people, right? That's why.
Well, I know that, but it was a symbol of American.
Also, where do you think Flight 93 was going? I say White House. I feel
somewhere, probably the Capitol building. I remember, for me personally, I'll never forget. I was in second period computer applications class, and our principal, he came on the intercom, and he said that a plane had crashed into one of the World Trade Centers. And I remember my first thought, because if you remember, I think in 2001 there was like a drunk TWA pilot.
Yes.
So my first thought was like, man, that's a drunk pilot.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing? But then he came on the intercom like 5 minutes later and said that a second plane had crashed into the other towers. And so that's when we started putting it together. We're like, there could be one drunk pilot in the skies, but the odds of there being two drunk pilots, that's absurd. So we knew it was an intent. Somebody was aiming for it. And that's when we put it together like, no, this is a terrorist attack. And then I remember when I finally went into my 8th period study hall, that's when I actually saw it on TV, like the plane entering the building. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was like, holy shit, this is like a movie. Like it looked like something out of Die Hard. Like they explained it to us, but then when you actually see the plane into the building, I was like, holy shit, man.
I wish the Contender series wasn't going on right now and Maz wasn't doing a live stream for it, because I would love to hear his story. Yesterday,
I've heard his story. He was, he was delivered because he lived in New York at the time.
Yeah.
And I think he said he was doing deliveries at the time. And I think he said like the whole city kind of shut down because everything was centralized to Manhattan, like all the EMS, all the fire trucks. Mm-hmm. So everything shut down. And man, that was just crazy time. It changed the world. Like I feel like the whole world has been on high alert ever since the fall of 2000.
100%. I mean, but getting on a plane before then, you could almost do anything. I have a picture of myself and my uncle. At the time he lived in New Jersey, right across the river. So right in front of his apartment building, there's a river, and we took a picture. In March, I went to see him in New York. So, just me. So it's a picture of me and him with the towers behind us, the skyline and the towers, and that was March of 2001.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta ask y'all something. I hate to be this guy, but
let me tell you, I think I know where you're going.
I mean, I don't believe in conspiracy. Like, I don't believe in flat Earth or none of that shit. But I saw some videos, and it was Jesse Ventura who actually he talked about. Like seriously,
it wasn't melt like that.
Wait, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on.
Well, he said the days before that Uh-oh.
This is what you did, Pulse. Because you brought this up. I'm gonna make you handle this on your own because I have to pee. So you're on this.
Bring on Jesse.
Just also the deal is just ask him as many questions as possible to make him come up with quick answers. All right, just do that. That's how you handle Jesse when he calls. All right.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
I think we're about to be joined by the body, or either him or Alex Jones. I can't
Goddamn right, it's me.
Okay.
I heard 9/11 and I came running to my studio to be here with you, Pulse. It's good to see a fellow Texan right here.
Alex Jones, welcome to the show, bro.
It's glad to be here. Was always very happy to be here. Just was drinking some bone broth and taking some electrolyte pills that you get on my website. I'm not going to say what it is because Ray yelled at me last time. But,
Okay, so I have a question for you, sir. Is it true that you are one of those 9/11 truther guys?
I am. I believe that there was some kind of governmental forces behind it. Don't know if it's deep state or extraterrestrial, but somebody was behind 9/11.
But not Osama bin Laden.
He was a patsy. All right. He was a guy who worked for us in the 80s, taking out the Russians in Afghanistan. So it comes to a point where you got to take out the witness. Telling you, it's how they do it.
Tell us about Sandy Hook. What happened there?
I cannot confirm or deny that I have any points on that.
That's true. At this point, he's not allowed to legally say. Hey, Alex, got a question for you, buddy.
Okay.
If you're like working out, right? I'm sure you work out a lot.
I work out a lot. I take my testosterone pills.
Good.
Everything that I got to look to be so I can have a 20-year-old wife.
Good. What do you got in the headphones, man? What you got? What's your workout music, man? What's your pump up workout music?
Obviously, you got to have some kind of pump up music to get you ready for any kind of cardio.
Yeah, what's music?
I am going to say All the Single Ladies by Beyonce is at the top of my list.
No, it's not.
It is.
Why?
Because it gets you ready. It gets your heart pumping. And then you get your arms going. And you're like, all the single ladies. All the single ladies. It gets you ready to do cardio.
I see you more as like a Credence guy myself, honestly. I feel like
that's when you're doing squats. That's Thursdays.
Yeah, that's when you
Credence
proud Mary it. Thursday, squat day, Proud Mary.
Proud Mary, a little bit of looking out my back door.
Yeah.
While you're getting them 20s in, I do 20s.
Bad Moon Rising, a little bit. Yeah.
Bad Moon Rising is during the cool down. That's when I'm in the sauna, getting my chi all great and ready to go.
For some reason, I feel like you listen to Cyndi Lauper. Girls just want to have fun.
That's Tuesdays. That's yoga day. It's when I go to yoga. It's just girls just want to do stretches. That's all I yell.
Dude, yoga, you got to do mellow shit. You know, like that Enya song, Only Time or whatever,
you
or
can have a
Dido.
good time with Cyndi Lauper during yoga.
That's too upbeat.
She bop.
Well, no.
Bop.
You know what? True Colors would be a good yoga song. True Colors is a good yoga song.
That's the cool down song. That's where the heart rate comes back down, and you're just like, show me your true colors.
I got a question, Alex. Are you familiar with a rapper by the name of Finesse 2 Times?
I've heard of.
Fucking what? All right, I think I know a Cleveland comic by that name. Anyway, keep going.
No, I think you'd like his song Overdose. I think I can see you lift into that.
I believe you.
Probably. That's Arms and Back Day is my hip hop day. Arms and Back Day is my hip hop day. It's always been. I like listening to the Eminems. He's a good one to get you going.
Mm-hmm.
The Vanilla Ices.
Mm-hmm.
while I'm showering, it's snow on that day. And the deep cuts. Like, I can't tell you which deep cut because I like so many. But, like, not Informer. Informer's, like, I don't like informants, especially after Jan 6.
Mm-hmm. Alex, when's the Christmas album coming out? I think that'd be
We're
fun.
in the works.
Alex Jones Sings.
We're in the
Alex
works.
Jones Christmas.
One of the songs we're working on is called Santa is a Deep State Troll.
That's good. Okay.
It's gonna be a fun one, and then Biden is spying or Biden is watching you. Another one.
That's good. I think you just do some classics, but you throw some of your opinions in there too. You know, a little bit like, "Oh come all ye faithful, 9/11 was an inside job," stuff like that. Like just
We don't want to be that hack, Tim. We don't want to be that.
No,
hack,
I think that'd be good, man, for you. If people would buy that, I'd buy that.
But I gotta go. I'm
goodness.
I want another guy wants to come on, so he's gonna be here.
No, he does not. No, he does. Damn it.
What have I started?
Dude, the worst is that there's only fucking 2 impressions. Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Ren. Oh, Ren. No, I've heard of Ren. Yeah, not really my thing, but he is talented, and I do respect him. He has some good stuff. Not my favorite thing, but definitely someone.
What genre is that?
He's like a rapper who plays guitar, like acoustic guitar, like and he raps. It's pretty good. He's good.
Like Anderson.
It's not my favorite thing, but he's definitely talented. What?
I was gonna say like Anderson Paak. I'm gonna check him out. You said Ren.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And some of his stuff is like really, really deep and personal. So,
nice.
Which I love. I love that. I love that with everything. I love that with comedy and everything. Did you watch the Gillis special, Pulse?
What's that?
Shane
Gillis special?
No, he's a comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
I
the
think
guy
it's
that
pretty funny.
got kicked off of SNL for doing all the for doing like a Chinese thing on a podcast.
Oh, and even his special now, you're like, yeah, it's got flirting around with lace racism. They're a little close.
Oh, shut up! It's funny racism.
I think it's
not
funny, and I don't have a problem with it. But I'm just saying, it could be construed that way.
Well, no,
But
yeah.
me personally, I have no problem with it because I think it's hilarious.
Have y'all seen the documentary on the Comedy Store?
Yes,
it's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I highly recommend that for anybody who's watching. If you don't know, the Comedy Store is a place in West Hollywood, California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool.
Every comedian that you can think of has been there. But for some reason, I've heard that Jerry Seinfeld, who's arguably the biggest comedian of all time, is not, or like he went there one time and he like tried to perform, and I guess Mitzi Shore said that he was too polished for her liking, and so
yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things. I mean,
well, I heard that he like showed up driving a Porsche, and she was like, "Well, you've already made it if you're driving a Porsche. What am I going to put you on?"
Yeah, I've heard stories like that she wouldn't put people up for reasons. Like, it's fine, whatever. Hey, it's her club, man. You don't have to put Seinfeld up if you don't want to,
Well, it's like I'm just wondering, how did he have a Porsche by then? This is before his show, so like, how did he?
Well,
what was he doing?
He was a giant stand-up.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like, it went. Here's where like comedy in the '80s kind of went from Seinfeld, Letterman, Leno, like, what is this? I'm over here, and then this here, and
That's
then
what John 209 saying right now. If the Seinfeld show was never successful, he would never have been a well-known comedian. That's untrue.
That
he was
is
before.
very untrue.
He may have been less famous, but he still would have been a known in stand-up circles. Is very well 100% because he was before. He was known in stand-up circles.
Well, it's just crazy to think that every comedian that came through there, and I mean every comedian that you could think of, like Drew Carey, Martin Lawrence, every fucking comedian that ever had a show,
David
had
Letterman.
to go through there to make a name for themselves, and he didn't. He still ended up having the biggest show.
Well, he was on the other coast. He was a New York guy, right? He did it in the other city, right? He did it on the other side of the country. So it is what it is. If he was in LA,
Springsteen of comedy.
if he was in LA, he would have done it. But he just wasn't, and this is not the way he went. And for whatever reason,
Although I gotta
like-
say, I was a fan of Seinfeld, but during the '90s, to me, Martin was the greatest show on television. Man, that was my show.
Martin was a great
Yes.
fucking show, dude. I
Oh, my
liked Martin a lot.
one of my favorite scenes in that that The People versus O.J. Simpson show. Have you seen that with Cuba Gooding Jr. and John Travolta? And it's a great show.
Yeah.
Courtney B. Vance playing Cochran, amazing.
Yeah, he
one of my
looked just
favorites-
like him.
Yeah, he was great. He fucking killed it in that show. He was so good. I think he won awards for it. But what was I gonna say? Oh, but there's a scene with the jurors that they're fighting between if they can watch an episode of Martin or an episode of Seinfeld.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And all the black jurors wanted to watch Martin.
Martin in a way.
I was a fan of both. I like Seinfeld, but they both came on Thursday night.
Seinfeld's so fucking funny to me. It's because it's so awkward and weird, and it's the same way I like Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's just.
I think Curb's better.
Well, it's more modernized, and that helps. But
And there's no audience to it, which like the live audience that they had on Seinfeld.
right, 100%. Yeah, that's the only show I actually like.
Is the no laugh. Like
Yeah, the
no
only
laughs on that adds to it.
Yeah, because a lot of what makes Curb Your Enthusiasm funny is the awkwardness.
Yeah.
But anyway, Seinfeld's my favorite show with a audience ever. But Curb Your Enthusiasm has more black people. It's so weird to me, like that. Looking back, they're like, why is there like only white people in this show? It's so weird because it's New York, right? Like statistically, it doesn't make any sense. When you look back, you're like, why is there? It's fucking weird. And Friends too. Like you find a group of 5 friends in the 90s in New York, all struggling together. They probably, I don't know how many of them are all white. Probably not many.
It took place in Greenwich Village. I don't know if it'd be one thing if they were in Harlem or something like that.
Right. But also it was weird because they were like, they had like, crappy jobs or whatever, 9-to-5, crappy 9-to-5s, and they had giant, insane, multi-million-dollar apartments.
I never watched. I'm not gonna lie. I never watched Friends until it aired in syndication. I didn't watch.
I've seen maybe in passing, like actually paying attention to Friends, like where somebody had it on. Maybe 2 episodes.
Yeah, not many
really
for me either. But
resonated with me. Same thing with Seinfeld. I never got Seinfeld.
That actually explains a lot to me, Ray. That you don't get Seinfeld. That explains a lot.
You know what I usually watch though because of my dad. He used to always watch Frasier, and for some reason I ended up liking it.
Frasier was funny.
Yeah,
I thought Frasier was funny. Cheers too. I thought Cheers was great. Cheers was a fun show.
Dude, the first episode of Seinfeld, the pilot episode, is him trying to figure out if this girl he met on the road who's coming to New York, who got a hold of him, like wants to like, does she want to hook up or does she just want to be like buddy? But like it's him trying to figure that out, and it's such a relatable, it's just a relatable problem. And like, that's just the first episode. That's what's so great about Seinfeld because most of the issues are fucking relatable.
Do you remember the episode where he was seeing this one chick and she looked different at different angles?
I know that episode.
That one's great, dude. The fuck. So it's so great. The chick, she's hot, but she had giant hands.
And the Soup Nazi. Apparently, that's a real guy who has a real kitchen like that.
It was based off a real guy. Yeah.
And
I've seen more Seinfeld than I have Friends. But anytime I watch it, I'm like, man.
At the real Soup Nazi spot, there's like a direct way you have to order food. Otherwise, they won't serve you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a couple places like that. I heard about there's some cheesesteak places in Philadelphia that are like that too. But I'm like,
I know one thing.
You're a tourist attraction, man. You gotta fucking give leeway.
The food better slap if you got rules like that. That's
100%. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. If you have to be a model customer the way you order, then it better be and also, how do you get that shit? Like, you don't open on day one and be like, you have to order this way or you won't serve it. You won't get any business. Like, how does that?
Right. Yeah, you got to be established. Like,
right. You have to be a 3-star Michelin chef to pull that off. Also, have you guys watched The Bear?
No, not yet.
Pulse. It's
I'm waiting.
possibly the best TV show.
Is season 2 on right now?
Yes, I just watched season 2 last week and binged the whole thing.
Okay.
Wait,
It's great.
what
Season 2
network is this?
Hulu.
It's Hulu, but it's FX.
FX, yeah. But it's for season 2 is even better than season 1. It's about a young dining chef, like late 20s dining chef, who's like the shit. But he's had a life, and his brother left him his family restaurant in Chicago. It's a sandwich place in Chicago. So now he has to leave he left his fine dining restaurant to run his family sandwich shop. And that's the basic premise of it. There's a lot more to it, but that's the basic premise of it. But it's pretty great. And season 2 is amazing. There's one episode of season 2. It's like a double episode. And they have guest stars, John Mulaney, Bob Odenkirk, Jamie Lee Curtis. And it's fucking great.
Joe DeRosa on there?
Who?
Joe DeRosa, the comic. He's got a sandwich shop in New York. So
No, but this guy, Madison. Have you heard of that guy, Matty Madison?
So I think, yeah.
Yeah, I know him.
I've been getting a lot of comparisons to him. Everybody says I look like him now.
You kind of do favor him a little bit.
I do. It's because I have, the mustache and the little bit of a
You know
beard.
who's actually a really good cook?
Yeah, he's a cook. He's an actual cook, yeah.
No, but you know
Good
who else
actor,
is?
too.
The rapper Action Bronson.
Yeah, I heard that too.
No,
yeah,
he
he's a cook,
started
too.
off as a chef. Like that was his he worked as a chef while he was doing his hip hop career. I love his story. Like the fact that dude came from like line cook in New York to being like a top chef to being one of the biggest rappers of all time. Like,
you know who
insane.
also was a short order cook for a long time until he broke out?
Bruce Willis.
Marshall Mathers, Eminem. He was a breakfast guy. He cooked breakfast for a restaurant in years, short order guy. Said he was great at it too.
I bet the Insane Clown Posse ate it when this fucking sucks. Fuck it, fuck you, and threw it at him.
Okay.
No, that's why I like shows like that because I was a prep cook for years. So,
you'll love The Bear then, dude. Dude, if you worked at a
you'll
restaurant,
love it.
if you worked at a restaurant, you'll fucking love The Bear. There's one scene where he's just out at the back, and he's like had a shift, and he's spin the shit, and he's drinking water out of like a plastic, like it's not a glass, but it's just like a container he found. And I'm like, that hits hard. Like if you walk in a restaurant, you're drinking water out of like a random whatever we have, so you don't take the glasses up. Like,
what was that movie with Adam Sandler where he
Spanglish?
Spanglish, that's it. Yeah.
Burnt with
what I was talking about.
Burnt's a good movie too. Good restaurant movie with Bradley Cooper. That's really good. If you haven't seen Burnt, watch Burnt.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch that one, but
Burnt's really good. The Bear's awesome. It's not just. I like the restaurant shit, but also they do a great job of making you give a real shit about every character, and that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet.
Pulse, what were you gonna say before you were so rudely interrupted by this
I
colonizer?
was just gonna say in that movie Spanglish, he made an egg sandwich that to this day is one of the best looking sandwiches you will ever see.
You can find the recipe for that online, like the Spanglish sandwich.
Yeah, it had like a runny egg on it.
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. I love, this is a silly thing, but like someone asked, "What's your favorite food?" I'm like, sandwiches, because a great sandwich, dude. I'm still like on the prowl for the best sandwich on earth. Like that's what I want. Because like sandwich could be anything, but like a good fucking whatever kind of bread. There's you can do so much and be so creative with it, and it's sandwich. Amazing sandwiches are fucking the best.
I'm the exact same way. Like to me. Like, I don't know if either of you have ever had, it's called a po' boy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's like probably my favorite. But yeah, I like every kind of like paninis and really sandwich shops in general. Like I'll go to Subway, Quiznos. Those are my favorites.
Do you guys still have Quiznos?
Yeah, Quiznos go hard.
Fuck you.
We used to have a ton of them, but they all closed down.
You don't have Quiznos up there or what?
Not
we used
anymore.
to. We used to have tons, and they all
They're
closed
the best.
down.
They
Yeah.
toast their bread. They're the best.
Yeah.
To me, Quiznos has surpassed Subway.
I used to eat I used to have a Quiznos down the street from my house.
Subway's garbage, by the way. Subway's the worst. Anyway,
Subway's not. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm
whatever, dude. It's fucking. If you're hungry, you're gonna eat.
no, I'm saying
anything.
he said Quiznos surpassed it. I'm like, everyone surpassed Subway.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, for years Subway was like the standard, but like ever since like the mid 2000s, all these places popped up. Jersey Mike's,
Jersey Mike's is fire, dude.
place called I think it's called Firehouse.
Firehouse, Jersey Mike's, Hot Bellies.
You ever been to Jimmy John's?
I don't like Jimmy John's.
I love Jimmy John's.
You can't customize the sandwiches.
Well, I'm not a bitch, so I say you know better than me, so I'll have it how your chefs made it. In your corporate chefs,
I demand.
I always get
paying for
gargantuan.
it. I demand it.
Every time I go to a Jimmy John's, because they don't, there's not one in my town. I get 2 gargantuans, one for then and one for later.
I bet you do.
Okay, you say Subway sucks. You say Subway sucks. Is it better than Blimpies?
I don't know if we have any Blimpies.
Oh God, Blimpies
never
moved
been to
out a
Blimpie?
long time ago. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't. It's been a while.
We don't. Yeah, dude, you have to realize something, Pulse. Like, we don't live in the burgeoning metropolis like heaven that you do. We live.
Ray
in what's
has more
called
by him than I do. Like,
We
where's
don't
the
even have
closest Jimmy
Blimpies.
John's? Where's the closest Jimmy John's?
I think
Probably
Willoughby?
10 minutes. What?
Yeah, probably Willoughby. Probably about 10 minutes driving.
Okay, me, it's half an hour. So,
Well, you live out like.
well,
you live
but
in the
we have
fucking
a
sticks, bro.
we have a Jersey Mike's and a Chipotle now.
Oh my God! It took 7 years. Cool.
It took a long fucking time. But the Jersey Mike's have been here a few years. Jersey Mike's is the best sandwich place. There's a local place called Dagwood's that I eat at a lot, mainly because they have homemade soup that's amazing. But the sandwiches are solid too. I go there a lot. But
see though, like, I wish I would have known of Blimpies. Like, I've heard of Blimpies, but up here, dude, like, we're in a food apocalypse all the time. Like, we're in a place where
we just got a Bojangles.
Raising Cane's by me is sold out. Like, it's doing Chick-fil-A numbers.
Sunday, on the way home from the Browns game, I went to Canton to see where the Bojangles was. It's the first Northeast Ohio Bojangles, and I went there, and there were so many cars in that place that they had like a traffic guy in a yellow vest.
Oh, I bet.
And so I went to Culver's, which I haven't been to the Culver's, and haven't been Culver's since I would live in Texas. So I went to Culver's, and it was fine, but I'm not going to make it an effort to go there again. Like, it's not,
I've never had Culver's.
it was solid, but not like I have to go to Culver's. I can go anyway. I mean, we have a Freddy's in town. I'll go to Freddy's.
It's like 5 minutes from my house. There's a Culver's.
Not bad, dude. Not bad.
Yeah.
Give it a
That's
go.
one thing I will say. I have to give Houston credit. Like, out of all the major cities that I've been to in my life, I've been to New Orleans, been to Atlanta, been to Miami, been to New York. Never been to Chicago. We were talking last time. I want to try a deep dish. I want to try authentic deep dish pizza.
We should do. If Pulse goes to Chicago, we go to Chicago.
I'm fine with that. Let's
I'd be
infringe
fine.
on his trip. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, just show up. Hey, we're here to bug you.
Hey, can we sleep on your floor?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't do that to them. Well, all right. I was
Well,
gonna
you
say we
said
wouldn't
it.
do that to the
No,
man.
but no, dude.
It's
Chicago
on
deep
record.
dish is pretty great because it's like. But anyway,
Never been to Chicago. I've been into one of their airports.
once.
That's about it.
once when I was in high school, but it's been not since then. It's not that far, it's like 8 hours from here.
Yeah,
driving.
We were talking about their deep dish pizzas.
Yeah.
They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
Yeah.
I want to try the
It's-
hot dogs more than I
It's good.
do.
Yeah,
like,
that too. Hot dogs.
the one place where you kind of got to eat it like over the thing.
Yeah.
Ryan Kills, stop telling me you got dubs in Fortnite, you bastard. I haven't gotten dubs in a long time in Fortnite.
What else?
But my rank is okay for my level of play, which is garbage.
There was a place in the Woodlands, by where I lived, which I live in Shenandoah. Do you know where Shenandoah is? It's right.
Yeah.
It's basically the Woodlands, but it's like where the middle class people live in the
Yeah, I was gonna
Woodlands.
say it's kind of upscale. Yeah.
Well, that's like the mid, like you have to be almost rich to live in the Woodlands. Shenandoah is where the middle class people live. Anyway, But there was a restaurant by there. It's close to the mall, and I forget what it was called. I want to say Mongolian something. I don't know, but it was one of the coolest places. You went and you had a bar of food. You picked all this raw meat and shit that you wanted, and you put it in a bowl.
Mongolian barbecue.
Yeah, and then they put it in a. Then they cook it in front of you.
Yeah, it's like Benihana's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking great. Dude, that place was the shit. And
Mongolian
it was all you can eat. You can have as many as you want. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a
There's a
video.
Mongolian barbecue in Cleveland Heights. I go there all the time.
I'm gonna send you a
Like
video
that?
on the Discord of a place called the Taste of Texas.
Okay.
That place.
Ooh.
Dude, that's some badass fucking barbecue. Dude, some of the best barbecue I had in Texas was literally at a gas station.
Well, they let you at the Taste of Texas. Yeah, they have good. That's good here too. But they have at the Taste of Texas. You can choose your own slab of steak, and they'll cook it on a rock.
I like that too, man. I like when you can fucking see your food raw. Before. I mean, listen. If I'm in a hurry, I'll go to fucking fast food. I'll go somewhere else, right? If I'm going to spend money on good food, I'm all for that, man. Let me pick it out, cook it in front of me. That's that place was a shit.
Yeah, even the fast food down here is pretty good. I can't lie.
Oh hell yeah!
But no, Whataburger was pretty good, and I wish we had more like. We only have Taco Bell as far as the taco option for fast food around here. So we don't have Taco Bueno, Taco Cabana, any of those. So
I got this YouTube short queued up in the Discord. Can I play it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's the Taste of Texas. I just want you to see this restaurant.
Oh god. At the Taste, it's like the Patton. It's like a commercial, but it's Patton Oswalt. At the Taste of Texas, you get a 75-ounce porterhouse with a slab of butter, and you don't say anything, but you eat it.
Oh, they have places like that too. I was telling Moss and Jess about that. Like they got this place. It's on the outskirts though. It's further. It's in a place called Pleak. It's further past
Okay.
Sugarland area.
Yeah.
Fort Bend County. They got this deal. It's like a 72-ounce steak with a loaded potato and I think some broccoli salad. But it's a giant plate, and if you finish it in under an hour, it's free. It's like
I know of that place. Yeah, I've heard of that place.
With John Candy.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard of.
I would try it.
You should and videotape it.
I remember going to this barbecue place somewhere like in between Houston and San Antonio, like somewhere in the no man's land there. This barbecue place, and like you go in and there's just like animal heads. The whole place is just covered in like trophy animal heads. There's like 50 of them and different animals, and it was just like a hole in the wall place. It was cool. I think we got there at a weird time because everything was kind of lukewarm, but overall it was good. I'd like to go back there if it's even there, but. Had some damn good food in Texas, dude. Dude, there's so many things I loved about Texas. Texas was a fucking great place to be. It was
Texas and Kansas City barbecue are like my two favorite.
I never had Kansas City barbecue, so I gotta get that.
I've had it a few times. Richter's Antler Cafe.
I don't know.
Because Ryan's in the San Antonio.
Oh fuck,
area.
that's right. He's from San Antonio.
Yeah.
Is it in? Let me see, man. Let me look it up, man. I don't think it's what I think.
That would be hilarious if it is. Yeah. And Ryan knew. Oh, but yeah, dude, there's so much that like I wish I was older in Houston to experience and do all that because I was so young. But yeah, God damn it. Guys, just God damn it, I can't.
It's not that place. It's not. I'm looking at pictures. Okay. It was not that.
My favorite restaurant invited me to come celebrate hitting 100.
Oh shit!
God damn it, Paul. I don't want to see some whore doing
My favorite restaurant invited me to come celebrate hitting 100,000 subscribers, and this is how it went. First thing I did was put on a hairnet, obviously. Then I took a little tour around the kitchen, but that was short-lived because eventually they put me to work. And for some reason, I didn't think that it would be so much pressure, but the whole kitchen was laughing at me because I was freaking out. So they gave me a way easier job, which was torching the creme brulees. And if you ignore that little burnt part on the bottom, then I think it turned out really good. This was actually my first time trying a creme brulee, and it was freaking awesome. They also put these little dog tags on every steak to let people know which one's which, but they made me some custom ones and a custom knife. So when it was finally time for dinner, I could eat in style. But my favorite part was getting to choose the biggest freaking steak I've ever seen in my whole life. It was way bigger than my head, and that's saying a lot. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, was the food as good as it looks? And if you're wondering that, then I'm sorry, but that's a dumb question. It was way better than it looked. I love this place so much that my kids' will come here until the end of time. And if they refuse, then I will kick them out of the family. That's how amazing this place is. Anyways, thanks for 100K. My favorite restaurant invited me to come celebrate.
Yeah, that's it. The Taste of Texas, man. It's
interesting.
You can pick your own cut of meat. It's pretty cool.
Now that I'm looking at pictures of this place, it may have been that place.
Is it or is it Mike Kessa something barbecue? Mikeskas.
Well, I know that it's on the route to Houston, from Houston to San Antonio. So I'm looking at 10. I'm looking at that's on 46. I don't think we would have went that way. Although the pictures, I remember it being, I think maybe let me hold on. Let me put this one in. It was definitely in between.
McCaskers?
It was in between. Oh, this is a chain. It looks like it was in between San Antonio and Houston. It was like a hole in the wall though, so I don't.
I just remember a steak that I had there one time. But this thing was so tender, like I feel like you could cut it with a spoon.
Oh, that's
this picture I'm seeing of this place looks like it could possibly be that place.
The Antler Cafe.
The Mesquescas.
Mesquescas.
Because I'm looking at this picture in particular, looks really like it could have been that place.
Oh God, Tim's getting like hungry and flashbacks.
Where is it though? No, in a good way though. Where is it? I gotta figure out where it is. Okay, there's a couple of them here.
Yeah, I wish.
Is there one of the 10? There's one of the 10. It's one. Yeah, it's not. It's that one. It has to be. I bet that's it. Yeah. Fuck.
McCaskers.
Yeah. And I'm seeing the pictures, dude. I think he fucking nailed it. I think this is it. That's so fucking cool. No, I actually, in Columbus, Texas, McCaskers in Columbus, Texas. That was where it was. It's on the 10. I bet that was fucking it. That's fucking cool.
Nice.
That's fucking cool. Because no way I would have even been able to figure that out or where it was. I'm gonna say like there's like at least 85% chance that's what it was. That's fucking cool, Ryan.
50K. We're going to McCaskers.
No, thank you, man, for telling me. Because
Ryan, that's awesome.
That. I remember going with my grandpa, and I don't remember. Never remember where it was, but because it's on the 10, it's 100. It has to be. That has to be it. Looking at the pictures, it has to be it. Yeah. I miss Texas, dude. I really do. And the truth is, I do like the state I live in, but I miss Texas.
I can take or leave the state I'm living.
Yeah, it's because you blame it for all your shortcomings. I get it.
Yeah, it's one of those states that just drags you back in.
Yeah, like I said, the biggest problem with the town I live in is that I grew up here. You know, that's the biggest problem with it.
I haven't really left the town I've grown up in. That's the problem. I tried, went to Colorado, it didn't work.
Yeah, I did a little bit too. They didn't, keep getting like we have fucking bungee cords to our fucking hometown. Like, bungee cords around our spines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having fun. You guys having fun?
Yeah, I was going to ask, are we going to discuss Tai Tuivasa versus Volkov? Or?
Yeah, let's do more fights. So I'm going to get more drink, which is not a good idea, but I'm going to do it.
Let's do it. I'm on my 4th. Let's go.
Dude, I'm on...
I think I'm actually on my 5th. No, I'm on my 4th still.
Well, I'm on 6 shots. We have to go 8 here.
Yeah, I like my mixed drinks, sir.
Well, that's what I'm doing too. I'm mixing them, but I'm saying overall, that's how much is in there.
What are you shotting? What shot? What are you drinking?
I'm drinking Proper 12, and he's doing Jim Beam.
Ooh.
I had $50, and Proper 12 is $31.
Went to a fun restaurant, nice restaurant, good farm to table burgers in Cuyahoga Falls called Butcher and Sprout, right there on is that Front Street? Front Street. Good stuff. Had some old fashions. Never had an old fashioned before. When I
think
first
I've
had it,
sipped
I'm
on
like,
an old fashioned.
but you know what? I could do I can drink old fashions all day. They're pretty decent.
What's in that?
Well, it's bourbon number one, but what else?
It's like bourbon, a sour, and
Yeah, it's like there's
something
an
else.
orange. Hold on, let me take a look. Old fashioned.
You know what I want to try one of these days? I hear
Hmm.
I hear people talk about it all the time. They just make it sound delicious. It's called a Tom Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had a Tom Collins.
It just sounds like the whitest drink that I've ever heard. Like it's just the name, Tom
I think
Collins.
the coppiest thing, and I'm gonna start instead of saying what Manel Kape said, I'm just gonna say the coppiest thing I've ever had was I had a Washington apple phase for a hot minute, like when I turned 21. Immediately grew out of it. I'm like, nah, this kind of.
I thought you were about to say a Zima.
Never
Zima
had a
phase?
Zima.
Yeah, we were in a weird age, and you are too. That like Zima disappeared before we could drink, and then it came back for a minute, but I didn't get on it quick enough.
No.
I feel like it tastes like a Smirnoff Ice or something like that. Am I wrong, or is it? What is it like? It's like a fruity beer.
Yeah,
Right?
it's like that. Yeah, it's like a Smirnoff Ice. It was like the original like Smirnoff Ice kind of drink, where like.
So it's like seltzer water, or like what is it like?
Kind of a.
It had a beer taste though, right? It tasted like beer.
I don't know. I never
Somewhere
had
in
one.
between a seltzer and a beer. I think it tasted more like beer.
I don't think I've
That's
ever
what
had
I was
one.
imagining. It was like a beer and a Sprite or something like
I
that.
think it was like that because I definitely had like the beer taste in it, but it was closer to a seltzer. It's like in between a seltzer and a beer. I think. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Okay,
never
drink.
tried one.
Uh,
And that was too bad because they're gone. So I never, but not that I'd want to anyway. But yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I was already drinking beer by then, so it was like my alcoholism had started. So I'm like, fuck Zima. I don't want to be anywhere near that shit. I'm gonna.
you ever had a Four Loko?
I got into my favorite Four Loko story is I never drank it, but I bought it. There's a local wrestling company that I go to that I might be going Saturday to go see them because they've got Pulse.
Can I do that on screen?
What? Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. I just put down the thing for so there's no proof of it or go off screen. Yeah. You're fine.
So are you sure?
Yeah, it's not gonna get us struck.
Okay. Because it's about
but-
that time.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's been that time for me the whole show. But there's a company up here, a wrestling company called Absolute Intense Wrestling. And they had a thing when Four Loko had all the controversy where if you bought a can of Four Loko, you could get into the wrestling show. Or no, you had to buy 2 cans of Four Loko to get free admission into the show. And me being me, I'm like, all right, it's a great way to save money. And they were like, I think for 2 of them was like $10. So it was like half the cost of the ticket already for the show. And then I like sipped a little bit of like a one that was already open because I was kind of drunk anyway. And I hated it. I hated it. It tasted like alcohol Red Bull before they made it good.
Oh, so you drank it?
Yeah, it had a tinny taste to it. I remember I hate like that tin taste that you can taste in some like energy drinks. Because I love energy drinks. That's one of the reasons my heart is still pumping. Probably is fucking. I do a Monster every day. Like it's made more. Well, I do the sugar free. Yeah, or the zero carb. I do that shit.
Yeah, I can't stand energy drinks, man. It's just too much, like Red Bulls and shit.
No, yeah, Monster has always been my go-to, and I rarely crash from them. Actually, at one point, I had a habit of 3 BFCs a day. At one point, like the big fucking Monster cans that were like this fucking big and like look like Lexington Steel's dick, like those kind of fucking ones. It was 3 a day habit. I was fucking addicted to that shit back when I was in my early 20s.
Let's talk about the fights. Let's talk about the day. The underdog, he faced the king and took his crown away.
You make that up on the spot?
Dude, that's gonna be part of Bro Plot of the musical.
Man, that's like, bro, I can't I picked Strickland, but I was still skeptical because I know that Izzy is a good striker, but I gotta say, man, I was never more proud to be an American than when he, like at the end of the fight, when he starts barking at Izzy, and he's like, "What, motherfucker, what?" And you just see Izzy backing away, and I'm like, all these people that were picking Adesanya to knock him out in the first round, how wrong were y'all, man?
Pretty wrong.
Pretty wrong. I mean,
I still go ahead.
I wanted Strickland. Don't get me wrong, but as a realist, I thought Strickland was done. Like, there's no fucking way he's gonna walk into that cage against fucking Izzy and do something after Izzy just came off of retaining his title.
I mean, go ahead.
No, the only time I thought that Strickland had a chance is when Ray picked Izzy. And then I'm like, well, if Ray's picking Izzy, then maybe Strickland has a shot.
I mean, if you watch the prediction channels, like everybody, even all UFC fighters, like, Adesanya is just too skilled, man. He's too good of a striker.
Here's a question, Raymond. You sent me something, and I don't understand what you meant. What's your problem with Robin Black all of a sudden?
I watched. No, I don't have a problem with
Robin
Black, the person. I'm not saying Robin Black, the person, but I watched the bare knuckle between
Dos Santos and Fabricio.
Yeah. And
I watched
his
that live.
commentary was fucking atrocious.
Oh, that was him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude, he sucked on that. Dude.
It was fucking bad.
I didn't
bro.
realize that was him. No, he should be a color commentary guy, if anything. As a play-by-play guy, he was not good.
This is life. This is art. This is everything you have to do about the sport of mixed martial arts.
Was he the play-by-play guy?
Yeah.
He's like a discount Scott Farrell. You know?
Oh, Scott Farrell's way better.
No, yeah, definitely. But I'm just saying though, he's like I just, his whole stick is like I guess in real life he's like a glam rock artist or something like that.
He used to be, yeah.
He used to be like big into like and he was a heroin addict. Like he pulled himself out of a dark spot in his life. Like I respect him for that.
He has a great video that's pinned on his X. That's when he's talking about Ngannou, and I tried to say what he said, but he said it much better than me.
He is a very eloquent speaker. Yes,
he said it much better than me.
He knows the fighting game. I'll give him that much credit. He knows his shit. And
love to have him on.
As a play-by-play guy, fucking trash.
So he was the play-by-play guy with Harrison.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was not good. And what I really didn't like is how much they said the F word. I mean, maybe say I'm an old hat or whatever, an old man, but I'm like, this is a professional card. You don't say the F word. I know you can because it's YouTube, but it's just weird.
Bullshit. I kind of went, whoa, what the fuck is this, dude?
Like, obviously, we curse all the time. I'm not anti-cursing, but what I'm saying is that and I understand they're supposed to be like, they're the raw, they're the violent. I understand they're supposed to be the, no hearts barred, basically kind of promotion, but still, you're a professional card. You got to act professionally, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If I hired a guy, and even if we were on YouTube and whatever, if he was swearing, like using stuff you couldn't use on TV, I would be like, you got to cut that out, man. Me personally, I think it's weird. It was so weird.
Did y'all ever watch the show that used to come on in the morning? It was filmed in Canada. It was him, Mark Mundy. I think Ariel Hawani was on the show, and Luke Thomas at the same time.
Boz Rutan was also on that. Wasn't it like it wasn't the MMA Hour, but it was something like Robin was the host of it. Yeah, I remember that.
People
I liked it.
It was on Versus, I thought. Was it on Versus or something like
Versus?
that? I can't remember.
That's a great lineup. But those are all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say they used to broadcast on YouTube. I used to watch this show all the time, man. Like when I was first getting into watching MMA channels before I even found the MMA hosts, I was watching that show, and I don't know why they disbanded, but it was pretty good. It was a pretty good
money. Probably contracts were involved in it.
That's such a great lineup, but it's also people who like you feel like they just talk over each other the whole time, kind of like we do.
They kind of did, but I like the rapport though. But I gotta say, out of all of them, I can't stand Ariel Hawani, man.
I'm pro Ariel Hawani. I defend him all the time.
But you are a minority, all right.
I have a lot of respect for that man as a journalist, mostly. His show, I give or take, but I mean, he was the first guy to be a real journalist in the sport and took a lot of heat for it. A lot of shit for it. So
yeah, when you're trying to surprise motherfuckers with Brock Lesnar before UFC 100,
dude, he's doing what any other journalist in any other sport would have done.
Yeah, and those journalists should be banned for life.
Hey, I'll be right back. My battery's low. I gotta figure out how to plug this shit in.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, figure that out. I'm drinking still. I just had to deny. Although she knew I was lying.
But
that I was drinking alcohol in the house. What?
Since we're on the subject of said promotion, I'm gonna tell you something.
Which promotion?
Game Bread MMA, the bare knuckle MMA. I gotta be honest with you. Outside of Fabrizio Verdum's eyebrow or eyelid getting fucking ripped to shreds. I liked it. I like the concept. I like the fact that it has the rules basis to it. I didn't like there were kind of too many feints and shit like that. Like
you got to get the right matchups for it. Yeah, you got to get the right matchups for it. I think you want the guys. Have you got guys who are grappler first? You got two grapplers in there. I think it's great because you're throwing elbows, your kickdowns.
Glove. I really didn't like.
They just throw less. If you get two guys who are, but you know what surprised me when I do watch bare knuckle, and apparently, if I get Fubo, I'm gonna have all the bare knuckle fights.
I like it. Can I get your password?
For Fubo, probably not.
All right.
I mean, I will for money.
I like the concept. I think that's the way MMA should be. It's like a real street fight. I
actually don't mind it. But what I was saying about bare knuckle was they throw more than you think they would when you watch it. Yeah. But the Game Bread, they didn't throw as much. But it's good for guys who like to grapple because they'll do that more, and they'll pick their shots, and then once they get on the ground, they'll throw more elbows, which love elbows. That's one I think happens probably. You assume is more elbows. In the clinch, especially clinching on the ground, elbows. And I love a good elbow. I think most guys don't throw enough elbows. It's weird to me that they don't throw more. But I honestly, I think a great guy for the Game Bread. I don't think he'd take the fight, but Andrew Law would be great for Game Bread.
Yes.
I don't know if he'd take it, but I think
his judo background. Think about that.
Dude, his records. Well, number one, he's still 11-6, man. He's still we know he wasn't gonna go to the UFC now anyway. But that wasn't the point. But the point is, he's just to be a good fighter who's gonna be around and have good fights with people. And dude, he's gonna do that. And I hope he still has a handful more fights. He just fucked up a little bit in this one. That's all.
Yeah.
I honestly think overall he was better than Julian. He looked really fucking good.
I was very impressed by the distance management of Andrew. Like he kept Julian. He landed some good shots on Julian too.
Mm-hmm.
from range, which was kind of impressive. Like, and this is coming from somebody who has never seen Andrew fight. Never seen anything except for maybe a couple of YouTube videos, but live, never seen him fight. And to watch him go up against, a pay-per-view level guy in Julian Lane and hold his own until he just, if he would have tucked his chin, or if he would have turned his head on his chest just a little bit,
I know.
we wouldn't be talking about it right
And
now.
obviously, also, I mean,
I love you, Andrew.
I will
Don't get
give
me wrong.
Lane credit because that, like, he has a good guillotine, obviously, and he's finished people with guillotines before. He has like 8 submission wins. Most of his wins are submission. People kind of forget about that. He has a good guillotine. He's guillotined people before, so he gets credit for having a legitimately good guillotine. And then Andrew just kind of, and he got it in there. But the most disappointing thing was I didn't get to see more of that fight. That was the biggest thing. I would have been, if Andrew would have won that fast, it would have been fine. But I would have liked to see that go to at least 3 rounds because it was so, to me at least, very entertaining when it was happening. I just hope he keeps fighting, and I hope he fights in December.
I want him to fight again. Like I do, because I like Andrew, great guy. The first time I'd ever seen him fight, and in the short time that I got to see him fight, he impressed me like a lot. Because
that was the worst part of it, is that he was looking good, and then he got fucking caught in the fucking guillotine.
It happens.
Did you see me? What I did? Like
no, I was
real
too busy
reaction.
going like, fuck, he tapped. Shit.
I was like this. I was like,
I bet, dude.
Like it looked. Alan was right. I wanted to leave right after because I didn't want to bother him. But I guess at that point, because back in the day, like you didn't want to. If he lost, you didn't want to talk to him. You just kind of want to be left alone. But now he's in a different spot. He just kind of wants everyone to be like, dude, we don't give a shit. You lost. We love you anyway. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So we hugged him and that's about it. And we left. And you know what? Route 250 there's a great picture online because usually every time they go to fights, they have a great record. They do great. They win a lot, especially they're amateurs. But they went 0 for 3, and they never do that, right? So they have a picture online of them doing like an 0 for 3. 0
yeah,
3.
I know. I saw that,
you love that, dude. Those guys are going to be back to be fine. I just want Andrew to keep fighting because I don't feel the same way when I watch Andrew fight than anybody else. It's like the most I invested, even if because I wanted to win so bad, and it's so exciting because of that, and that feeling is so awesome that I want him to keep fighting. And I hope he does. And I really would like him to fight December 16th.
The one fight that I'm disappointed in that really sucked was I forgot that, and I even said this to Comer when I saw him. Rev had a guy on there, Jordan Tag, and I want to get Jordan on the podcast. Because he's a cool dude. I've seen him at the gym a bunch. And he got fucked big time. Like you weren't. I don't think you were there for that fight. I think, but
I wasn't. I was talking to there's so many people there. I haven't seen it forever. Which was number one reason why it was so fun. But we just kind of fun. We came in late.
As soon as I knew the fight was happening, I'm like, oh, fuck, I gotta, pay attention. It's fucking Rev.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm not part of, a team or anything, I'm just somebody who takes classes there. I love George. I love Tim. Tim's a great instructor. George, I consider George a great friend. I
said hi to George in passing. I said hi to him.
No, Jordan got fucked big time, and I was very disappointed. I called it 29-28 for Jordan. I would have said 29-28 for sure. I think it was the second round, maybe, if I remember correctly, where he didn't really get off, but then the third round he got some takedowns, really did some things that were impressive, and the other guy was worn out. But they gave it to the strong style guy, and you're just like, fuck, man.
The silver lining there is that it's an amateur fight, and I know at the time it doesn't feel like it. It feels like the end of the world, I'm sure. But looking back, he'll be like, Because when Andrew lost amateur fights, it felt like that. But looking back, you're like, you don't fucking mean anything. It's just getting better and whatever.
My thing is, I know he's gonna grow from this because he has George as a trainer.
I couldn't imagine.
George is a very blunt, honest guy. I mean, we've had him on the show before.
Mhm.
You know that. And yeah, he's a very upfront guy, and he's just like, that sucked, but everybody thought you won. Like, he'll tell you, like, hey man, everybody thought you won.
Right.
Feel like you got fucked, but come back the next time and leave no doubt.
Like, you're not disappointed in the performance. Like, he fought tough, and it's one of those things.
He held his own, and he really had a great fight. But and then before he left, I came over, gave him a hug and everything.
Yeah, that's cool. Drew Schottenheimer is fucking cool because when I saw him, he was talking to me, and he was like talking to all those guys. He's like, hey, this is my dude. You gotta be on his podcast. And I got a couple numbers, and I'll get a hold of those guys too. But
let me know.
And when I talked to Jake Digman, he said, and Alan's so charismatic. He makes friends with everybody. And he was talking to
Jake. I mean,
I know he was talking to Jake.
Jake's one of the
Jake
best
was
people in the world.
Yeah, he's great. He told us he just got a new royalty check from Warrior for $15. It's one of the bigger ones he's gotten.
Pulse. We actually had a guy. You know the movie Warrior, right? We had the ring announcer from like the pizza shop that they shot in Pittsburgh at the parking lot.
Yeah. Wait. What? Oh, I thought you were talking about the Warriors.
No, the movie Warrior with Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy and.
Oh no, I never saw that.
The MMA movie with like Kurt Angle in it and everything. You never seen that?
No.
Really? Well, okay. Well, this is your homework assignment, man. Hold on, let me find it because.
But anyway, we had one of the ring announcers from that movie on
the best
the
MMA
show.
movie. It's not that great, but it's still the best. I mean, you have great actors like Nick Nolte. Nick Nolte has a scene in that movie where he's fucking kills it. Tom Hardy. What's the guy's name? Joel Egerton. You've seen him in everything.
Yeah.
Great actors in that movie. It's a little far fetched. That's the problem with it. But like, because there's like a tournament where they fight 5 times in like 5 days or something crazy like that. Came out in 2011. It is on Tubi for free. You can watch it on Tubi for free with commercials. It's on Prime as well. So if you have Prime or Tubi, watch it. But anyway, there's a scene where Joel Egerton is trying to fight again, and he fights in what is supposed to be like a strip club parking lot in Pittsburgh, and it wasn't Pittsburgh, but that's where our dude Jake Dickman played the ring announcer. And he did a good job. Yeah, that's cool.
I found that out in Indianapolis, and it blew my fucking mind because I'm like, fuck it, I want to see that movie. I love Jake, but
I asked him again.
By the way,
what?
He crushed it on Saturday.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, he was. You said the same thing to him, dude. You did a great job, and he's like, voice was all raw, and I'm like, dude, you. He's like, I gave it main event. I gave it so much. I'm like, dude, you fucking killed it, dude. You did a great job. He did. He really did. I asked him again. He said yes before, but he said yes again. I asked him if he'll do an intro for us.
Oh hell yeah!
And he said yes. He's like, you just gotta let me know what you want. So I guess I gotta write it. If you have any ideas,
if you send me like first draft, and I'll make edits.
I think it's gonna start with like live from multiple undisclosed locations in Northeast Ohio, like that. It's Tin Danko and Ray Highcloud. It's or something like that. MMA and nonsense. I don't know. I'll think of something. Pulse.
Yeah.
Yo.
Can we give you a project, man? Are we at that level yet?
Sure. What's that?
New intro.
Okay.
Can you get clips? Does he have that ability?
Yeah, I'll give him the Twitter login or not the Twitter, the Twitch login, so you can download episodes. I'll walk you through that.
So find. Probably, if we're funny by accident, that'd be nice. Or
online video converter too is another one you can do.
Anything that's good and make us like a highlight tape for an intro. I'd say, listen, the one Thomas made, that we use now, I love it. There's so many great clips there. He fucking did a great job of picking out great clips.
Yeah, man, I
But
like it. Y'all mentioned WMAC Masters. That
right. But it's a little too long, you know. So
It's 4 minutes.
I
Yeah.
know. I'd say keep it under 2,
And
and then we'll get you an audio from, or do you want a video from? Yeah, let's get a video from Jake. Let's do a video. Because that's what the MMA holes do with Buffer, right? We'll do like that with Jake,
Fuck
and then we'll have some highlights, and then
because technically we can say from the movie Warrior. Thank you. Like he's
And
in the movie Warrior.
I think you got to keep Kendall in there, man.
What?
Who? Oh yeah.
Kendall. Oh, do we need to have Kendall back? She was one of my favorite interviews. She really was.
Oh,
She's a really interesting person, and also I just love how determined she is. Like, this is one of those people who are like, dude, she's gonna be great at anything she wanted to do.
Oh, and I think you should keep the clip of you mentioning getting knocked out.
I can make another one of those. Well, listen, you have that. We give you that, and maybe we can get the original from Thomas, and you can cut that out of that.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, is that something you have the ability to do? Can you do that?
Sure. Okay. All I have to do is, I mean, I got, you know.
Yeah, you got software and everything.
I have you cut on my phone. This is how I make my vids.
Cool. That works.
Cool. Also start, I mean, if you want to, you know, shorts and clips, you know.
Yeah,
anything.
I've been meaning to do those. I have an episode on my phone.
That's the way. Look, dude, I don't watch random podcasts all the way through. No one does. But you need shorts to get them in.
Should I clip you? Should I clip you shirtless, Tim?
If I said something funny.
All right.
Not just being shirtless for no reason, but if I said something good.
I was gonna take the download and take the last part of it where we talk about it and make that like a minute short of that, where it's you being like, I didn't expect Sean Strickland to win, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I have to have no shirt on.
I want you to label it Bro Plata or BBP is all for body positivity.
Okay.
Because
no,
I fucking rocked it, dude.
The BP in Bro Plata stands for body positivity.
Hey man, listen. If I'm nothing else, I'm a man of my word. You know?
Or no, you can't spell BBP without body positivity.
There you go. But yeah, and we'll get. I'll write something for Jake to do, and he'll do it on his phone, and that's really cool because I wonder if he does it. Dude, do you think he'll put a tie on? I'm not gonna ask him. I wonder if he will.
I don't care if he's wearing a Marilyn Manson shirt.
No, I don't either.
It's fucking Jake Dickman.
I don't either. But I'm just wondering like how serious he'll take it. Like I asked him like, how do you want to do it? He's like, well, I don't know. And how do you want me to do it? And I'm like, I guess a video, right? Video.
Yeah.
Yeah, video, long ways.
Yeah, hot dog, not.
Yes.
Not window.
Yes, hot dog ways, and yeah. What's a good thing to say? Yeah, I definitely want live from multiple undisclosed.
The most mediocre podcast on YouTube.
I don't want to say that, even though it's true. I don't.
That's why you do it. You just outright with it.
Live from 2 undisclosed locations in Northeast Ohio.
The worst show on the internet. Lean in.
What do you think, Paul? Is that good marketing or bad marketing?
You can put that on like a t-shirt. That'll be
worst show on the internet. That's our
the most apathetic MMA show.
You remember the best damn sports show ever?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I want this show to become, where we're
bit.
sitting in fucking like chairs talking
a little bit
about
a little bit Levitard, a little bit McAfee, unfortunately a little bit Compound. That's Ray's. That's Ray. But mostly just, you know, what we do, and that's the deal. That's what I want. Number one, I want it to be fun. When people come here, so they have fun. When people come on, that's a show they want to come on. Like, dude, I want to do Bro Plata because Bro Plata is fucking fun time. Like, I didn't waste my time doing that. I want to. That's honestly the number one goal with interviews. 100%.
Yeah,
is like I had fun doing that show. Like, I know people do like this is a extreme example, but Are You Garbage? People talk about how fun that show is. I'm like, that's what I want. I want people to be like, I want to be on that show because it's a fun show.
I want us to be in a niche, but I want us to be our own flavor of the niche. You know,
right? I'm not. Again, I don't want to try to be. It's one of the reasons I don't watch that many other than MMA holes. I don't want to. I don't watch that many other YouTube
better
streams.
Than a lot of the. I've watched some of those live streams, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're even better, no offense, than Annex Brother. Like, to me, I don't think
it's because we're not. It's because we don't take everything super seriously, and we talk about the shit that's important, like we did today. But then other shit, we're just like, we don't want to talk about that. It doesn't matter.
And also,
when we do, we get serious, dude. I went serious today. You get when you need to get serious, you get serious.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say I didn't even know John Annick's brother had a podcast. That's crazy.
Yeah, Maz was on.
Twin brother.
Oh.
Yeah, Maz came on it like as a call. I forget who was it. Bilal was on the show, and Maz called in to try and get Bilal on the MMA holes.
Oh yeah.
But he's with Ali though, right?
Yeah.
He like handpicked, which is weird because I feel like any other way I'd be able to get Cody Garbrandt on here, but it's because. Oh, Robert, I don't know if you saw, I didn't point him out to you, but Bobby Meese was in Julian's corner.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. Mark Coleman and Matt Brown were not at the fight. It definitely disappointed me. But
that's who you need to get on here, Matt Brown, man. You talk about a guy with a good story.
I've messaged Matt Brown on many platforms
I don't know
and
if
haven't
we can
gotten
get
a
him.
response.
Mark Coleman, I think, is more gettable. Yeah, I think. Oh shit! I didn't tell Pulse this. Pulse. A while ago, we had. I don't know if you saw it. We had an interview with a guy named Dylan Budka. Did you see that?
No.
You didn't see that episode?
Thanks,
anyway.
Pulse. Thank you.
Pulse, come on, man.
Claim to be a big fan. No, I'm kidding.
That was. I think that was one of my vacation days. I don't.
Okay, I believe you. Anyway, I would have watched it if I knew, and maybe we would have live streamed it. I didn't even know. But he had a Contender Series fight last Tuesday, and he won. Dana White said it was the most boring fight in the history of the Contender Series, but he gave him a contract anyway.
Damn, what did he do?
He won by decision, but he liked it. He was short notice, and he said the fight wasn't boring because of him. It was boring because of the other guy, and he wants him to move down to 170, which I don't know if he can make 170, but Dana says he wants to make 170, so he'll give it a go. He says we'll get him over at the, what do they call it, the Performance Center, and see if he can make 170, because they wanted to fight 170, but he got a contract. So that's the first guy we've had on who we had on before he made the UFC. That's the first one. We still haven't had a current, but maybe
I wanted to ask, what do you prefer? Do you prefer Tough or the Contender Series?
Contender Series.
Contender Series. I don't really watch either, but I'm not a reality show guy. But I'll tell you what,
in between the fights, they used to make them do like competing obstacle courses. So it was like,
yeah, that was fun. But I cared more about the fights. I liked the live season, although that was so much nonsense to put those guys through. Like they were there forever.
It's the thing about the Contender Series is like at least 2 or 3 times now. The 2 finalists have both gotten contracts, so it's like, what is the point of having a whole season if there's going to be 2 winners?
You know what I think they should do? Here we go. Contender Series, right? But every show, they put people together who are in the same weight class, and they put them in a house for a week. And they don't tell each other who they're going to fight till like a day before.
Yeah, that adds some
a little reality, just a little, not too much, not crazy, or whatever. Or you tell them that week or whatever. I don't know. But like, and no teams. You have coaches, but no team. And you just like, hey, this is who you're fighting, whatever. And they don't tell them until that'd be fun. I like that idea.
Well, did either of y'all watch the season that they had the women's flyweight?
I watched a little bit.
The last one I watched was probably Julian Lane's season, to be honest.
Oh man.
Which I give the guy so much credit.
Was Tony Ferguson on that year too? Was that the year he was causing?
Who was Neil Magny? Was Sam Alvey? Was
that the year that they had War Machine on there?
No, I don't think. No, it was before that. I mean, War Machine was before that. No, but I watched that video again. I'm like, no, I don't think anyone in their right mind would tell Julian Lane to do what he did, but it fucking did wonders for him. It really did. It was really, and he did a great job by embracing it. Look at Ray's shirt. Show the shirt, Ray. There you go.
Let me bang, bro.
Well, I didn't. I obviously remember that moment, but I don't remember that year. Like, what was he? They were drinking in the backyard, and somebody challenged him, or what? Like, what?
Yeah, he was drinking. He got drunk, and he wanted to. And like, I don't know. He was like in the mood that he wanted to get kicked off the show, and he wanted to get kicked off the show for fighting. Like that. No one remembers his fights, but they brought him back for a second tough. That's why I would like to have Julian on, because he did tough twice, and that guy's been everywhere in the world. And him and Andrew were really respectful. It wasn't like him and like Mike Perry or anything like that. They were. Andrew's always respectful to his opponents, unless they're pieces of shit afterwards. But
yeah,
Julian wasn't. Times. He wasn't. So, you know what? This always happens. But when I walk by Julian at the fight, I'm like, dude, he's smaller than I thought he'd be. They're always smaller than you think they'd be. Always. Anderson Silva was the biggest, the one that was most like, dude, this guy is not big at all.
Hey, I got an idea for a reality show. I want to run it by you guys.
Oh boy,
let's do it.
Okay, do you remember bum fights?
Yes.
Are you gonna do bum fight Ultimate Fighter?
Yes. Put these homeless people in a house and see if they will
Ultimate Fighter.
Or will they be so happy that they're off the streets that they're like, I don't even want to fucking fight, and we're living good now. Yes. Although it could backfire, because they might end up like stealing shit and trying to pawn it for crack.
This is the thing. When someone gives me a hypothetical idea for a show, I look at it practically. So I'm looking at yours practically and wondering all the reasons why it wouldn't be able to work. And mainly it's moral reasons, and no one would put that on television. So that's
you imagine, like, because on Tough, they'll have them drinking in the backyard, and you could tell like the producers of the show are trying to amp it up, so they'll like keep the liquor flowing. So on this one, you have bum fights, but they just make like a buffet of crack.
Well, I was about to say, Pulse, you're talking about selling shit for crack? No, daily supply.
Yes, and let
daily
them fight
supply
it out.
of whatever drug you
let
want.
Them drink as much as they want, and eat as little as they want, because
turn the backyard into like fucking street beefs, and we have a fucking reality show. Like, it's all you need.
Now I have an idea. Okay, you get people be on TV for anything, right? So you get people who want to try for a reality show, and you're like, what would you do to win $1 million or whatever, right? And they're like, I'll do fucking anything, right? And so you get a bunch of men or women, whatever you want to do, but has to either be all men or all women, and around the same size. And you're like, hey, by this show, to win your $1 million, it's a fight show. And they all have to they train for the first time, and they have basically the Ultimate Fighter with people who've never fought before, but they're trying to win $1 million. That'd be amazing.
It sounds like Physical 100 to me.
Kind of. That would be fucking hilarious. So they've never fought before, and you're like, hey, you want money? You're in a fight club now, bitch. There you go. That'd be hilarious to me. This is a real. I don't know if I told Pulse about this idea. I know I talked about Ray. Late Fight Tonight. Remember that idea, Ray?
I do.
Okay. Pulse, how about an idea where it is like a late night show, right? You have a host, you have a band, you have interviews. We'll say it's all MMA. You have MMA fighters, interviews, whatever. But at the end, instead of a musical guest, you have a fight. A real sanctioned fight at the end of the show. And you have both guys on for interviews. You talk to them, blah, blah, blah. And you have other guys on. It's funny. You have a monologue. You have jokes. You have other shit that a fucking late night show would have. But then at the end of the show, there's a fight, a real sanctioned fight.
And you're not talking about athletes. You mean just like famous?
No. This one I am. I'm talking about fighters. Yeah, fighters. No. You have a real sanction. Yeah, with fighters. Yeah, real fighters, real fights.
Okay, and they would what would this? They wouldn't train for it. They'd just be an impromptu.
No. I think I messed it up by talking about the other thing. No, this is a whole new thing. No, they would absolutely know they have a fight. It's a real fight, real training.
That's what I'm saying. They would go against their record if they lost, right?
Yes, an actual sanctioned fight. Yes, that's the idea. Yeah, no, they don't do anything crazy. It's just that you have the show before and you have interviews with fighters, right? You maybe have some bits in there. You have a band, but at the end of the fight, instead of a musical guest, there's an actual fight, a real fight.
But you mean like a late night show, like Jimmy Kimmel or something like that?
Yes. But at the end, there's a real fight, a real sanctioned fight, and these guys were ready for it. It wasn't like, no, it's not a gimmick. It's like, no, you have a real legitimate sanctioned fight at the end, and you promote it throughout the show. Like, hey, at the end of the fight, at the end of the show, we have this. So it's like, a late night show with MMA and blah 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 and jokes and shit and whatever and guest and whatever. But at the end, and again, instead of like a comedian or a musical guest, you have a fight.
Okay. I just have a few questions. Like,
Okay.
Are we talking about a 3-round or a 5-round? The only reason I ask is because
3-round.
usually at the end of one of those shows, they'll have a musical guest with a segment for only like 5 minutes, right?
Okay.
What if this?
Here's the thing. It probably. I'm also looking at it practically, like what would happen if I tried to make this happen. It would probably be online, right? So that means the fight. It doesn't matter how long the fight is, but it would be a 3-round fight, most likely.
But I'm saying, like, what if one fighter gets knocked out in the first 30 seconds? You're
Not a big deal. It's like it's going to be live and then it's going to be on YouTube forever. Like it'd probably be on YouTube.
No, I'm asking, like, because if you were to have the format of a real late night show,
it's not on network TV, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't be on network TV.
Okay.
It would, but it'd be on YouTube. But it would be that kind of show, though, right?
Sure.
Let's just say hypothetical. I'm the host, where I come out and do a monologue about the fights that happened last weekend, jokes or whatever, anything else going on in the news, whatever. Then I have guests from MMA, just like I'm on a desk, same thing, and comedians too, whatever, same thing, like a late night show. And then at the end, again, there's a fight. There's a legitimate fight. It ends with a fight.
No, I mean it's a novel idea. I've seen worse. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's a great idea. I think it's weird you don't think it's a great idea. I think there's something else. Well, you have more questions? I feel like there's something else you're not.
There's something about that idea. No, it's a great idea. I don't mind that. I don't mind it.
Listen, would you watch it? You're like, dude, fucking Late Fight Tonight's on. Like,
I just cannot. What you call it?
Late Fight Tonight.
Oh, that's not bad. That's clever.
Yeah, not bad.
I just can't. I just can't picture how it would be formatted, though. It's like
you'd have. So to do it practically, there's a couple ways to do it. Now, if I want to do it by myself, I'd probably make it a smoker, like a kickboxing smoker, like an illegal fight. Okay. Unfortunately. But if we get the right people involved, we're like, hey, can we fucking do this and get maybe an amateur fight? We do one amateur fight per show. And very possibly that we don't do them live. We record them. We pre-record them. So do them all in one day. And then we put them out one at a time.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you're talking about a fight in like a live fight in front of a live studio audience that was there to see the show.
That would be the goal, but I think the best way to do it would probably be you record multiple shows at once. Okay. Right? And then you edit it all.
Okay.
And you don't release it until no one's allowed to tell. NDAs. You can't tell the result until we air it, and we air it the week after, once a day.
That's not a bad idea.
I think it's a fucking great idea. Like, I mean, because I would watch that. If that was a thing now, I'd be watching it. That's why I think it's a good idea.
For me, like I prefer to see live fights though. Like to have anything on a bit of a delay.
That would be the ideal version of it, and it would still have to be on YouTube because even live because of, like you said, the time issue. But even if it was on YouTube but live, that'd be great. But the thing is, if I'm looking at, again, practically, if I try to start this by myself, that'd probably be the easiest way to do it. Was the way I said it. Yeah. And also you'd have to get the commission involved, and they have to like really be into it, and we have to really like schmooze. We got to be friends with Chuck Haskell, who's the commissioner now in Ohio. But I think it'd be a fucking cool idea, dude.
Yeah, I know. I don't mind it, but you know what I think would be a cool idea?
Watch it though; it'd be fun, dude. Number one, just like a comedy talk show with fighters and shit, and then you have a fight at the end. It'd be fun.
Yeah. You know what I'm on board with though? I'm talking. You keep shooting it down. You say I cannot. It cannot be basketball.
Basketball.
I'm telling you, a basketball show, sort of like what you were speaking of. You'd have a regular show, but at the end of the game, you and the guests play basketball. And my only thing is, how can how can the creators of South Park, how can they, like, that is not baseball. They do not own baseball nor basketball. So how are they gonna, like, you know, say we're
Honestly, if you tried to do that on your own, they might not even. If you had a good idea, they might not even fight you because they're fuck you rich right now, so they don't fucking
Right.
need your money. They just
And of
probably
course-
wouldn't want you to fucking shit on their idea. But
I'd invite them on the show. I'd be like, this is
no, my idea for basketball was like a Netflix series that wasn't live, and because you could do some editing, and you'd have you have teams with pro basketball players, former pro basketball players, celebrities, comedians, right? And you'd have everything kind of set up. It's like, hey, they're gonna do this. You're gonna do some roast bits, whatever, and sometimes they're gonna do elaborate bits that take like some doing with some other people and stunts or whatever they want to do, right? But you have to have it set up, and because it might take some time, you have to do it pre-taped and then cut it up and do it and then put it on like Netflix or something. I think that's the way to do it, in my opinion. I don't know if it would be good or not, but I think you could do it that way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're talking about like a show that
I mean, it's more of a show than it. Now they're actually going to play for real. In my like,
no, but it's like you're talking about a show that would have a fight at the end of it, but then they would have like Jack Hanna bringing on a lion or some you know what I'm saying, like some
yes, but it would be more MMA based. But yeah.
Okay.
We'd probably have a fighter on every time, but then we'd also have like a comedian on with the fighter. You know, fucking around, whatever. Like that. It'd be like that. You know, like this show. Anything goes, whatever, you know, cool shit, whatever. So yeah, Jack Hanna, why not? If we could get him, right? And then at the end, there's a fight. I think that's a fucking great idea.
Is he still doing that? Is he like bringing animals out from the zoo?
I don't know if he is or not. I don't know.
Isn't Jack Hanna dead? I'm pretty sure Jack Hanna passed, didn't he?
Did he?
I don't know.
Paul,
Anyway,
set that up.
late fight tonight, Ray. Let's get on it. We got to get Chuck Haskell on. We got to have a rapport with him, and then we're gonna pitch late fight tonight to him.
No, he's 76 years old, living in Knoxville.
Nice.
He's in Knoxville. He used to be in Columbus.
Yeah, he says. I guess he's a zookeeper in Knoxville.
Oh,
Ray, we're doing this. We're setting up a studio at Route 250, and we're gonna have fights in their cage.
I like it. I'll be the Ed McMahon to that.
If I put out a good, we gotta let Chuck has to be involved. Chuck has to okay it. All right, we gotta get real sanctioned fights.
We should have storyboards.
Okay.
Show.
All right.
Storyboard it.
Mm-hmm. And if he says no, I think what's the problem? Just tell us what the problem is, and then we'll try to fix it. Right. So, like, if we have to do them all at once, that's fine too. We'll just record them and then put them out one day at a time. That's fine. I mean, it's more fun if it was live, but you know, it's
just all I want to say is it's like, you know, it's to the point now where it's like an oversaturation of fights. They got different like backyard fight league.
Yeah, that's why this is different, Pulse. This is completely different.
You know what they should do?
It's fun.
They should get established UFC fighters to fight like Van Damme in that movie Kickboxer. They should pay them like $5 million a piece and have them put their knuckles in glued and crushed glass. Jeez. You know what I'm saying?
All right, now you're going into like full WWE, UFC, TKO mode here. Like, don't do that.
Listen, all my ideas, I have a practical way that could work. All right, your idea would never work.
Wouldn't
unfortunately,
it be hilarious
if
Vince was booking? Because now that they're the same company, do you guys know today was the merger day?
Yes, I posted that in the Discord, and I was going to say, I constantly bring it up. Brawl for All. They should bring back the Brawl for All.
No.
Yes, they should.
Yes, I want to see which one of these current wrestlers is really a tough guy in real life.
Yes, 100%. Listen, as a non-wrestling fan, I watched the Hulu, the Dark Side of the Ring about that. And as a non-wrestling fan, I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. However, looking at from your eyes, how it was terrible it was a terrible thing for them to do as a business. That said, I wanted to bring it back.
I mean,
Vince Russo saved that company.
I mean, I keep hearing Roman Reigns say, "You want to get these hands." I want to see if he really has hands like that. Just because he's big, he's a good fighter.
Well, also he's
Yeah, that's part of
Samoan,
the
so he
job.
has that nice thick skull that the fucking will bounce off of something. I mean,
Also-
Mark Hunt, fucking, he had that skull was made of steel. So imagine what Roman Reigns is fucking.
I want to
Pearl
see
Madman
Roman
head
Reigns
is
fight.
like.
I want to see Roman Reigns fight Big E. I just want to see what that looks like.
Well, that's not gonna happen because Big E's done.
He's
son.
retired.
Like,
His neck, right?
Yeah, he broke his neck. I mean, when you break your neck and you're that big, that's not good. Not good at all.
Fuck it. Keep going.
But if it's under the TKO thing, it would be fun to see like Matt Riddle.
I was just
take
about to bring him
off-
up. You know, he's a former UFC fighter, so I'm sure he would.
Did you hear? Did you hear about that? That fucking thing that happened at JFK?
What?
That Matt Riddle, like got sexually assaulted at JFK Airport or something like that.
Yes.
Going on his way to like a WWE live event, like I guess he's like there's police involved, and I've been following loosely on this. I like Matt.
You're a Beck.
Matt's
I
Matt.
gotta-
You can do that.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, like I don't know what is wrong with people in real life. Like, there's a video of some guy. He you know Kevin Holland, right?
Yeah.
You welterweight. Some guy asked to take a picture with him, and he
Yeah.
gave him. And you seen this video?
No.
Some fan asked to take a picture with Kevin Holland, and he puts his arm around Kevin Holland, and as soon as the guy takes the picture, he checks his muffler with his middle finger. And Kevin Holland's like, bitch, I'll kick the shit out of you. You've not seen this? Oh my God. And it just makes me wonder, like, what do people think in real life? Like, this guy's a trained fighter.
You don't have to show me the video because I already have it in my head of like,
Bro,
Kevin
he's like,
Holland wanted to smack a bitch so hard. Probably.
He could have caught a case, like, and he'd be justified in my mind, but at the same time, if you assault this guy on camera, it's like you just made his life. So it's like
Well, here's the thing though. If you're dumb enough to do that while on camera, the judge will any good judge will throw that out. Like, did you do that? Yeah. All right. He was proper in self-defense because you're a fucking lunatic for doing that. Like,
yeah, it's like all the times that you would see Mike Tyson would get into it with like regular people on the street or like that dumbass on the airplane. My only question is, what are y'all thinking? You know who this guy is. You know what he's capable of. You know his history. Why would you choose of all people, even the older Mike Tyson? Why would you choose to fuck with this guy, right?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. After Cyril Gahn's last couple performances, I feel like I can beat him, and I'm a casual white belt. But, like, I wouldn't go up and just be like, bleh, 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 I challenge you. I would do it on Twitter like a fucking gentleman. I'd be like, hey, come wrestle me, and I want to see if I can beat you because I think you suck. And if he flew out, I'd be like, well, it looks like I have to do it now. All right, let's go. But like guys who come up to fighters and like, oh, I could beat your ass. I want them to get hit. Like, you're a fucking dummy. Like, you're poking the bear. Why are you poking the bear, sir? Stop it.
Although I gotta say,
when you said that, I'm surprised you didn't say, and then Kevin Holland crushed him. Like,
he had to show proper restraint to not like he's like, bitch, I'll kick the fuck he showed great restraint because I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, let me bring Tim back. Am I bringing Tim back?
Yeah, you can bring Tim back.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that he didn't. That he had the restraint to stop himself because it's like,
oh yeah, dude. Like anybody that fucking unless I know you and you fucking try and stick one past the goalie. No, son, that's not fucking cool.
That's the ultimate violation. That's like,
yeah.
So you're right. He would be justified if he were to go ahead and put hands on
Unless
him.
you're my girlfriend, I'm not going to allow you anywhere near my asshole. Like, that's not fun. Why would you? No.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, creep. Yeah, Kevin Holland was justified, maybe in 8 elbows. I'm gonna get if I was a judge.
Wait, what did he do? What did I miss?
Pulse, tell this white devil about what happened.
Wait, Saint, thank you.
No, I really. You sure you don't want me to show? You want me to explain it to him?
No, show the video.
Okay, yes. Let me find that.
Because we are a pro trapper keeper. I am all about Kevin Holland.
He's fighting this weekend, right?
I believe so.
Yes, Della Madonna.
Jack Della Mandela.
Who, dude, like very quietly has had a giant winning streak.
He has.
Right? You kind of forget about, but like, I forget. Get the guy. Yeah.
It is not this weekend.
Oh, I thought it was.
It is this weekend. Shut up.
I do love we finally get a title fight on free TV for the first time in a long time.
This is a pay-per-view fight, kid. Like,
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's a pay-per-view co-main event.
What?
This
is not a pay-per-view.
I'm saying my opinion. Okay. I think this should be a pay-per-view co-main.
But guess what? We pay so much fucking money for this shit, which is insane, by the way. We deserve these every once in a while. This is a fight that I lost a lot of money on.
Yes, yes,
the
you
original,
did.
I mean, Grasso, Shevchenko. And
I should have just bet all of your guys and then Grasso just to spite you.
Oh, yeah, you should have, because that's what happened. Dude, I would have won $4,000 on that ticket if I picked Grasso. But I would have never made that bet. I would have picked just Grasso, if anything. But he was the only underdog on the entire card that won. Is it working? Because Ray's going to give me shit, and I'm not in the mood right now. What's happening?
I don't know.
Here we go.
We're waiting for it to load.
Fuck wrong. All y'all done.
You want to hear this?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
On. Yes.
Fuck over. Fuck over. Fuck over. Fuck wrong. All y'all done.
Yeah. This is a piece of shit. He comes up to him like a fucking friend and then checks his fucking oil. Like, that's not cool, dude. Like, what kind of troll bitch are you?
Does it just amaze you sometimes, like, how people act sometimes around celebrities in public? Like, you gotta, like, it's one thing acting confident to try to get access. I understand. That's one thing. But I'm talking, like, just grabbing somebody or just, I don't.
Yeah, I would never. That's why a lot of times I'll have, like, my hand clenched if I'm on somebody, just because I want them to know I'm not, like, trying to do anything, or it's just like, hey, there we are.
We're in the era of the fist bump, dude. The fist bump is the new handshake for that situation. If you you're a fan of somebody, you go. In most situations, especially if you're passing by, fist bump. That's easy, not weird, easy. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say Keanu Reeves does that same thing, so he doesn't catch a case. Whenever he poses two women, he'll keep his arms up.
Or he'll have his hands like that kind of thing.
Genius though, because dude, how hard would it be like, oh, dude, his hand was fucking look at that grip on her hip. That's smart.
The Kevin Holland one. I don't think I actually like put my arm around him. I just stood next to him just because I'm like, I want
Joaquin
problems.
Buckley.
Joaquin Buckley. Kevin Holland is who got his oil checked. Yes.
Kevin Holland beat him.
Yeah, anybody that does that shit deserves any violence their way.
Yeah, strange. What did he beat that guy up?
No, he just told me to get the fuck away from him.
Oh,
he wanted to. You could tell he really wanted to. There's another video from another angle. You should just seen his face. Like he wanted to kick the shit out of this guy. And it's like I keep thinking of that incident where some dude broke into Anthony Smith's house and started beating him up. Like
apparently that guy was on meth or some shit. Anyway, which makes you almost superhuman. If Kevin Holland would have just straight one punched the guy, everyone would have been like, fair, understandable.
Yes,
now if he beat the fuck out of him multiple, it'd be different. But if he's
even if he just punched him once, how would a judge see that? Like would in the laws?
Where was this? This is in Texas.
In Dallas, yeah.
I think he'd be fine. Honestly, I think he'd be fine.
Yeah. He'd maybe have to pay a
number one,
fine
if the whole thing wasn't on video, he'd be fucked. But if the whole thing was on video, Yes, he was technically
You
sexually
know the guy
assaulted.
the guy that gets punched is going to lawyer up and say, "I didn't do that."
But Kevin
if
Holland.
it's on video, is it on video? That's
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
you
You don't
know
know if it's on video when it happens. What I'm saying, if it was on video and it's very clear that that's what happened, then he'd be fine. There'd be men's rights activists,
Especially since he goes like, "Hey man, come over for a photo."
Yeah. Did I mention Kevin Holland's
Men
my
are
favorite
victims
fighter?
of rape too.
They are.
What?
That guy, that was sexual assault. He was sexually assaulted, and
What?
people don't take that seriously. And then the thing is, if he punched the dude, knocked him out, and he did get charged, it would be a revolution. Like it would be a problem.
Yes, but sometimes I've heard that sometimes fighters can be charged with assault with a deadly weapon because
He was sexually assaulted, dude.
Yes, but you understand that because they do what they do for a living, that their hands are.
I understand what you're saying, but in this
No, I'm
situation,
saying-
if it was clearly on video that he was assaulted, then I feel like there's no fucking way they charge him. There's no fucking
No,
way.
I know what I'm saying. If he would have punched this guy, and sometimes he might not realize his own strength, he might have really fucked him up. Like one punch could have like you could have been like Rudy Tomjanovich. You remember that?
Or fucking Con Air. He killed him by accident, right?
Yeah,
let's go extreme. Let's say hypothetically, this guy oil checked him. Is that what he did? He oil checked him?
Yes. Middle finger.
Okay. And then he punched him once and the guy died. If it was clear, number one, if it's not on video, he's fucked. But if it's clearly on video that he was that's sexual assault. He was sexually assaulted.
Clearly,
he punched the man. Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish, please?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to.
No, fine.
Anyway,
I understand.
okay. If it's clear that he was sexually assaulted, and then he punched the man to get away, even if he died, I feel like if he got convicted, it'd be insane.
Oh,
Like it would be fucked up.
I would
think
take.
so. The whole internet would be on his side. I think it's most of the internet.
I still feel it would be a problem because the guys, the deceased family will probably then come after Kevin, and it's like, yes, he might have
assaulted in Texas.
No, I
Texas
understand,
would
but
be
you
a good
understand,
state for him.
They would claim murder, and murder outranks rape. Sorry, it's just a
Yeah,
fact.
that kid looks white. Kevin Holland's black. Everybody gives.
I think Texas would be a good
passes now, according to Fox.
Dallas would be a good place for him to take that because I feel like Texas would be like, dude, stand your ground, state. And what did he do? He stood his fucking ground. Like he could probably shoot him, and he probably would get away with it. But so just punching him, he probably honestly, I'd be very surprised if he got in any trouble for that. If that was clearly on video what he did. That's very important to this, right? Or multiple witnesses, something like that. It'd be very clear.
To say, also, you see him, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Yeah, come take a photo with me," and then it's "Get the fuck away from me!" Like something had to transpire.
Right.
Absolutely, but
that
that's
case.
That's absolutely, but that's what I'm saying. You don't actually see the muffler check; it's just implied because of.
Did anyone see it? Even if he grabbed his ass, that's still not okay. Like the way I'm thinking about this is, what if it was a woman? What if a man grabbed the woman's ass and she decked him and knocked him out, and he tried to sue? Everyone would be like, "Dude, you're fucking trying to sue? Get out of here, pervert!" Right?
Oh no, you would definitely. I would call him a Manel Kape. Like it would be. Definitely, like if you do that, you're a cop.
But there wouldn't even be a question, right? If it was a woman. So, and we're at the place today where I feel like people would think, what if it was a woman? And that would go into the court case, and he would be fine. I honestly don't think, even if he just took a squeeze of his ass and then he punched him, knocked the man out, and the man went after Kevin Holland, nothing. I honestly think nothing. No, I do. Because if it was a woman, let's say it was, I don't know, pick a fighter, Mackenzie Dern, right? Somebody squeeze the ass. Listen, I mean, I get it. I get it. But not okay. And she decked the dude, knocked him out, and then he sued Mackenzie Dern. People would be like, no, fuck you. No.
Shut up.
Yeah. No. Right? It would be laughed out of the courtroom, right? So, and because we're trying to be more cognizant as a society of the double standards, then I feel like Kevin Holland would be fine.
Yeah, that's my only point. I hear what you're saying with Mackenzie Dern, but I feel like it would be a double standard. They would.
But I feel like we're, as a society in general, even in Texas.
I don't even want to play devil's advocate. I'm just saying. I feel like.
I'm saying. I feel like now this is the best time in the history of the world for him to do it, because I feel like they would try to treat him equally.
I just think as a man, he wouldn't get the same treatment. They'd be like, you should know better.
He'd get the best treatment in this day and age that he ever would in the past. And I
Well,
feel like he'd
Paul's-
probably be fine.
Also,
Now, if it was a
I
woman,
mean,
that's different. If it was a woman that grabbed his ass and he knocked a woman out, that'd be different.
well, here's the thing. Well,
And
I
also, in
honestly
theory, it
think there'd
shouldn't
be
be.
numbers exchanged at that point. Kevin Holland be
good
spitting
point.
game. Like he seems like a smooth motherfucker. Like that dude. Anytime he walks into a room and women drop to their knees. Like I honestly,
Dude,
like,
I dropped
Kevin
to my
Holland's
knees
one of those
almost.
dudes. Huh?
I almost dropped to my knees, bro. Are you kidding me?
But
mad
that thing, honestly, if any judge worth their salt would be like, dismissed, bitch. Like there's no money exchanged. Good night. Fuck off.
And even if he did, the shit he get from the internet, like it would be silly, dude. It'd be fucking silly if he got any charges. Anyway,
I was talking more Kevin Holland, to be
yeah,
honest with you.
What are you talking about? I thought Kevin Holland punched the guy. We're still talking about that?
Yeah. I thought you were talking about Dern.
No, I'm talking about Kevin Holland.
Ah, okay.
No, Dern there wouldn't.
All I know is
that wouldn't get to court at all.
All I know is
jury duty.
I just want to end on this. I know that Chuck Liddell, he posed for a photo where he faked putting a guy in a like some sort of choke, and it's like the guy ended up suing him, saying his neck got hurt, and Chuck had to settle out of court with this guy. So it's like if that can happen,
that's fucked up. But this one, yeah,
there's video.
And also Chuck didn't get sexually assaulted. Even if the guy just grabbed his ass, that's sexual assault. Okay, I don't care. I don't care if it's a guy. It doesn't matter. It's fucking sexual assault by the law.
I'm not gonna lie though.
10 years ago it would have been harder for him. But
on Mackenzie Dern's or Aaron Blank or Mackenzie Dern. Were we saying Mackenzie Dern?
Yeah.
I want to play
Lenny
bongos on that ass.
All right. What? Yeah.
I want to play bongos on that ass.
We all do.
Her, Aaron Blanchfield.
Most of them. Honestly, it's most of them. It's 80% of them.
You know that video where it's like what my partner wants, and it's just like two bunnies and one's playing with the other one's ass, going like, doo, 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 doo. Every UFC female, I would love to live that meme out. Like,
Sure.
that would be the best.
Sure. I'm going spelunking. That's what I'm doing.
No, just play bongos. Like, just slap them. I don't want.
That too.
I don't want to be in them. I just want to like see the bounce that comes up. I want to see who doesn't skip leg day. That's what I want to know.
Well, for all of it. You and Ray, you don't know who Tim is gonna pick this week. Conseco or a blue hoe. I guess you'll have to wait and see. Who is Tim's hero of the week? There we go. Can you move that head to the center? Like what? Why was there not?
No, I'm
like,
making. I actually kind of want to make you Canadian, like in South Park.
That's fine. Just cut my mouth out altogether.
Yeah, just center.
That's a good
line.
picture of me, to be honest with you. I look handsome.
That's why I picked it for this.
So as much as I want to give Hero of the Week to like Sean Strickland, listen, your
shirt off. Remember,
your fellow employees of the USC fucked it up for you. I can't give a Hero of the Week to the USC and two guys fucking throwing out F-bombs, dude. No. I can't do it, man. I can't Strickland. No, I'm 100. Hey, it's my Hero of the Week. I can do what I want.
True. Can't
Can't do it, man. I can't fucking do it. Hold on. Let me make sure I didn't have any other nominees I forgot about. And also, as much as I want to give Hero of the Week to like Christian McCaffrey for what he did against Pittsburgh, but I was telling Pulse earlier, I'm like, dude, Pittsburgh's going to be pissed on next Monday, and
I can't. No,
that stadium's going to be nuts, dude. It's going to be so much fun.
It's not as deep as you think anymore out there. It's like little brother, big brother. Like, little brother's gonna win sometimes.
Ray, you say that, but you forgot that we beat you in the playoffs, so that changed everything. Don't say it
No,
didn't.
it didn't.
Yes, it did.
Because we still it went 1-1.
No,
last
no.
year.
What you're saying is fucking, and you don't give a shit enough to. No, that's fucking
Look
nonsense.
at-
Also,
can
dude,
I just want to ask one question. I know that the Steelers have more rings than any other team, but doesn't
No, that's a lie. We're tied with two other teams.
Yeah.
It's New England and San Francisco.
I think Pittsburgh has 6 though, right? In total?
Yeah, there's like
Browns have
and
7.
I think who?
Browns have 7.
No, two of those don't. A bunch of those don't count.
Well, didn't the Cleveland Browns, aren't they like one of the original teams?
Yes, they have 7 championships. Thank you.
So if Ray would have said little brother, big brother, who would be the little brother then?
Exactly. But what I'm saying is,
That's
number one,
Pittsburgh, 'cause
why
we
he's
own
saying
them every season.
what is ridiculous is that he's saying it's not a rivalry anymore because of that, which is fucking the dumbest thing I've ever heard any human being say.
Yeah.
No, Ray. I am a diehard Ohio State football fan as well. We beat Michigan 10 years in a row, and it always felt like a huge fucking deal. Never didn't feel like a big deal.
Okay.
All right. And also, I know you sent it to me to be fucking troll. It's like somebody fucking put on Twitter or whatever how many days it's been since Ohio State beat Michigan. However, the Michigan did win the last 2, and good for them, man. Good for them, 100%. But the 2020 is the one they're forgetting. And 2020 was the year that Michigan, because of COVID, bailed on the Ohio State-Michigan game, and Michigan was so fucking bad, and Ohio State was so good, we would have beat them by a fucking 100 points. All right? And so we don't fucking say how many days, because 2020 would have been a fucking bloodbath, and they fucking know it. That's why they fucking bailed.
My favorite comment when I posted it on Facebook, because and I actually want to kind of get him on. One of my cousins is a football coach for like a West Virginia small school, but I think he's into MMA.
High school?
No, college. Yeah, I have a cousin who's I think it's a defensive coordinator for like a small college out in West Virginia, which is hilarious because I remember when he was in diapers. He's that young. Like he's in his early 20s, I want to say, maybe 22.
So he's trying to probably make coaching a career, huh?
What? 26 and 7 apparently. Yeah, I don't believe that. But
what is it? He's not 19 years younger than you. That doesn't make sense. What?
No, no. I think I was like 15 when he was like in like 2 or 3.
Well, what's 26 and 7? What's that?
I don't. Just
is that a record?
No, 26-27 is what my mother was saying.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, just never mind. Anyway, I'd love to have him on, but what were we talking about? Oh, he's the one that posted it because he's a Michigan fan. And just to be an asshole, I put that on there. Mm-hmm. And Tim Stafford from Rev, one of the coaches that was at the show on Saturday, his was, "You are an asshole."
Yeah. Honestly, it didn't bother me because number one, I knew what you're trying to do, and also
trying to rile people up.
And everyone I know that knows you hates you for that. Probably not real hate, but like fuck Ray.
Oh,
hate.
I probably have some real hate.
Maybe a little bit too. I don't know anyone who really hates you, but I didn't ask, and they wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me because they don't. But I saw that and I thought it was silly because 2020 was the fucking nonsense. Dude, they would have fucking murdered them in 2020.
Probably.
And Harbaugh isn't even around. And listen, they won the last 2, and good for them. Listen, I said all the time when they were winning almost. I think they won 10 in a row, something like 9 or 10. I'm like, I'm always worried about Michigan, dude. And I'm like, you feel solidly right. I'm like, this is great. And people are like, oh, when Michigan needs to win something. I'm like, as soon as they win, you're going to be pissed, and that's exactly what happened. And, I'm like, it never felt like less of a crazy game against Michigan, even though we were beating them every year for 10 years.
I will say, and I don't know if they still, I think they play each other every year.
I do root for Ohio State when they play Michigan in hockey. Football,
Okay.
could care less.
That would be. Oh, didn't they do a? They did a Michigan, Ohio State,
Last
Michigan
year.
at First Energy.
Last year, yeah.
That would have been fun, dude.
I want to see them do it again.
Ohio State, Michigan hockey would be really fun.
It would be.
I've seen it on TV and it's crazy. So
yeah.
I don't know
I
if
would
anything would
love
be
to
any
go
more
to
fun than Browns game. But yeah, no, that'd be fun.
I would be singing "Hang On, Sloopy." Like, I would be.
Alan's been looking at houses in Northeast Ohio. Still looking. He looked at in Hudson and Chagrin Falls. I think he's looking at
Chagrin
Rocky
Falls
River
is
next.
Okay. Rocky
Yeah, I think-
River's a bit upscale.
There's a lot of things he liked about Hudson, but there's nothing there. And what he's not liking about these locations is how in the middle of nowhere they feel like he wants like
Yeah, they're
everything.
very
I'm like, yeah, but I'm like number
Well,
one,
Rocky
Cleveland's
River's, like,
20
right
minutes
by the
away.
I was about to say
Yeah.
Rocky River's like 15 minutes from downtown.
Right.
Anyway.
Even Chagrin Falls, he felt like that. It felt like it was out in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, it's so
It
close to
is.
Cleveland, though. But it's so close to Cleveland.
It's not. It's
Is
really
it 20 minutes from
not.
Cleveland?
30.
That's not long at all, far at all.
That's far, bruh.
Even that, but that's a big town. There's probably tons of shit there. I don't know where he wants to go. I don't know. He's looking at
There's some
Rocky
cool
River
places
next.
in Chagrin Falls that's dope.
I saw the houses that he's looking at. Home ownership is the American dream. You know what? Stage boss, you're 100% correct. It's just super hard now. My buddy, luckily he has a good job, so is his wife, and they're moving closer to her parents, so they're moving to Cleveland. And he's trying to find a good suburb, and he's looking at like, I'm not gonna tell you how much, but like expensive expensive houses.
Concord, those areas are nice. Concord's nice.
Yeah, he's looking at all
By
all those areas. I told him not Avon Lake because douchebags looking at Avon Lake, and he probably will look at Avon Lake. But Rocky River's the next place he's looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, it's curious. I'm actually excited for him to move up there.
River's
Obviously, 'cause
pretty
it's going to be
dope.
closer, and also
It's close to Lakewood, so
Right.
you'd have an excuse to come up more often.
I'm trying to get him a place to. I want him to get. I showed him a picture of a place that I was bored. I was looking at houses where he was looking at houses. Dude, have you ever looked in Zillow and it's fucked around, dude? It's fun as hell.
No, because
It's fun as hell.
Because of that.
Pulse, have you ever done that?
What's
Get
that
on
now?
Zillow, or like
yeah, Zillow.
yeah, just to look at houses and shit. Even though you cannot buy in a house, it's fun, man. It's fun,
Is it?
and it's fun to look at the property value of houses. That's fun too. Anyway, yeah, it's fun. Anyway, I saw a house. I'm like, dude, this is the house in Hudson that you should get. And he's like, I looked at that house today. It just happened to be one he already looked at. And there's something wrong with the driveway that was really messed up, and they'd have to redo it. But it had a awesome finished basement, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna live in your basement, so just make sure you get a finished basement so I can live in your basement. Anyway, sorry, Pulse. I know that no one knows anything about what we're talking about, but Dusty Rhodes, who's Dusty Rhodes' boss?
The American Dream, baby.
That's where they say the money's at, like house flipping and then like turning them into air bed and breakfasts.
That's
yeah,
gone
Airbnbs,
down a
yeah,
little
yeah.
bit. Airbnb, but like flipping houses is always a good proposition, especially right now.
My uncle owns so many properties down by you, Pulse. I couldn't tell you where, all over the place. Low income areas too. When Hurricane Harvey came, he bought a lot of shit because everything was, people were trying to get out quick, so he would offer people cash, and he bought a lot of properties, and he flipped some, and he kept some, and he's been doing that for years.
So what you're saying is we have houses to stay in if we were to be in Houston.
They have tenants.
No Airbnbs. We can't just abscond with one.
I think he
for,
has a bunch of Section 8 tenants too, but he loves Section 8 because he gets paid all the time. He always gets his money from Section 8.
Oh, Section 8.
Dude, don't give me shit, man. I'm fucking.
No, yeah.
Don't give a shit because I'm fucking close.
I've worked in Section 8 places.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And sometimes there's people who have issues, you know, and that's why, you know, I understand. That's why they can't make money, and that's why their house. I understand where you're coming from. Alan told me a couple of times the house he rents out, he was Section 8 if I became eligible for Section 8.
Okay, what was the,
sorry, go ahead.
Not to cut you, I was going to ask, what was the movie assignment that you wanted me to watch?
Well, there's two
Small
now.
Engine Repair.
Mm-hmm.
And Warrior with.
That's it.
Small Engine Repair is on Hulu. Still, I want to talk about it because we talked about it with Ray, but we can't talk about it until you see it.
Yes.
Have either of you guys seen Oppenheimer yet?
No, I'm excited
No,
to see
I'm
it though.
not.
I want to.
I'm waiting for digital.
And you know what? I'm really can't wait to see. Are y'all fans of The Equalizer?
Where he takes on the Italian mob and the new
Dude,
Equalizer.
I want to watch
movie.
the first Equalizer. The only thing that's on streaming right now is the second one. I want to watch the first one again. Not the first. I don't like sequels. I want the first.
I've never seen the Equalizer movies.
What? Oh man,
they're all right, man. I want the first one.
I don't go to movies that often. Like even doing or just like on a normal day, I could be doing stand up or something like that. If I could drive right now, I'd definitely be out right now.
You know, I fucking love movies, man. I was thinking about my content to reviewing movies, man.
Dude, I'll come on and do that with you. I'm a big movie buff as well. Actually, you know what? Or I mean, you can do it on your show, but we can make that a segment for you. You want to do that here? You can do that here. I mean, like,
well, how about
you want to do?
Because I want to kind of get my numbers up. So can you join me on my channel?
Yes, whatever you want. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
whatever,
come
I'll
on.
do whatever you want. I'll do that for you. It's no problem.
Yes. And I feel like we like the same genre. That's why I think you guys should check out a guy on YouTube by the name of Viking Samurai.
Okay.
All he does is like he's all about the same movies that I like. Van Damme era, you know, Wesley Snipes.
My thing is, I'm not saying I don't have like a type of movie that I lean towards, but I've loved, like I said, I'm like, I love this movie in like every genre. There's a movie that I'm like, this is a great fucking movie. I watched a movie today. It's on Hulu with Emma Thompson it's called Good Luck to You, Leo Grand. It's about this old woman in her 60s who gets a hooker. And it was a nice movie. I enjoyed it. It was, you know, mostly just them, the entire movie, them talking was the whole movie. But I was entertained by it. It was good. But you know, it's definitely not an action movie or anything. You know, other genres I like. It was something completely different, but it was nice. I liked it. I enjoyed watching it. So I'm just saying, there's all kinds of movies like that I'm into too.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I want to do.
Yeah,
guys.
I 100% come on. Yeah. Hold on, let me finish Hero of the Week.
Yes.
And then we're done.
Hate to be the wet blanket.
No. I was supposed to be done anyway. Hero of the Week this week is the Cleveland Browns defense. Dude, they were so good. Joe Burrow's worst game in the NFL, 86 yards. And it's not like he played terrible. Dude, he was pressured the entire time. And he made some good throws. And the fucking defensive backs were on the hips of Jamar Chase and Higgins. They played so... It is absolutely the best defensive effort I've seen from the Browns since they came back. So we're talking 27 years. So it's 100% true. It's only one game, but it makes, you know, it's very promising. I hope they keep that up. It's going to be a big deal when they play Pittsburgh on Monday, and Pittsburgh's going to be pissed. And we're having a offensive tackle problem, which I told Pulse earlier, because Conklin's out for probably the year. And he's going to have to go up against TJ Watt next Monday, and that's a problem. So we'll see. But they played so fucking. Ed was there, and the stadium was shaking. It was so fun. Cleveland Browns fans are fucking insane, and I love it. The only thing that bothered me a little bit is sometimes when the super drunk ones are really pumped, and they like, if you're not on their level, they get pissed at you. Like, go Browns in your face, and if you don't do the same go Browns back, they'll be like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, they get offended. But other than that, those are the super drunk ones. Other than that, it was great. But for that reason, the Cleveland Browns defense is this week's Hero of the Week, you guys. So clap, Ray.
Nope.
Clap.
Not
Right.
clap.
Wait, it's not my fault they played great. All right, it's not my fault that San Francisco played a lot better than Pittsburgh. It's not my fault.
No, but it's God's fault.
I also love that
what
I've
we
seen
need to
tons of
blame.
Pittsburgh fans that want Mike Tomlin gone now. Like,
It's every fucking year. Every year. There's
listen, man,
people-
he was carried by Ben Roethlisberger for a long time. We're at to see now if he's
he's got to make, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I mean, he's got to
his
build
whole
his own
career.
fucking
Yeah,
guy.
now we're gonna see. Yeah, we're gonna see.
Did Kenny Pickett play?
He did. I think. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That'll
Okay.
be all right. What did Pittsburgh dad have to say about it? I didn't see that.
It was a pretty short video where it was like bad luck and fucking this is worse than's, and I'll send you the video. You might enjoy it actually.
No, I like Pittsburgh. I mean, not every joke he
Pulse,
makes.
have
but
you ever been acquainted with Pittsburgh Dad?
No.
He's a Pittsburgh comedian who created this like Yinzer father who loves the Steelers, and he's like superstitious. He's cheap. He's an asshole. Like he's everything that like a
calls him
Pittsburgh
Kenny Pickett's, which is pretty funny to me. Every time
yes.
it says Kenny Pickett's.
But yeah, his videos are amazing. I'll send you both the recent Pittsburgh Dad. It came out this afternoon.
I would like to
actually.
see Pittsburgh Dad versus Mike Polk Jr. in an MMA fight. That's the one that I'd like to see.
Sponsored by Borders and Borders.
Sure. All right, this is one of the longest episodes we did in a long time. Good job, everybody. We kicked ass.
Yes.
What about Thursday?
Thursday will be a short episode, but we will be back to
Probably
discuss
won't have anything to talk about other than the fight.
Well, no, we'll just talk Valentina versus Grasso and then get the fuck on.
You never know. I'm going to do a show in Pittsburgh tomorrow. We'll talk about that.
Yes. Yeah, and then
Well,
Friday I'm
shoot.
going to Flogging Molly, so you won't hear me shut up about being excited to go see them. So
Listen, I'm happy for you that you're seeing Folly Molly. I know you love them. I hope you have a good time, as you feel the same way for me tomorrow. And
yes, absolutely. And you have the better experience because you get a $45 tab. You fuck.
Well, I paid for it though. I
know,
think that's
but
how it is.
still.
I couldn't get a lot of specifics. If that's all you had to do is basically pledge you're going to spend $45, they have food there. Like that's not hard. If I got food, it's super easy.
Oh,
if I get
yeah.
Jim Beam drinks, it's pretty easy too. Because I'm gonna Uber and I got a hotel for a reason. Like I plan on getting drunk there tomorrow. Like
Yeah.
that's why I got a hotel. And I could have just drove home after, but that was never even. I didn't even thought about that. So
I'm excited for you, dude.
I'm excited for
And,
you too. Okay, bye everybody.
Can't wait to see everybody on Thursday. Thank you very much. And as always, see you at the Kumite fan.
Here we go, brownies. Here we go. Here we go, brownies. Here we go.